in the United States, there's a phrase that always comes to mind. It may sound straightforward, but it's meaningful. We settle our differences at the ballot box. Sometimes my choice prevails, sometimes yours does, but it's that simple. We cast our votes, we count the votes. If something seems off with the results, we count the votes. If something seems off with the results, we can challenge them in court, and then we accept the results. When you're on the losing side, that doesn't mean you have to be happy about it. And in the United States, there's plenty you can do and say so. You can protest, you can organize, you can get ready for the next election to try to make sure your side has a better chance the next time the people settle their differences at the ballot box. But you can't turn violent. You can't try to achieve your desired outcome through force or harassment or intimidation. Any real leader who sees their supporters going down that path, approaching that line, has a responsibility to say, stop. We gave it our best. We came up short. We try again next time, because we settle our differences at the ballot box. On December 14th, 2020, the presidential election was officially over. The Electoral College had cast its vote. Joe Biden was the president-elect of the United States. By that point, many of Donald Trump's supporters were already convinced that the election had been stolen, because that's what Donald Trump had been telling them. So what Donald Trump was required to do in that moment, what would have been required of any American leader, was to say, we did our best and we came up short. He went the opposite way. He seized on the anger he had already stoked among his most loyal supporters, and as they approached the line, he didn't wave them off, he urged them on. Today, the committee will explain how, as a part of his last-ditch effort to overturn the election and block the transfer of power, Donald Trump summoned a mob to Washington, D.C., and ultimately spurred that mob to wage a violent attack on our democracy. Our colleagues, Ms. Murphy of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, will lay out this story. First, I'm pleased to recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening comments she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our committee did not conduct a hearing last week, but we did conduct an on-the-record interview of President Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipolloni. If you have watched these hearings, you've heard us call for Mr. Cipolloni to come forward to testify. He did, and Mr. Cipolloni's testimony met our expectations. We will save for our next hearing President Trump's behavior during the violence of January 6th. Today's hearing will take us from December 14th, 2020, when the Electoral College met and certified the results of the 2020 presidential election, up through the morning of January 6th. You will see certain segments of Pat Cipolloni's testimony today. We will also see today how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington and how the president's stolen election lies provoked that mob to attack the Capitol. And we will hear from a man who was induced by President Trump's lies to come to Washington and join the mob, and how that decision has changed his life. Today's hearing is our 7th. We have covered significant ground over the past several weeks, and we have also seen a change in how witnesses and lawyers in the Trump orbit approach this committee. Initially, their strategy in some cases appeared to be to deny and delay. Today, there appears to be a general recognition that the committee has established key facts, including that virtually everyone close to President Trump, his Justice Department officials, his White House advisors, his White House counsel, his campaign, all told him the 2020 election was not stolen. This appears to have changed the strategy for defending Donald Trump. Now the argument seems to be that President Trump was manipulated by others outside the administration, that he was persuaded to ignore his closest advisors, and that he was incapable of telling right from wrong. This new strategy is to try to blame only John Eastman or Sidney Powell or Congressman Scott Perry or others, and not President Trump. In this version, the president was, quote, poorly served by these outside advisors. The strategy is to blame people his advisors called, quote, the crazies for what Donald Trump did. This, of course, is nonsense. President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices. As our investigation has shown, Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American, and he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind. Nor can any argument of any kind excuse President Trump's behavior during the violent attack on January 6th. As you watch our hearing today, I would urge you to keep your eye on two specific points. First, you will see evidence that Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew that they lacked actual evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to prove that the election was actually stolen. They knew it, but they went ahead with January 6th anyway. And second, consider how millions of Americans were persuaded to believe what Donald Trump's closest advisors in his administration did not. These Americans did not have access to the truth like Donald Trump did. They put their faith and their trust in Donald Trump. They wanted to believe in him. They wanted to fight for their country, and he deceived them. For millions of Americans, that may be painful to accept, but it is true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that then President Donald Trump lost in a free and fair election. And yet, President Trump insisted that his loss was due to fraud in the election process, rather than to the democratic will of the voters. The president continued to make this claim despite being told again and again by the courts, by the Justice Department, by his campaign officials, by some of his closest advisors that the evidence did not support this assertion. This was the big lie, and millions of Americans were deceived by it. Too many of our fellow citizens still believe it to this day. It's corrosive to our country and damaging to our democracy. As our committee has shown in prior hearings, following the election, President Trump relentlessly pursued multiple intervening lines of effort, all with a single goal: to remain in power despite having lost. The lines of effort were aimed at his loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, at state election and elected officials, and at the U.S. Department of Justice. The president pressured the vice president to obstruct the process to certify the election result. He demanded that state officials find him enough votes to overturn the election outcome in that state, and he pressed the Department of Justice to find widespread evidence of fraud. When justice officials told the president that such evidence did not exist, the president urged them to simply declare that the election was corrupt. On December 14th, the Electoral College met to officially confirm that Joe Biden would be the next president. The evidence shows that once this occurred, President Trump and those who were willing to aid and abet him turned their attention to the joint session of Congress scheduled for January 6th, at which the vice president would preside. In their warped view, this ceremonial event was the next, and perhaps the last, inflection point that could be used to reverse the outcome of the election before Mr. Biden's inauguration. As President Trump put it, the vice president and enough members of Congress simply needed to summon the courage to act, To help them find that courage, the president called for backup. Early in the morning of December 19th, the president sent out a tweet urging his followers to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. "Be there, we'll be wild," the president wrote. As my colleague, Mr. Raskin, will describe in detail, this tweet served as a call to action, and in some cases, as a call to arms for many of President Trump's most loyal supporters. It's clear the president intended the assembled crowd on the January 6th to serve his goal. And as you've already seen, and as you will see again today, some of those who are coming had specific plans. The president's goal was to stay in power for a second term despite losing the election. The assembled crowd was one of the tools to achieve that goal. And in today's hearing, we will focus on events that took place in the final weeks leading up to January 6th, starting in mid-December. And we'll add color and context to evidence you've already heard about, and we'll also provide additional new evidence. For example, you'll hear about meetings in which the president entertained extreme measures designed to help him stay in power, like the seizure of voting machines. We will show some of the coordination that occurred between the White House and members of Congress as it relates to January 6th. And some of these members of Congress would later seek pardons. We will also examine some of the planning for the January 6th protests, placing special emphasis on one rally planner's concerns about the potential violence. And we will describe some of the president's key actions on the evening of January 5th and the morning of January 6th, including how the president edited and ad-libbed his speech that morning at the Ellipse, directed the crowd to march to the Capitol, and spoke off script in a way that further inflamed an already angry crowd. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. 4 days after the electors met across the country and made Joe Biden the president-elect, Donald Trump was still trying to find a way to hang on to the presidency. On Friday, December 18th, his team of outside advisors paid him a surprise visit in the White House that would quickly become the stuff of legend. The meeting has been called unhinged, not normal, and the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency. The outside lawyers who'd been involved in dozens of failed lawsuits had lots of theories supporting the big lie, but no evidence to support it. As we will see, however, they brought to the White House a draft executive order that they had prepared for President Trump to further his ends. Specifically, they proposed the immediate mass seizure of state election machines by the U.S. military. The meeting ended after midnight with apparent rejection of that idea. In the wee hours of December 19th, dissatisfied with his options, Donald Trump decided to call for a large and wild crowd on Wednesday, January 6th, the day when Congress would meet to certify the electoral votes. Never before in American history had a president called for a crowd to come contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to influence, delay, or obstruct the joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. As we'll see, Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters, especially the dangerous extremists and the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and other racist and white nationalist groups spoiling for a fight against the government. 3 rings of interwoven attack were now operating towards January 6th. On the inside ring, Trump continued trying to work to overturn the election by getting Mike Pence to abandon his oath of office as vice president and assert the unilateral power to reject electoral votes. This would have been a fundamental and unprecedented breach of the Constitution that would promise Trump multiple ways of staying in office. Meanwhile, in the middle ring, members of domestic violent extremist groups created an alliance, both online and in person, to coordinate a massive effort to storm, invade, and occupy the Capitol. By placing a target on the joint session of Congress, Trump had mobilized these groups around a common goal, emboldening them, strengthening their working relationships, and helping build their numbers. Finally, in the outer ring, on January 6th, there assembled a large and angry crowd, the political force that Trump considered both the touchstone and the measure of his political power. Here were thousands of enraged Trump followers thoroughly convinced by the big lie, who traveled from across the country to join Trump's wild rally to stop the steal. With the proper incitement by political leaders and the proper instigation from the extremists, many members of this crowd could be led to storm the Capitol, confront the vice president in Congress, and try to overturn the 2020 election result. All of these efforts would converge and explode on January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, as you know better than any other member of this committee from the wrenching struggle for voting rights in your beloved Mississippi, the problem of politicians whipping up mob violence to destroy fair elections is the oldest domestic enemy of constitutional democracy in America. Abraham Lincoln knew it too. In 1837, a racist mob in Alton, Illinois, broke into the offices of an abolitionist newspaper and killed its editor, Elijah Lovejoy. Lincoln wrote a speech in which he said that no transatlantic military giant could ever crush us as a nation, even with all of the fortunes in the world. But if downfall ever comes to America, he said, we ourselves would be its author and finisher. If racist mobs are encouraged by politicians to rampage and terrorize, Lincoln said, they will violate the rights of other citizens and quickly destroy the bonds of social trust necessary for democracy to work. Mobs and demagogues will put us on a path to political tyranny, Lincoln said. As we'll see today, this very old problem has returned with new ferocity today as a president who lost an election deployed a mob which included dangerous extremists to attack the constitutional system of election and the peaceful transfer of power. And as we'll see, the creation of the internet and social media has given today's tyrants tools of propaganda and disinformation that yesterday's despots could only have dreamed of. I yield back to the gentle lady from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Article 2 of the United States Constitution establishes the Electoral College. Each state's laws provide that electors are to be chosen by a popular vote. And on December 14th, 2020, electors met in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to cast their votes. Joseph Biden won by a margin of 306 to 232. The election was over. Mr. Biden was the president-elect. Before the Electoral College met, Donald Trump and his allies filed dozens of legal challenges to the election, but they lost over and over again, including in front of multiple judges President Trump had nominated to the bench. In many of these cases, the judges were highly critical of the arguments put forward, explaining that no genuine evidence of widespread fraud had been presented. For example, a federal judge in Pennsylvania said, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its sixth most populated state." On December 15th, after the Electoral College certified the outcome, the Republican majority leader in the Senate acknowledged Mr. Biden's victory.
Yesterday, electors met in all 50 states. So as of this morning, our country has officially a president-elect and a vice president-elect. Many millions of us had hoped the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January the 20th. The Electoral College has spoken. So today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden.
Even members of President Trump's cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th. in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
As you've seen in prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipolloni. You'll see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipolloni told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipolloni, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan, of Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims, that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in any particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipolloni also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
Did you believe, Mr. Cipolloni, that the president should concede once you made the determination based on the investigations that you credited DOJ did and the campaign did? Did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipolloni also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your view, that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point I left. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office, and caught up to me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his associates had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the President is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would...
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
And I assume you also would agree the President has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the President's obligations, correct.
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures, and to create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud, sufficient vote. Fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion?
It's fair to say that I agree with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the president said something like, well, we could get to the bottom, some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department seized the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and I'm not going to seize any machines. And that was that. Yeah.
But this wasn't the end of the matter. On the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the president's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately, but it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipolloni had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should have been appointed to anything.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipolloni again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached the conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this, on a broader scale, a bad idea for the country?
To have the federal government seize voting machines, that's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority to do that. And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, I don't understand why we even have to tell you why that's a bad idea for the country. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipolloni told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, that to me is sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims, and people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence, okay?
it wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bernie Kerik, on December 28, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Kerik did not mince any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Kerik wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Kerik and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign.
There's some very, very general documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges as far as saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner. But it was, to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election fraud. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but
right
from his aides before the crowd came running?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipolloni set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly or that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized, okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the Overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice, and so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claiming the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate?
Sure.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipolloni and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues, where's the
a variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something like, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
It's Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed? And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipolloni, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you got people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm gonna categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And then at a certain point I had it with him. So I yelled back. Rather come over or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Oval? They call that the yellow oval?
Yes, exactly, the yellow oval office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight. Here are text messages sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting. As you can see, Ms. Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke up after midnight during the early morning of December 19. Cassidy Hutchinson captured the moment of Mark Meadows escorting Rudy Giuliani off the White House grounds to, quote, make sure he didn't wander back into the mansion. Certain accounts of this meeting indicate that President Trump actually granted Ms. Powell's security clearance and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipolloni if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipolloni said yes. And then the president said, okay, I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up, was when Cipolloni and/or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here is how Pat Cipolloni described it.
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed to. Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view when I left the meeting, but she may have a different view and others may have a different view and the president may have a different view.
Were any steps taken, including the president himself, telling her she'd been appointed?
Again, I'm not going to get into what the president said in the meeting. My recollection is you're not appointed till steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said or said he wanted.
Mr. Cipolloni, when the matter continued to flare up over the next several days, was it your understanding that Sidney Powell was still seeking an appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
Now that you mentioned it, probably both. In terms of I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to, get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation. In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election, before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their permit to January 6th, 2 weeks before. This rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually speak. The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of Trump supporters, registered wildprotest.com, named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation to Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, other key Trump supporters, including far-right media personalities, began promoting the wild protest on January 6th.
It's Saturday.
December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
And now Donald Trump is calling on his supporters to descend on Washington, D.C., January 6th.
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers.
We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol. You know, we know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand. And it's a time when he has specifically called on his supporters to arrive in D.C. That's something that may actually be the big push Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wave, bitch. Red wave. This is going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest. It's gonna be wild. And based on what we've already seen from the previous events, I think Trump is absolutely
the street, there's going to be 1 million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over. The time for action is now. Where were you when history called? Where were you when you and your children's destiny and future was on the line?
In that clip, you heard one of Trump's supporters predict a red wedding, which is a pop culture reference to mass slaughter. But the point is that Trump's call to Washington reverberated powerfully and pervasively online. The committee has interviewed a former Twitter employee who explained the effect that Trump had on the Twitter platform. This employee was on the team responsible for platform and content moderation policies on Twitter throughout 2020 and 2021. The employee testified that Twitter considered adopting a stricter content moderation policy after President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by from the lectern at the September 29th presidential debate. But Twitter chose not to act. Here's the former employee whose voice has been obscured to protect their identity, discussing Trump's stand back and stand by comment and the effect it had.
My concern was that the former president, for seemingly the first time, was speaking directly to extremist organizations and giving them directives. We had not seen that sort of direct communication before. And that concerned me.
So just to clarify further, you were worried, and others on Twitter were worried, that the president might use your platform to speak directly to folks who might be incited to violence?
Yes. I believe that Twitter relished in the knowledge that they were also the favorite and most used service of the former president, and enjoyed having that sort of power within the social media ecosystem.
If President Trump were anyone else, would it have taken until January 8th, 2021 for him to be suspended?
Absolutely not. If the former President Donald Trump were any other user on Twitter, he would have been permanently suspended a very long time ago.
Despite these grave concerns, Trump remained on the platform completely unchecked. Then came the December 19 tweet and everything it inspired. Indeed,
it felt as if a mob was being organized, and they were gathering together their weaponry and their logic and their reasonings behind why they were prepared to fight prior to December 19th. Again, it was vague. It was non-specific, but very clear that individuals were ready, willing, and able to take up arms. After this tweet on December 19th, again, it became clear not only were these individuals ready and willing, but the leader of their cause was asking them to join him in this cause and in fighting for this cause in DC on January 6th as well. I will also say what shocked me was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were a lot of the locked and loaded, stand back, stand by, those tweets were in response to Donald Trump saying things like this, right? So there would be a response that said, big protests in DC on January 6th, be there, be wild, and someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag in DC on January 6th for his supporters to come and rally.
And you were concerned about the potential for this gathering becoming violent?
Absolutely.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call. One user asked, is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there? Another asserted, Trump just told us all to come. A third took it even further. It will be wild means we need volunteers for the firing squad. Jim Watkins, the owner of 8kun, the fringe online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement, confirmed the importance of Trump's tweet.
Why did you first decide to go to DC for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought a ticket and went.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been indicted for their involvement in the attack on the Capitol also responded. One of them posted on the 19th, quote, calling all patriots, be in Washington, D.C., January the 6th. This wasn't organized by any group. DJT has invited us, and it's going to be wild. Some of the online rhetoric turned openly homicidal and white nationalist, such as, why don't we just kill them, every last Democrat, down to the last man, woman, and child? And it's time for the day of the rope. White revolution is the only solution. Others realized that police would be standing in the way of their effort to overturn the election. So one wrote, I'm ready to die for my beliefs. Are you ready to die, police? Another wrote on the Donald.win, cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. The Donald.win was an openly racist and anti-Semitic forum. The Select Committee deposed that site's founder, Jody Williams. He confirmed how the president's tweet created a laser-like focus on the date of January the 6th.
People have been talking about going to D.C. as soon as the election was over.
And do you recall whether or not the conversation around those dates centered on the 6th after the president's tweet?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, after it was announced that, you know, he was going to be there on the 6th to talk, yes. Then anything else was kind of shut out, and it was just going to be on the 6th.
Okay. And that was pretty clearly reflected in the content on the site?
Yeah, sure.
On that site, many shared plans and violent threats. Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels, wrote one user. A commenter replied, suggesting zip ties instead. One post encouraged others to come with body armor, knuckles, shields, bats, pepper spray, whatever it takes. All of those were used on the 6th. The Post concluded, join your local Proud Boys chapter as well. The Donald.win featured discussions of the tunnels beneath the Capitol complex, suggestions for targeting members of Congress, and encouragement to attend this once-in-a-lifetime event. While Trump supporters grew more aggressive online, he continued to rile up his base on Twitter. He said there was overwhelming evidence that the election was the biggest scam in our nation's history. As you can see, the president continued to boost the event, tweeting about it more than a dozen times in the lead up to January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
All right, so a big day here today on Capitol Hill as we do have our January 6th committee holding yet another hearing here, all focused on that timeline of when President Trump was informed that he did indeed lose the election, all the way to when people had been protesting on Capitol Hill. Of course, Live Now from Fox going to keep you in this hearing in its entirety throughout the rest of this afternoon. We are going to step away for a brief break, but when we come back, you're going to want to stick around. We're going to be talking with a legal analyst about what is to come from today, what's also still to come here with these hearings that are still scheduled to take place even into next week. It's all coming up here on Live Now from Fox in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look here inside of the Capitol, where we are yet in another January 6th hearing. You can see the room emptying out a little bit. This is what they've been doing, is holding these hearings with just a small break in between. So we do know that right now they're taking about a 10-minute break. Of course, though, that could be a little bit longer, just depending on how long it takes everyone to come back. We haven't even heard yet from today's witnesses. So what we want to do is try to break down what's been happening here already. We do have our legal analyst Elizabeth Wandra here with us. And Elizabeth, I know that you've been watching as well. What have been some of the interesting things you have found from here today? I know that they've really been focusing on that timeline events leading up to January 6th.
Yeah, it's been interesting. They sort of have been leading up to, I think, the timeline of December 19th.
because December 19th is when Trump put out that tweet that many might remember saying to come to DC on January 6th, it's going to be wild. And what was interesting and what we've heard so far is they talked with Pat Cipolloni, the White House counsel, which is kind of the most important lawyer to the president, to put it in the most simplest terms possible, and how he was very clear that there was no evidence of election fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the 2020 election. He thought that Trump should concede, and that all of the senior advisors to the president knew that to be true. They told the president that, and it led up to what was billed as the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency, which took place late at night in the White House, in various rooms of the White House, including culminating in the residence. And there was a screaming, profane fighting match between White House counsel Pat Cipolloni, some of the other Trump lawyers, and Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell on the other side, arguing about what Trump should do. And in that meeting, I think what the committee is trying to do by describing that meeting is to show that Trump knew that there was no basis for these election fraud claims, these claims that the election was rigged or stolen. And he knew that his chief advisors, his White House counsel, were saying there is no evidence of this. You have folks like Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani continuing to push these lies, but they cannot ever come up with any evidence. And so Trump knew this. And as Rudy Giuliani is getting escorted off the premises by Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff, you then have Trump send out this late night tweet saying, come to Washington on January 6th.
And I think some of those words that he used within the tweet are really also what has been a big focus, saying that he knew ahead of time that it was going to be wild on Capitol Hill, especially when he's asking all of his supporters to come during a very important date, and that's recounting some of those electoral votes.
Yes, exactly. And what the committee did after they recounted that timeline up to this late night meeting and then this late night tweet was they showed how Trump supporters understood exactly what he meant with that tweet, which was an invitation to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. They showed people like Alex Jones talking about how, this was this historic call to action, that this would be Trump's last stand. And in a sense, it really was. As the committee has laid out, he tried to pressure state election officials. That failed. He tried in courts. He lost case after case after case, including in front of judges that he himself appointed. He had failed in every respect to overturn the vote of the people. And this was really his last stand by getting these extremist groups to come to Washington.
And I know, too, like you mentioned, there was a number of different people he had meetings with, whether it be phone conversations or in-person meetings, where he really was trying to look at every single avenue legally. What could his administration do to take steps to try to overturn that election? But it also shows a little bit of the other side of the issue, where every single turn he's taken, they're saying, nope, this was the decision that was made by the American people. They went out and voted. Here's what came of it. And yet it just wasn't something that was sinking in with him.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that is really what this story has been about. Trump keeps looking for different avenues to hold on to power. He keeps looking for a state official, in Georgia who will find these votes for him. He keeps looking for these, unhinged constitutional theories from John Eastman, who we've heard a lot about in previous hearings. He's looking and looking for ways to hold on to power until this ultimate point on January 6th, where he calls these extremist groups in that tweet. That's what the committee is alleging. He invites them to come to Washington and try to disrupt that constitutional transfer of power.
It was certainly quite the disruption. I want to continue with this conversation. Again, we're speaking with Elizabeth Wydra, who is a Constitutional Accountability Center's president. We do appreciate you being here. Let's go ahead and take viewers into a 2-minute break. On the other side, we'll talk about what's still to come, not only with today's hearings, but the others that are also scheduled. So everyone who's watching here with us, stick around. More to come here in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look in Capitol Hill, where we have yet another January 6th hearing happening. We've been in these in depth for you each and every single time they have happened. Here again, we do have our select member committees speaking about all of the events surrounding that January 6th insurrection. So we have been also speaking with Elizabeth Wydra. She has been giving us a legal point of view, a little bit of a breakdown of what's been happening here. We do appreciate your time here today, Elizabeth. And I just kind of want to get into some of these witnesses we're going to be seeing from, and the committee itself. They're really trying to lead us up to a big, probably wild end, which was that insurrection when people had stormed into the Capitol.
Absolutely. It's, you know, I think what we've seen up to this point in the committee hearing is we've gotten to the point where Trump puts out his "it's going to be wild" tweet, and we saw the reaction from major high-profile members of extremist groups and sort of more violent Trump supporters who were saying that they were going to come armed and ready. And what I think we're going to see with the witnesses is more of a discussion of that part of things. We understand that one of the witnesses will be one of the key people in the Oath Keepers organization, and another person who was in that mob on the day of the January 6th insurrection. Now, I think this will be an important part of the broader story of a conspiracy to thwart the peaceful transfer of power. What the committee has been putting on is evidence that Trump knew that he lost, his team knew that he lost, they knew there was no evidence of widespread election fraud sufficient to overturn the will of the people as they voted in the 2020 election. And now we're getting to the point where Trump has put out this call to action, which some took as a call to arms, to come to January 6th and storm the Capitol to try to stop that peaceful transfer of power that the people in America had voted to transfer to now President Biden.
And two, when we're thinking about what is the whole conclusion, what's the point of holding all these hearings, it is all about that accountability of there was a lot of behaviors, a lot of things that were demonstrated that led to that event on January 6th that really riled people up enough to the point where they were pushing past police officers, they were storming into the Capitol, and even then breaking a number of laws once they were inside of the Capitol as well.
Breaking a number of laws, breaking in the case of officials, breaking an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. And also people died that day. I think it's important to remember. But I think what the committee is going to wrap up ultimately with is that this was not just a broad, ongoing effort to overturn the election and thwart the constitutional transfer of power, but that it's an ongoing threat. You know, even this morning, Trump put out on his social media channel again these lies about the election, that it was somehow rigged. And so I think what they're going to wrap up with is that there needs to be accountability for what happened in the past, and there needs to be protections in order to preserve democracy and protect the ability of the American people to choose their leaders for themselves going forward.
Well, and I like that you pointed that out too. It's not just about looking into what happened. It's also to look forward to how do we prevent something like this happening again, because you never know the next time around, could it have been something that was successful, that they were able to interrupt it and take away those important ballots that they were recounting.
Absolutely. You know, there was, well, there wasn't a complete disruption of the constitutional transfer of power. There was a delay, and that is serious. And the next time it could be even worse. And I think what we've seen through this hearing are a series of ways in which there was, in some ways by chance, in some ways just by a single or small group of individuals standing up and saying, no, we will not be party to this unlawful attempt to thwart the voice of the people. It didn't happen in the worst possible way on January 6th, but I think what the committee takes very seriously is its responsibility to ensure, with accountability for what happened in the past, that that doesn't happen in the future.
So once these hearings are concluded, what do you think is going to be happening with movements forward when it comes to consequences for our former president, President Trump? Because obviously that's what they're leading up to, is a possible indictment.
So, the committee, that's not really their role in terms of, they don't have the power to indict. They could make referrals, but that isn't really the point of what they're doing. I think what they're doing for the criminal process, if there is an official state, local, or federal official out there to take up these charges, is making this painstaking evidentiary background of what happened leading up to around January 6th. And they've done, a year's worth of painstaking work through this bipartisan team, doing all of these depositions, all of these interviews, and really putting together this detailed case that a state or local or federal prosecutor could use for criminal charges. And that, I think, is a very real possibility. And I think that there needs to be some showing that no one is above the law, no matter who you are, no matter how powerful you are. And that is important for the American people to see.
And I think when you talk about, this committee, you did mention, it is have both Democrats and Republicans sitting there on the committee. I know that's been a little bit of controversy, too, even from some of the Republicans who say, they purposefully selected certain people to be part of their group. What are your thoughts on that when it comes to having a bipartisan group look into something like this, where it was something just so big and dangerous during that time, and now it definitely needs to be looked to in depth like they are right now?
Yeah, and I would point out that it's not just the members of the committee, but, the members of the staff who are doing this investigation, who are very important, are bipartisan themselves. Many of them are really non-political actors at all. They're experts in national security, intelligence, other criminal prosecutions. And so, this staff is a real professional staff. This isn't, I know a lot of people want to paint it as political theater, but the professionalism of the staff has matched what we've seen from the people on the committee, the soberness with which they have approached these events and this hearing, I think, are appropriate. A lot of them were in the building. They were afraid for their lives. They were afraid for their colleagues and their staffs. And so, it's hard to believe in some ways that attack on January 6th happened. But when you watch these videos, you see again just how frightening and how appropriate it is to approach this with soberness and a really careful look at what happened and how we can prevent it from ever happening again.
Right. And I think that's a great way of explaining it, too, is, they really need to be as careful as possible. It seems like they're trying to be as thorough. I guess, finally, Elizabeth, any final thoughts on what's more to come today that you're expecting, or even with these other final hearings that they're going to have scheduled?
Yes, I think we're going to see today, hearing from the people themselves who were in that insurrectionist mob or who helped summon that insurrectionist mob. We have the national media advisor to the Oath Keepers, which was one of these key, along with the Proud Boys, one of these key extremist groups that came to Trump's last stand on January 6th, as well as one of the individuals. And we'll hear from them how they felt that they were responding to President Trump's call to arms. And then I think what we're going to hear next week is what Trump himself was doing, or what he was not doing, perhaps more to the point, during that violence and that attack on American democracy on January 6th.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of people already having conversations surrounding that, how he needed to step in earlier in the day when he saw things had definitely been amping up even more throughout the day. What we're going to do, though, is we appreciate your time here today. We're going to continue staying on top of this in full coverage. But again, Elizabeth Wydra, we appreciate all of your breakdown here. And we're going to say goodbye to you. But of course, we're going to continue waiting for our committee members to come back in here. So thank you again, Elizabeth. We appreciate you here today.
Thank you for having me.
And like I said, still waiting for those members to come in here. We're going to use this opportunity to step away for another 2-minute break right back here inside of the January 6th committee investigation hearing when you return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look here as we are waiting for our committee members to come back into the room and to resume their hearing as they have been laying out a timeline. They're going through a general timeline between December 14th, when the Electoral College had met and voted, all the way up to January 6th when President Trump had delivered his speech. He also had tweeted previously telling people to meet him on Capitol Hill on January 6th. So we're really getting a breakdown of that timeline. Since we don't have our committee members back here, I'm going to keep our eyes here on this live picture because, of course, we want to take you into this in full as soon as they are back. But let's go ahead and replay just some of those laid out details of that timeline from just earlier here today. We're going to be playing it out and, again, keeping an eye on that timeline as we all know that President Trump was spoken to a number of times. That's what exactly the committee was talking about ahead of that January 6th insurrection when many of the Trump supporters, protesters, all had stormed the Capitol. Let's go ahead, take a look back here for you on Live Now from Fox.
His cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Jean Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that.
All right, guys, you can see here our members filing back into the room. They are taking their seats. We are now going to be getting to hear some of those very first opening statements from our witnesses, as well as some of the back and forth questions between the committee and those witnesses. They're going to be introducing them here at any moment. Let's listen in live, run unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Committee will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, President Trump's tweet drew tens of thousands of Americans to Washington to form the angry crowd that would be transformed on January the 6th into a violent mob. Dr. Donnell Harvin, who was the Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for D.C., told the committee how his team saw Trump's December 19th tweet unite violent groups across the spectrum on the far right.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C. And not only were they organizing to come to D.C., but they were these groups, these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point. You know, when you have armed militia, collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward the common goal, you start seeing what we call in terrorism a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign. Then when they were clearly across, not just across one platform, but across multiple platforms of these groups coordinating, not just like chatting, hey, how's it going? You know, what's the weather like where you're at? But like, what are you bringing? What are you wearing? Where do we meet up? Do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational. That's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that's clearly alarming.
The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are two key groups that responded immediately to President Trump's call. The Proud Boys are a far-right street-fighting group that glorifies violence and white supremacy. The Oath Keepers are extremists who promote a wide range of conspiracy theories and sought to act as a private paramilitary force for Donald Trump. The Department of Justice has charged leaders of both groups with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States on January the 6th. Trump's December 19th tweet motivated these two extremist groups, which have historically not worked together to coordinate their activities. December 19th at 10:22 a.m., just hours after President Trump's tweet, Kelly Meggs, the head of the Florida Oath Keepers, declared an alliance among the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Florida Three Percenters, another militia group. He wrote, "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." Phone records obtained by the Select Committee show that later that afternoon, Mr. Meigs called Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, and they spoke for several minutes. The very next day, the Proud Boys got to work. The Proud Boys launched an encrypted chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense. The committee obtained hundreds of these messages, which show strategic and tactical planning about January the 6th, including maps of Washington, D.C. that pinpoint the location of police. In the weeks leading up to the attack, leaders in both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers worked with Trump allies. One such ally was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor and one of the participants in the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. He also had connections to the Oath Keepers. This photo from December 12th shows Flynn and Patrick Byrne, another Trump ally who was present at that December 18th meeting, guarded by indicted Oath Keeper Roberto Minuta. Another view of this scene shows Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes in the picture as well. Another central figure with ties to this network of extremist groups was Roger Stone, a political consultant and longtime confidant of President Trump. He pardoned both Flynn and Stone in the weeks between the election on November 3rd and January 6th. In the same time frame, Stone communicated with both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers regularly. The committee obtained encrypted content from a group chat called Friends of Stone, FOS, which included Stone, Rhodes, Tarrio, and Ali Alexander. The chat focused on various pro-Trump events in November and December of 2020, as well as January 6th. As you can see here, Stuart Rhodes himself urged the Friends of Stone to have people go to their state capitals if they cannot make it to Washington for the first Million MAGA March on November 14th. These friends of Roger Stone had a significant presence at multiple pro-Trump events after the election, including in Washington on December the 12th. On that day, Stuart Rhodes called for Donald Trump to invoke martial law, promising bloodshed if he did not.
He needs to know from you that you are with him, that he does not do it now while he is commander-in-chief. We're going to have to do it ourselves later in a much more desperate, much more bloody war. Let's get it on now while he is still the commander-in-chief. Hooah!
That night, the Proud Boys engaged in violence on the streets of Washington and hurled aggressive insults at the police.
Give us 1 hour! 1 hour!
Just the previous night, the co-host of InfoWars issued an ominous warning at a rally alongside Roger Stone and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio. Encrypted chats obtained by the Select Committee show that Kelly Meigs, the indicted leader of the Florida Oath Keepers, spoke directly with Roger Stone about security on January 5th and 6th. In fact, on January 6th, Stone was guarded by 2 Oath Keepers who have since been criminally indicted for seditious conspiracy. One of them later pleaded guilty, and according to the Department of Justice, admitted that the Oath Keepers were ready to use, quote, lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard. As we've seen, the Proud Boys were also part of the Friends of Stone network. Stone's ties to the Proud Boys go back many years. He's even taken their so-called fraternity creed, required for the first level of initiation to the group.
Hi, I'm Roger Stone. I'm a Western chauvinist. I refuse to apologize for creating the modern world. Thank you, Roger.
Kelly Sorrell, a lawyer who assists the Oath Keepers and a volunteer lawyer for the Trump campaign, explained to the committee how Roger Stone and other figures brought extremists of different stripes and views together.
You mentioned that Mr. Stone wanted to start the Stop the Steal series of rallies. Who did you consider the leader of these rallies? It sounds like, from what you just said, it was Mr. Stone, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Ali Alexander. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that became like the center point for everything.
We'll learn more from Ms. Murphy about these individuals and their involvement in the days leading up to the violent attack on January 6th. We'll also hear how they were allowed to speak at a rally for President Trump the night before January 6th, even though organizers had expressed serious concerns about their violent and extremist rhetoric directly to Mark Meadows. And you'll hear testimony from White House aides who were with the president as he watched the crowd from the Oval Office and will testify about how excited he was for the following day. Let me note now that our investigation continues on these critical issues. We have only shown a small fraction of what we have found. I look forward to the public release of more of our findings later, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
During our most recent hearing, the committee showed some evidence of what President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other White House officials knew about the potential for violence on January 6th. And despite this information, they made no effort to cancel the rally, halt the march to the Capitol, or even to lower the temperature among President Trump's supporters. Katrina Pearson, one of the organizers of January 6th rally and a former campaign spokeswoman for President Trump, grew increasingly apprehensive after learning that multiple activists had been proposed as speakers for the January 6th rally. These included some of the people we discussed earlier in this hearing. Roger Stone, a longtime outside advisor to President Trump. Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory website InfoWars. And Ali Alexander, an activist known for his violent political rhetoric. On December 30th, Ms. Pearson exchanged text messages with another key rally organizer about why people like Mr. Alexander and Mr. Jones were being suggested as speakers at the president's rally on January 6th. Ms. Pearson's explanation was POTUS, and she remarked that the president likes the crazies. The committee asked Ms. Pearson about these messages, and this is what she said.
So when you said that he likes the crazies, were you talking about President Trump?
Yes, I was talking about President Trump. He loved people who viciously defended him in public.
But consistent in terms of the support for these people, at least with what the president likes, from what you could tell.
Yes, the people that would be very, very vicious and publicly defending him.
On January 2nd, Ms. Pearson's concerns about the potential rally speakers had grown serious enough that she reached out to Mr. Meadows directly. She wrote, "Good afternoon. Would you mind giving me a call regarding this January 6th event? Things have gotten crazy and I desperately need some direction, please." According to phone records obtained by the committee, Ms. Pearson received a phone call from Mr. Meadows 8 minutes later. Here is what Ms. Pearson said about that conversation.
So what specifically did you tell him, though, about other events?
Just that there were a bunch of entities coming in. Some were very suspect, but they're going to be on other stages, some on other days. A very, very brief overview of what was actually happening and why I raised the red flags.
And when you told him that people were very suspect, what did you tell him what you meant by that, or what did you convey to him about what you were the problems with these folks?
I think I even texted him some of my concerns, but I did briefly go over some of the concerns that I had raised to everybody with Alex Jones or Ali Alexander and some of the rhetoric that they were doing. I probably mentioned to him that they had already caused trouble at other capitals or at the previous event, the previous march that they did for protesting, and I just had a concern about it.
Ms. Pearson was especially concerned about Ali Alexander and Alex Jones because in November 2020, Both men and some of their supporters had entered the Georgia state capitol to protest the results of the 2020 election. Ms. Pearson believed that she mentioned this to Mark Meadows on this January 2nd call. Notably, January 2nd is the same day on which, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows warned her of that things might get real bad on January 6th. After her January 2nd call with Mr. Meadows, Katrina Pearson sent an email to fellow rally organizers. She wrote, "POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol." President's own documents suggest that the president had decided to call on his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, but that he chose not to widely announce it until his speech on the ellipse that morning. The committee has obtained this draft, undated tweet from the National Archives. It includes a stamp stating, "President has seen." The draft tweet reads, "I will be making a big speech at 10 a.m. on January 6th at the ellipse south of the White House. Please arrive early. Massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal." Although this tweet was never sent, rally organizers were discussing and preparing for the march to the Capitol in the days leading up to January 6th. This is a January 4th text message from a rally organizer to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. The organizer says, "This stays between us. We're having a second stage at the Supreme Court again after the ellipse. POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol. It cannot get out about the second stage because people will try and set up another and sabotage it. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies. But POTUS is going to just call for it, quote, unexpectedly." The end of the message indicates that the president's plan to have his followers march to the Capitol was not being broadly discussed. And then on the morning of January 5th, Ali Alexander, whose firebrand style concerned Katrina Pearson, sent a similar text to a conservative journalist. Mr. Alexander said, "Tomorrow, ellipse, then U.S. Capitol. Trump is supposed to order us to the Capitol at the end of his speech, but we will see." President Trump did follow through on his plan, using his January 6th speech to tell his supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. The evidence confirms that this was not a spontaneous call to action, but rather was a deliberate strategy decided upon in advance by the president. Another part of the president's strategy involves certain members of Congress who amplified his unsupported assertions that the election had been stolen. In the weeks after the election, the White House coordinated closely with President Trump's allies in Congress to disseminate his false claims and to encourage members of the public to fight the outcome on January 6th. We know that the president met with various members to discuss January 6th well before the joint session. The president's private schedule for December 21st, 2020 shows a private meeting with Republican members of Congress. We know that Vice President Pence, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani also attended that meeting. We obtained an email that was sent from Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama to Mark Meadows setting up that meeting. The subject line is, White House meeting December 21st regarding January 6th. In his email, Congressman Brooks explained that he had not asked anyone to join him in the, quote, January 6th effort, because in his view, quote, only citizens can exert the necessary influence on senators and congressmen to join this fight against massive voter fraud and election theft. At this point, you may also recall testimony given in our earlier hearing by Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, who said that the president asked the Department of Justice to, quote, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. According to White House visitor logs obtained by the committee, members of Congress present at the White House on December 21st included Congressman Brian Babin, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Andy Harris, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry. Then Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene was also there. We heard testimony in an earlier hearing that a pardon was ultimately requested by Congressman Mo Brooks and other members of Congress who attended this meeting. We've asked witnesses what happened during the December 21st meeting, and we've learned that part of the discussion centered on the role of the vice president during the counting of the electoral votes. These members of Congress were discussing what would later be known as the Eastman theory, which was being pushed by attorney John Eastman. In one of our earlier hearings, you heard in great detail that President Trump was trying to convince Vice President Pence to do something illegal. His White House counsel confirmed all of that in testimony last week.
Your view, Mr. Cipolloni, upon those discussions with Mr. Philbin, with Greg Jacob, what was your assessment as to what the Vice President could or could not do at the joint session?
What was my assessment about what he could or couldn't do?
Yes, your view of the issue.
My view was that the Vice President didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
They both told us, Mr. Philbin and Mr. Jacob, that they looked very closely at the Eastman memos, the Eastman theory, and thought that it had no basis, that it was not a strategy that the president should pursue. It sounds like that's consistent with your impression as well.
My impression would have been informed certainly by them.
Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told us that Mr. Cipolloni thought John Eastman's theories were nutty, something Mr. Cipolloni wouldn't refute.
We've received testimony from various people about this. One was Jason Miller, who was on the campaign, said that what was communicated to me was that Pat Cipolloni thought the idea was nutty, and at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
I don't have any reason to contradict what he said.
On January 4th, John Eastman went to the White House to meet with the president and vice president. Mr. Cipolloni tried to participate in this meeting, but he was apparently turned away.
You didn't go to the meeting in the Oval Office where Eastman met with the president and with the vice president. Do you remember why you didn't personally attend?
I did walk to that meeting, and I did go into the Oval Office with the idea of attending that meeting, and then I ultimately did not attend that meeting.
Why not?
The reasons for that are privilege.
Okay. Were you asked to not attend the meeting, or did you make a personal decision not to attend the meeting?
Again, without getting into privilege.
Recall that Greg Jacob, the vice president's counsel, stated that Mr. Eastman acknowledged he would lose 9-0 if his legal theory were challenged in the Supreme Court. Mr. Cipolloni had reviewed Mr. Eastman's legal theory and expressed his view repeatedly that the vice president was right. He even offered to take the blame for the vice president's position.
I thought that the vice president did not have the authority to do what was being suggested under a proper reading of the law. I conveyed that. Okay. I think I actually told somebody, in the vice president's, just blame me. I'm not a politician, I don't, I just said, I'm a lawyer. This is my legal opinion. But let me tell you this. Can I say a word about the vice president?
Please.
I think the vice president did the right thing. I think he did the courageous thing. I have a great deal of respect for Vice President Pence. I worked with him very closely. I think he understood my opinion. I think he understood my opinion afterwards as well. I think he did a great service to this country. And I think I suggested to somebody that he should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his actions.
Earlier this year, a federal district court judge concluded that President Trump and Mr. Eastman, relying on Mr. Eastman's theory, more likely than not violated multiple federal criminal laws in their pressure campaign against the vice president. Also recall earlier in this hearing, we saw that Rudy Giuliani's team did not have actual evidence of fraud sufficient to change the result of the election. That's important because as January 6th approached, the Republican members of the House and Senate were looking for reason to object to the electors, and no real evidence was ever given to them. And we know that Republican members of the House received a memorandum from the chairwoman of the House Republican Caucus in the days before January 6, explaining in detail the many constitutional and legal problems with objections and describing the principled judicial rulings dismissing the claims of widespread fraud. But their plan to object to the certification of the election on January 6 went forward anyway. The next day, on January 5th, the day before the attack on the Capitol, tens of thousands of people converged on Washington. While certain close associates of President Trump privately expressed concerns about what would occur on January 6, other members of the president's inner circle spoke with great anticipation about the events to come. The committee has learned from the White House phone logs that the president spoke to Steve Bannon, his close advisor, at least twice on January 5th. The first conversation they had lasted for 11 minutes. Listen to what Mr. Bannon said that day after the first call he had with the president.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
From those same phone logs, we know that the president and Mr. Bannon spoke again on the phone that evening, this time for 6 minutes. That same day, on the eve of January 6, supporters of President Trump gathered in Washington, D.C. at another rally. This rally was held at Freedom Plaza, which is located near the White House, and featured some of the speakers who Katrina Pearson and others deemed too extreme to share the stage with the president the next morning. And as this rally was underway, the president asked members of his staff to come to the Oval Office. Let's hear from the White House aides who were in the Oval Office that night.
I was in the office, in the Oval Office, and he had asked me to open the door so that he could hear. I guess there was a concert or a rap or something going on.
Did he say anything other than just open the door?
He made a comment. I don't remember specifically what he said, but there's a lot of energy.
When we walked in, the staff was kind of standing up and assembled along the wall, and the president was at the desk, and Dan Scavino was on the couch, and the president was dictating a tweet that he wanted Scavino to send out. Then the president started talking about the rally the next day. He had the door of the Oval open to the Rose Garden because you could hear the crowd already assembled outside on the ellipse, and they were playing music, and it was so loud that you could feel it shaking in the Oval. He was in a very good mood, and I say that because he had not been in a good mood for weeks leading up to that, and then it seemed like he was in a fantastic mood that evening.
He asked if members of Congress would be with him tomorrow.
And what did you understand by meaning voting in his favor as opposed to physically with him or anything like that?
Yeah, I took that to mean not voting to certify the election.
Then he did look to the staff and ask for ideas of how, if I recall, he said that we could make the rhinos do the right thing, is the way he phrased it. And no one spoke up initially because I think everyone was trying to process what that he meant by that.
The president was making notes then, talking then about we should go up to the Capitol. What's the best route to go to the Capitol?
I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention it.
What was his response?
He acknowledged that and said we've had a lot, something along those lines, and then he fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up, they were angry, they feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged.
Did he give any indication of how he knew that the crowd was fired up or angry?
He continued to reference being able to hear them outside.
Through the open door of the Oval Office, the president could hear the sound of the crowd and the music at the rally at the Freedom Plaza. And these are some of the things that they were saying there at the Plaza, just blocks from where the president sat that evening, excited for the next day.
This is nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark and light, between the godly and the godless, between good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Tomorrow, trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight, and they're going to be standing on this soil tomorrow, this is soil that we have fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I want them to know that 1776 is always an option. These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this country down.
It's 1776! 1776! 1776! 1776!
At 5:05 p.m., as the Freedom Plaza rally was underway just blocks away, President Trump tweeted, "Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore." To the crowds gathering in D.C., he added, "We hear you and love you from the Oval Office." The committee has learned that on January 5th, there were serious concerns at Twitter about the anticipated violence the next day. Listen to what the Twitter witness told us about their desperate efforts to get Twitter to do something.
What was your gut feeling on the night of January 5th?
I believe I sent a Slack message to someone that said something along the lines of, when people are shooting each other tomorrow, I will try and rest in the knowledge that we tried. And so I went to, I don't know that I slept that night, to be honest with you. I was on pins and needles because, again, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to raise the reality that if we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die. And on January 5th, I realized no intervention was coming. And even as hard as I had tried to create one or implement one, there was nothing, and we were at the whims and the mercy of a violent crowd that was locked and loaded.
And just for the record, this was content that was echoing statements by the former president, but also Proud Boys and other known violent extremist groups?
Yeah.
There were also concerns among members of Congress. We have a recently released recording of a conversation that took place among Republican members in the U.S. Capitol on the eve of January 6th. This is Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from Arizona, who led some of the unfounded objections to the election results.
I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members. I'm actually very concerned about this because we have who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people coming here. We have Antifa. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election. And when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they are going to go nuts.
That same evening, as President Trump listened to the rally from the Oval Office, he was also working on his speech to be delivered the next day. And based on documents we've received from the National Archives, including multiple drafts of the president's speech, as well as from witness testimony, we understand how that speech devolved into a call to action and a call to fight. One of the first edits President Trump made to his speech was to incorporate his 5:05 p.m. tweet, revising his speech to say, "All of us are here today, do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." He also added, "Together, we will stop the steal." President Trump's edits continued into the morning of January 6th. And as you can see from the president's daily diary here, the president spoke to his chief speechwriter, Stephen Miller, for over 25 minutes that morning. Following his call with Mr. Miller, President Trump inserted for the first time a line in his speech that said, quote, "And we will see whether Mike Pence enters history as a truly great and courageous leader. All he has to do is refer the illegally submitted electoral votes back to the states that were given false and fraudulent information where they want to recertify." No prior version of this speech had referenced Vice President Pence or his role during the joint session on January 6th. These last-minute edits by President Trump to his speech were part of the president's pressure campaign against his own vice president. But not everyone wanted these lines regarding the vice president included in the president's speech, including White House lawyer Eric Hirschman.
Did you ever speak to anybody in the White House at the time about this disagreement between the president and the vice president, other than the president, based on the objection from your counsel?
Maybe had a brief conversation about it with Eric Hirschman.
Tell me about that. What do you remember him saying to you about this disagreement?
I just remember him saying that that he had a I don't want to get this wrong. Sort of something to the effect of thinking that it would be counterproductive. I think he thought to discuss the matter publicly.
So it came up in the context of editing the president's speech on January the 6th?
It just came up with the conversation where Eric knew it was in the speech, and so he had a sidebar with me about it.
And so the speechwriters took that advice and removed the lines about Vice President Pence. And later that morning at 11:20 a.m., President Trump had a phone call with the vice president. And as the committee detailed in an earlier hearing, that phone call was, by all accounts, tense and heated. During this call, the vice president told the president that he would not attempt to change the outcome of the election. In response, the president called the vice president of the United States a wimp and other derogatory words. As you can see in this email, after Vice President Pence told President Trump that he would not unilaterally deliver him a second term in office, the speechwriters were directed to reinsert the Mike Pence lines. Here's how one of the speechwriters described President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And as I recall, there was a very tough sentence, the vice president, that was added.
President Trump wanted to use his speech to attack Vice President Pence in front of a crowd of thousands of angry supporters who had been led to believe the election was stolen. When President Trump arrived at the Ellipse to deliver his speech, he was still worked up from his call with Vice President Pence. And although Ivanka Trump would not say so, her chief of staff gave the committee some insight into the president's frustration.
It's been reported that you ultimately decided to attend the rally because you hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know who said that or where that came from.
What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally? Why did that matter? Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say?
Well, she shared that he had called the vice president a not an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset, and people were providing misinformation. And she felt like she might be able to help calm this situation down, at least before he went on to stage.
The president did go on stage, and then he gave the speech that he wanted to give. It included the formal changes he had requested the night before and in that morning, but also many important last-minute ad-lib changes. A single scripted reference in the speech to Mike Pence became 8. A single scripted reference to rally-goers marching to the Capitol became 4, with President Trump ad-libbing that he would be joining the protesters at the Capitol. Added throughout his speech were references to fighting and the need for people to have courage and to be strong. The word peacefully was in the staff-written script and used only once. Here are some of these ad-lib changes that the president made to his speech.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
White House counsel Pat Cipolloni and his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen. He stoked their anger. He called for them to fight for him. He directed them to the U.S. Capitol. He told them he would join them, and his supporters believed him, and many headed towards the Capitol. As a result, people died. People were injured. Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same. President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the speech immediately. And this is what he said on January 6 in excerpts from text messages to Katrina Pearson. Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We're joined today by Mr. Jason Van Tavenhove and Mr. Stephen Ayers. Mr. Tatenhove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer Stewart Rhodes, the founder and president of the Oath Keepers, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy in relation to the Capitol attack. Mr. Van Tatenhove broke with the Oath Keepers and has since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayers is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's call to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He marched to the Capitol on the president's orders. He pleaded guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story as a warning. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I recognize myself for questions. Today, we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day. Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff when I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered two more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes. And I think, rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued over a period of time as the member base and who it was that Stewart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right into the alt-right world, into white nationalists, and even straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stewart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So, in my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You've talked a little bit about that danger. So, what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments. And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, it does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point, there were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did. But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store. We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group of the Oath Keepers and some associates, and they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, you know, we were not wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue, and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, there were many people in the crowd that day, January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group. I'd like to start by having you tell the American people a little bit about yourself. Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
Yeah, basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, a cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. You know, family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
So this committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video. Mr. Ayers, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, he basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions that she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayers, when you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened. Basically deleted it all. I started doing my own research and everything. And for me, for something like that to be that, for that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits being shot down one after another, that was mainly what convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. Who knows? I may not have come down here then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, earlier today, we showed how Donald Trump's December 19th tweet summoned both extremist groups as well as rank-and-file supporters of President Trump to come to Washington, D.C., average Americans. He told them to, quote, "Be there, we'll be wild," and they came. We showed how how President Trump repeatedly told them, "Fight, fight, fight," and they marched to the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, you were in that crowd at the rally, and then the crowd that marched to the Capitol. When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. We went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
After the president's speech, as you're marching down to the Capitol, how did you feel?
I was, I'm angry, after everything that was basically said in the speech. A lot of the stuff he said, he already put out in tweets. I've already seen it and heard it before. So, I was already worked up, and so were most of the people there.
So as you started marching, did you think there was still a chance the election would be overturned?
Yeah, at that time I did, because everybody was kind of like in the hope that, Vice President Pence was not going to certify the election. Also the whole time on our way down there, we kept hearing about this big reveal I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought maybe that was it. So that hope was there.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. He said in his speech, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I think I believed it.
I understand. We know that you illegally entered the Capitol that afternoon and then left the Capitol area later on. What made you decide to leave?
Basically, when President Trump put his tweet out, we literally left right after that come out. To me, if he would have done that earlier in the day, 1:30, we wouldn't be in this, maybe we wouldn't be in this bad of a situation or something.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Tatenhoff, in the run-up to January 6, Stuart Rhodes publicly implored President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, the 1807 law that allows the president to call up militias to put down a rebellion against the United States. And I want to get your thoughts about this in the context of your prior relationship with Stuart Rhodes. I understand that you had conversations with Rhodes about the Insurrection Act. Why was he so fixated on that, and what did he think it would enable the Oath Keepers to do?
Well, I think it gave him a sense of legitimacy, that it was a path forward to move forward with his goals and agendas. I think we need to quit mincing words and just talk about truths. And what it was going to be was an armed revolution. People died that day. Law enforcement officers died this day. There was a gallows set up in front of the Capitol. This could have been the spark that started a new civil war, and no one would have won there. That would have been good for no one. He was always looking for ways to legitimize what he was doing, whether by wrapping it in the trappings of it's not a militia, it's a community preparedness team. We're not a militia, we're an educational outreach group. It's a veteran support group. But again, we've got to stop with this dishonesty and the mincing of words and just call things for what they are. He's a militia leader. He had these grand visions of being a paramilitary leader, and the Insurrection Act would have given him a path forward with that. The fact that the president was communicating, whether directly or indirectly, messaging, kind of that gave him the nod. and all I can do is thank the gods that things did not go any worse that day.
What did the Oath Keepers see in President Trump?
They saw a path forward that would have legitimacy. They saw opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to become a paramilitary force, you know?
Last week, the Department of Justice indicated that it has evidence of the Oath Keepers bringing not just firearms, but explosives to Washington ahead of January 6th. And the committee's also learned that Stuart Rhodes stopped to buy weapons on his way to Washington and shipped roughly $7,000 worth of tactical gear to a January 6th rally planner in Virginia before the attack. Did you ever hear Rhodes discuss committing violence against elected political leaders?
Yeah, I mean, that went back from the very beginning of my tenure. One of the first assignments that he brought to me, wanting me to do as more of a graphic artist function, was to create a deck of cards. You may remember back to the conflict in the Middle East, where our own military created a deck of cards, which was a who's who of kind of the key players on the other side that they wanted to take out. And Stuart was very intrigued by that notion and influenced by it, I think. And he wanted me to create a deck of cards that would include different politicians, judges, including up to Hillary Clinton as the Queen of Hearts. This is a project that I refused to do. But from the very start, we saw that. There was always the push for military training, including there were courses in that community that went over explosives training. So yeah, this all falls in line.
Mr. Van Tatenhoff, you say in your very thoughtful written testimony that we received today that you fear what the next election cycle will bring. And you also say that we have been exceedingly lucky in that we have not seen more bloodshed so far. I wonder if you would elaborate on those two statements.
I think as far as the luck goes, we've had the potential from Bundy Ranch on. I mean, being boots on the ground at these standoffs, and they were standoffs where there were firearms pointed across lines at federal law enforcement agencies, you know, whatever it may be with that particular standoff. But I think we've gotten exceedingly lucky that more bloodshed did not happen because the potential has been there from the start. And we got very lucky that the loss of life was, and as tragic as it is, that we saw on January 6th, the potential was so much more. Again, all we have to look at is the iconic images of that day with the gallows set up for Mike Pence, for the Vice President of the United States. You know, and I do fear for this next election cycle because who knows what that might bring. If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point. And that's a scary notion. I have 3 daughters. I have a granddaughter. And I fear for the world that they will inherit if we do not start holding these people to account.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Van Tatenhoff. Mr. Ayers, I first want to ask you about what finally caused you to leave on January the 6th. We know that the medieval-style combat with our police, the occupation of the building, this was going on for several hours until the president issued at 4:17 a tweet, I believe, that included a video telling people to go home. Did you see that, and did that have any effect on what you were doing?
Well, when we were there, as soon as that come out, everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse you know, some of the crowd, obviously, you know, once we got back to the hotel room, we seen that it was still going on, but it definitely dispersed a lot of the crowd.
And did you leave at that point?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we left.
So in other words, that was the key moment when you decided to leave, when President Trump told people to go home.
Yeah, yep. We left right when that come out.
You were not a member of an organized group like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, as most of the crowd wasn't. I wonder, on January 6th, was it your view that these far-right groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and 3%ers and others were on your side? Did you have any reservations about marching with them and rallying with them?
Well, I definitely didn't have a problem, you know. I was probably following them online myself. You know, I thought, you know, hey, they're on our team, good. That's how I kind of looked at it at the time, you know, like I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was a good thing.
I'm interested in hearing about what's happened to you since the events of January 6th. You told the vice chair that you no longer believe Trump's big lie about the election, but that's what brought you originally to Washington. Looking back on it now, how do you reflect on the role that you played in the crowd that day and what is going on in your life?
Basically, you know, I lost my job. Since this all happened, you know, pretty much sold my house. So everything that happened with the charges, you know, thank God, a lot of them did get dismissed because I was just holding my phone, but at the same time I was there. So I mean, it definitely, it changed my life, you know, and not for the good, definitely not for the, you know, for the better. Yeah, I mean,
well,
that's all I could say.
President Trump is still promoting the big lie about the election. How does that make you feel?
It makes me mad because I was hanging on every word he was saying. Everything he was putting out, I was following it. I mean, if I was doing it, hundreds of thousands or millions of other people are doing it, or maybe even still doing it. It's like he just said about that. You know, you got people still following and doing that. Who knows what the next election could come out? You know, they could end up being down the same path we are right now. I mean, just don't know.
Mr. Ayers, I see that your wife has joined you today, and welcome to Washington. We know this has been very difficult on you both and your family. What lessons, finally, do you want the American people to learn from the way you and your family have suffered as a result of these events?
Biggest thing is I consider myself a family man, and I love my country. And I don't think any one man is bigger than either one of those. I think that's what needs to be taken. You know, people dive into the politics, and for me, I felt like I had, you know, like horse blinders on. I was locked in the whole time. Biggest thing for me is take the blinders off, make sure you step back and see what's going on before it's too late.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony and for appearing, both of you, today. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Donald Trump sent out his tweet, he became the first president ever to call for a crowd to descend on the capital city to block the constitutional transfer of power. He set off an explosive chain reaction among his followers, but no one mobilized more quickly than the dangerous extremists that we've looked at today. Seizing upon his invitation to fight, they assembled their followers for an insurrectionary showdown against Congress and the vice president. On January 6th, Trump knew the crowd was angry. He knew the crowd was armed. He sent them to the Capitol anyway. You might imagine that our founders would have been shocked to learn that an American president would one day come to embrace and excuse political violence against our own institutions, or knowingly send an armed mob to attack the Capitol to usurp the will of the people. But you know, Mr. Chairman, the founders were pretty wise about certain things, and at the start of the Republic, they actually warned everyone about Donald Trump. Not by name, of course, but in the course of advising about the certain prospect that ambitious politicians would try to mobilize violent mobs to tear down our own institutions in service of their insatiable ambitions. In the very first Federalist paper, Alexander Hamilton observed that history teaches that opportunistic politicians who desire to rule at all costs will begin first as demagogues, pandering to the angry and malignant passions of the crowd, but then end up as tyrants, trampling the freedoms and the rights of the people. A violent insurrection to overturn an election is not an abstract thing, as we've heard. Hundreds of people were bloodied, injured, and wounded in the process, including more than 150 police officers, some of them sitting in this room today. I want to give you an update on one officer who was badly wounded in the attack and is well known to the members of this committee because he testified before us last year. Sergeant Aquilino Gonell is an Army veteran who spent a year on active combat duty in the Iraq War and then 16 years on the Capitol Force. Nothing he ever saw in combat in Iraq, he has said, prepared him for the insurrection, where he was savagely beaten, punched, pushed, kicked, shoved, stomped, and sprayed with chemical irritants, along with other officers, by members of a mob carrying hammers, knives, batons, and police shields taken by force, and wielding the American flag against police officers as a dangerous weapon. Last month, on June 28th, Sergeant Gonell's team of doctors told him that permanent injuries he has suffered to his left shoulder and right foot now make it impossible for him to continue as a police officer. He must leave policing for good and figure out the rest of his life. Sergeant Gonell, we wish you and your family all the best. We are here for you. We salute you for your valor, your eloquence, and your beautiful commitment to America. I wonder what former President Trump would say to someone like Sergeant Gonell, who must now go about remaking his life. I wonder if he could even understand what motivates a patriot like Sergeant Gonell. In his inaugural address, Trump introduced one commanding image: American carnage. Although that turn of phrase explained little about our country before he took office, it turned out to be an excellent prophecy of what his rage would come to visit on our people. Mr. Ayers just described how the trust he placed in President Trump as a camp follower derailed his life and nearly wrecked his reputation and his family. A few weeks ago, we heard Shaye Moss and her mother, Ruby Freeman, Speaker Rusty Bowers from Arizona, and Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger describe how hate-filled intimidation campaigns by Trump and his followers made them prisoners in their homes and drove their stress and anxiety to soaring new heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage, that's Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow the people's election and seize the presidency interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history, nearly toppled the constitutional order, and brutalized hundreds and hundreds of people. The Watergate break-in was like a Cub Scout meeting compared to this assault on our people and our institutions. Mr. Chairman, these hearings have been significant for us and for millions of Americans, and our hearing next week will be a profound moment of reckoning for America. But the crucial thing is the next step. What this committee, what all of us will do to fortify our democracy against coups, political violence, and campaigns to steal elections away from the people. Unlike Mr. Ayers and Mr. Van Tatenhove, people who have recovered and evolved from their descent into the hell of fanaticism, Donald Trump has only expanded his big lie to cover January 6th itself. He asserts the insurrection was the real election, and the election was the real insurrection. He says his mob greeted our police officers on January 6th with hugs and kisses. He threatens to take one of America's two major political parties with him down the road to authoritarianism, and it is Abraham Lincoln's party, no less. The political scientists tell us that authoritarian parties have two essential features in common in history and around the world. They do not accept the results of democratic elections when they lose, and they embrace political violence as legitimate. And the problem of incitement to political violence has only grown more serious in the internet age, as we have just heard. But this is not the problem of one party, it is the problem of the whole country now. American democracy, Mr. Chairman, is a precious inheritance, something rare in the history of the world and even on earth today. Constitutional democracy is the silver frame, as Lincoln put it, upon which the golden apple of freedom rests. We need to defend both our democracy and our freedom with everything we have and declare that this American carnage ends here and now. In a world of resurgent authoritarianism and racism and anti-Semitism, let's all hang tough for American democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of our first hearings, Chairman Thompson explained that the members of this committee would not spend much time talking about ourselves. Rather, we would let the evidence play the leading role. And the chairman was right, because this isn't about promoting ourselves as individuals, it's about protecting the country we love. And it's about preserving what actually makes America great: the rule of law, free and fair elections, and the peaceful transfer of power from one elected leader to the next. But if I may say a word about myself and why I'm proud to serve on this committee. I'm the only member of this committee who was not blessed to be born an American. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family and I fled a communist government and were rescued by the US Navy and were given sanctuary in America. My patriotism is rooted in my gratitude for America's grace and generosity. I love this country. On January 6th, 4 decades after my family fled a place where political power was seized through violence, I was in the United States Capitol, fleeing my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob had been lied to by a president and the other powerful people who tried to convince them without evidence that the election had been stolen from them. Some of them then tried to use physical violence to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election. Our committee's overriding objective is to fight fiction with facts, to create a full account for the American people and for the historical record, to tell the truth of what happened and why it happened, to make recommendations so it never happens again, to defend our democracy. To me, there's nothing more patriotic than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me put what you have seen today in a broader context. At the very outset of our hearings, we described several elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 election. Our hearings have now covered all but one of those elements: an organized campaign to persuade millions of Americans of a falsehood that the 2020 election was stolen by widespread fraud, a corrupt effort to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, an effort to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice, efforts to pressure state election officials and legislators to change state election results, a scheme to create and submit fake electoral slates from multiple states. And today, you saw how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington for January 6th, and then, knowing that that mob was armed, directed that mob to the United States Capitol. Every one of these elements of the planning for January 6th is an independently serious matter. They were all ultimately focused on overturning the election, and they all have one other thing in common: Donald Trump participated in each substantially and personally. He oversaw or directed the activity of those involved. Next week, we will return to January 6th itself. As we have shown in prior hearings, Donald Trump and his legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, were working on January 6th to delay or halt Congress's counting of electoral votes. The mob attacking and invading the Capitol on that afternoon of January 6th was achieving that result. And for multiple hours, Donald Trump refused to intervene to stop it. He would not instruct the mob to leave or condemn the violence. He would not order them to evacuate the Capitol and disperse. The many pleas for help from Congress did no good. His staff insisted that President Trump call off the attack. He would not. Here are a few of the many things you will hear next week from Mr. Cipolloni.
Is that right?
I was, and others were as well.
Was it necessary for you to continue to push for a statement directing people to leave all the way through that period of time until it was ultimately issued after?
I felt it was my obligation to continue to push for that, and others felt it was their obligation as well.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Yes, it would have been possible.
And you will hear that Donald Trump never picked up the phone that day to order his administration to help. This is not ambiguous. He did not call the military. His Secretary of Defense received no order. He did not call his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. Mike Pence did all of those things. Donald Trump did not. We will walk through the events of January 6th next week, minute by minute. And one more item. After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take any effort to influence witness testimony very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. In my opening, I mentioned how we look to our leaders to serve as a fail-safe if people in this country refuse to accept the results of an election. That's part of the way those in positions of public trust uphold their oath, how they show fidelity to the Constitution. In the run-up to January 6th, Donald Trump had an obligation to tell his supporters to accept the results of the election. Instead, he urged them to further along the path toward mob violence. The idea of mob violence makes me think of another sort of fail-safe. All across this country, there are different ideas about what role the federal government should play in our lives. In fact, up here on this dais, there are plenty of different ideas. But there are moments when the institutions of our federal government are the fail-safe. I am from a part of the country where, had it not been for the federal government and the Constitution, my parents and many more Americans like them would have continued to be treated as second-class citizens. The freedom to be able to vote without harassment, travel in relative safety, and dine and sleep where you choose is because we have a government that looks over the well-being of its citizens. This is especially important in moments of crisis. When we have a natural disaster that state governments can't handle on their own, when there's an emergency that requires action by our public health services or our military. We have a federal government. What happened on January 6, 2020 was another one of those moments in history that test the strength of our federal government. January 6th was an attack on our country. It was an attack on our democracy, on our Constitution. A sitting president with a violent mob trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. It still makes my blood boil to think of it. In a moment like that, what would you expect to see? You expect to see the President of the United States sitting behind a resolute desk in the Oval Office, assuring the American people that the attack would be repelled and the threat would be dealt with. You'd expect to be reassured that there was a fail-safe. Instead, the President of the United States sent the mob. He disregarded the advice of the people who had taken an oath to the Constitution. He oversaw a scheme aided by people whose loyalty was only to Donald Trump. There's nothing we can compare that to. There's nothing in our great nation's history that has ever come close to that sort of betrayal and dereliction. Thank goodness our system of government held in spite of a commander-in-chief who worked in opposition to what the Constitution designed. When this committee reconvenes, we'll tell the story of that supreme dereliction by the commander-in-chief, how close we came to a catastrophe for our democracy, and how we remain in serious danger. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted witnesses and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
You're watching Live Now from Fox here as this hearing wraps up here for the day, almost going on 3 hours with about a 10-minute break there in the middle of it there. But we heard a lot today about really the timeline between December 14th and January 6th there, from the time that states were certifying the election to when Congress would certify it on January 6th, and the buildup to try to get a rally for that day outside of the Capitol, a rally that we know that did happen, featuring President Trump and others of his supporters there. So now we look forward to the next hearing next week sometime. This one will, as the committee says, that they will feature a minute-by-minute description of what was happening outside of the Capitol and really inside the Capitol, and what was happening inside of the White House simultaneously. So, of course, we will feature that to you next week live right here on Live Now from Fox as gavel-to-gavel coverage. You saw no commercial breaks right here, only when they were in their break. So you didn't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox, and that is something that you could surely become accustomed to right here. All right, everybody, we are going to take our final break here of this hour, then we'll get you caught up on some of the latest headlines today from across the country. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. We're going to take you out to Chicago, get an update from Chicago police on the weekend violence, as well as 2 people are being questioned right now after an off-duty Chicago police officer was shot in Beverly, a close area inside of Chicago. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Received over 2,100 applications for the program. That includes over 1,700 applications for security cameras, over 300 applications to increase lighting, and over 100 applications for GPS tracking devices. These are devices that not only help people to secure their own property, but we hope will also aid in future investigations if crime occurs outside a home in partnership with the Chicago Police Department. We do expect that checks for the first round of applications will start being mailed next week, and look forward to sharing some success stories with you all. As a reminder, this program is first come, first serve, currently scheduled to run through December or until funds are depleted, but I'll say we're not quite there yet. So if you're interested in going out to get a device, please do. You can find more information at chicago.gov/HBPP. As the superintendent mentioned, and as we've seen in the bipartisan legislation that was just approved, we need more support for mental health in our communities in order to address the trauma inflicted by violence. And one of the activities the CSEC has undertaken is that this summer, in partnership with our Chicago Department of Public Health, we launched a series of mental health skills building trainings to support local leaders and service providers and faith leaders in our communities that are experiencing high levels of violence. These trainings bring research-informed tools and resources to both traditional and non-traditional service providers, ensuring that they learn strategies to build relationships, create trust and psychological safety, and also learn to use evidence-based activities to help manage stress and emotional dysregulation that can result from trauma and community violence. This includes being able to take these skills and transfer them to those that are at risk of violence in their communities. We are pleased to say that we have already fully trained 154 direct service providers and are currently have over 200 people working through cohorts right now as we launch. Finally, I wanted to talk about something that we're doing to really address the ongoing need for our youth to have safe spaces to gather in their communities. Last week, we rolled out a new series of Saturday night events called Low Key Kickback Saturday Edition. The city has invested over $1 million in youth programming to ensure that we have fun, engaging events for teens on Friday nights, but also now Saturday nights. The CSCC has taken the lead in partnership with the mayor's office to ensure that we have events being held on Saturdays in our parks on the west and the south side from 6 to 9 p.m. These events are a targeted effort to ensure that youth across Chicago have access to engaging activities and necessary resources with their communities. This series will bring free food, free entertainment, and various activities to the south and west side and provide alternative options for our youth and teens right there in their local community. If you want to see a list of the events and where they're going to take place, please go to the My Shy, My Future website. And of course, we always encourage everyone to download the My Shy, My Future app so that you can find the hundreds of youth activities occurring across our city. As always, if you'd like to find out more information about other activities and programs we're running, please visit chicago.gov/CSCC. And thank you to the superintendent for providing us with the opportunity to provide an update. I'll hand it back over.
Thanks, Sam. Before we take questions, I just want to also talk a little bit about some of the notable arrests that we've made over these last few days. We arrested 3 persons for murder over these last few days, 1 for organized retail theft, and 3 for vehicular hijacking, as well as 1 for aggravated battery and 1 for aggravated robbery. So our detectives and our officers are hard at work in bringing violent offenders to justice. And before I take your questions, I just want to reemphasize homicides and shootings are down double digits in the city of Chicago this year. Month to month, July to July, homicides are down 44%, and shootings are down 26%. With that, I'll take a few questions.
Can you provide an update on the off-duty police officer who was shot in Beverly?
Yeah, I'm going to have Bureau Detective Chief Brendan Deanahan come up and give a little bit more detail on those incidents. Thanks, Brendan.
Sure. So, what's your question? Are you asking on the status of the officer?
Yeah, how he's doing.
Yeah. So he's still hospitalized, and he has a long road ahead of him, and he's still paralyzed from the waist down.
Confirmed that CPD Sergeant Michael as the person who was accused.
So that's continuing to be under investigation. So no conclusions on that investigation yet. And as soon as we get a conclusion to that investigation, we'll release more information about it.
Naima Latif with On Air Daily News. And the statistics that you have of the gun violence and the shootings that have occurred, do you have a breakdown as to how many of those shootings occurred with guns that were illegally obtained and those that were legally obtained, and also the source of where they may have been purchased? It's known that many of the shootings are with guns that have been purchased from Chuck's Gun Shop in Indiana. And is there any kind of jurisdiction that the Chicago police have regarding that?
So just from a higher level, we don't have that level of detail for this year's data. We do have data that speaks to the issues you're raising. Are the guns illegal that's used in gun violence? Are the guns bought in Chicago? How many and where in Chicago, if so? And then how many guns are bought in other states? So, just from a high level, most of the guns used in gun violence in the city of Chicago are illegally possessed. In addition, most of the guns that we find as crime guns in the city of Chicago are bought from other states who have more lenient gun laws. And yes, we do have some gun sellers in the city, but the majority of the guns are purchased outside of the state of Illinois, outside of the city of Chicago, that are the drivers of violence in our city. Thank you.
Another question.
Sure.
In those instances where the guns were legally purchased and it might be a case of domestic violence, do you have a strategy to address that kind of thing where the gun owner is legal, but the violence is happening within the home?
I think this speaks to red flag laws that are expanded in the new gun bill that the president signed here recently. We need more red flag laws. We need more background checks. We really need comprehensive background checks for everyone that possesses a gun. But this act that was signed by the president is progress. There hadn't been any significant gun legislation in our country for 30 years. So we'll obviously celebrate the progress as a first step, with many more steps to come. So yes, all of the things you brought up related to, the gun in the home that may be legally possessed. Everywhere there's a gun, there's a potential for violence or accidental uses of that gun when it's not locked and secured properly, or for persons struggling with mental health issues. For that person to have easy access to it is always a recipe for more gun violence. So we support any and all and more legislation related to red flag laws to take guns out of the homes, out of the possession of people who shouldn't possess it.
Mary Norgal, Chicago Sun-Times. Regarding the off-duty cop who was shot over the weekend, do you have any details about that incident that you can describe for us?
Sure. We have Chief Deanahan come back up. We've described a lot of it, but we'll add a little bit more. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sure. So as the superintendent said, and I know that the people were just in bond court today as well, and the state's attorney's office was dealing with that. But the incident, as the superintendent mentioned, there was a disturbance that was inside of a bar. and then that disturbance spilled over into the street, at which point it kind of continued. Somebody had punched somebody and kind of continued down the street, the disturbance. And when it was, when it appeared to be over, we had 3 individuals that went to a car and removed a handgun and then passed it to one individual who discharged a firearm. And that's when the officer, the off-duty officer, was struck, and then someone else received a minor graze wound. And then a second individual, the gun was passed to him and he discharged it as well. And so all 3 offenders were taken into custody and charged.
Do you know how many rounds were fired?
I don't have the number. We definitely picked up, X amount of shell casings, but I don't have that number in front of me. We can get that to you offline. Say that again? It was one gun that was fired, and it was passed between the 3 individuals.
One more question. We had another particularly violent weekend in the downtown area, River North neighborhood in particular. What is the department doing to address this and to continue to look into, that rise in violence in the downtown area?
So, could I just back up a little bit regarding your question? So, there's violence that happens in every neighborhood in the city over the weekend. We mentioned it's been a significant decrease in overall gun violence in the city. I don't think it's fair to all communities when you only write headlines about what happens downtown as if gun violence in a neighborhood on the west side or south side are less important. So I think it's important to just add that context, that gun violence everywhere is unacceptable. Everywhere in this city, it's unacceptable. And we need your help in the media in highlighting that, instead of just to focus on the gun violence that happens downtown. Gun violence in downtown is important too, but all neighborhoods should experience a high level of safety, and we're committed to that. One of the things that we've done, obviously, is we've used data to give us decisions about deploying our police resources in coordination with social services and other resources. We do staff our downtown neighborhoods, but we also staff our west side, south side neighborhoods and other neighborhoods throughout the city. We are experiencing a 44% decrease in gun violence, shootings and homicides for July versus July. And it is a 26% reduction in shootings, July versus July. It is one of the few cities, I think the only city now in the country that has double-digit reductions in both shootings and homicides. One shooting is one too many. One is one too many anywhere in the city of Chicago. And we're committed to doing everything we can as a police department in coordination with all of our partners, to include social services, nonprofits, and others, with violence interrupters, street outreach, to reduce gun violence everywhere. And I heard your question, but I just want you to hear my answer, that all neighborhoods are important. All neighborhoods are important, is my response. I hope you quote me on that, and not just focused on one particular neighborhood over another as if one is more important than another, if that makes sense.
Sure, understood,
Okay.
Absolutely. I do have just one follow-up to that. When we are talking about the downtown area, I think the reason that a lot of us are focused on it is because of the increase. So is there anything?
But I just want you to hear that if I live on the west side, I don't appreciate your focus on just downtown when I have more volume of violence than the downtown does. And then it's a divisive conversation is my point. Sure. It's just a divisive, it's people who live in other parts of the city that receive much more gun violence and historically have had much more gun violence. Their perceptions of how you report the news is as if their neighborhood doesn't matter to Chicago, and it couldn't be further from the truth, particularly for the Chicago Police Department. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Understood. Is there anything in particular that you can attribute this spike in the downtown neighborhood to?
One of the things that we do notice here in Chicago and all across the country, in and around our clubs and bars, we're seeing similar levels of gun violence that haven't been experienced before, at least in the recent past. And so strategies around not just the policing strategy, but what's the strategy in coordination with club owners and bar owners to be included in the safety plan. And we're working through that, obviously, to include, what traffic plans, vehicular traffic plans can we put in place? What type of camera footage, license plate readers? What other things can we do likely to reduce violence as part of our strategy? The policing effort has been extraordinary. The fact that so many cops are shot at and shot every week in this city, I mean, it's just been extraordinary, and yet our officers continue to run toward violence. The number of guns recovered, twice as many as NYPD and LAPD recovers combined. So that's why this collaboration with CSCC and other stakeholders is really important, because you can't just police your way out of what is a gun violence epidemic nationally. You have to do it in collaboration, and Chicago obviously is going to continue to collaborate to ensure that we do all we can to reduce gun violence everywhere it occurs, regardless of the neighborhood, everywhere it occurs.
Thank you.
I'm with WGN. I just had a quick question. You mentioned, Superintendent, that 34 officers have been shot or shot at this year. 7 of them had been hit by gunfire. How do those numbers compare to last year?
They're up. The last 2.5 years have been the highest on record. So last year was a record, the year before was a record. This year we're on pace to have another record high. It is not just the most difficult time to be the police, it's the most dangerous time to be the police. Not just here in Chicago, but here everywhere in this country. More and more criminals are not respecting the badge. And we're continuing to see just this brave, courageous effort from our police officers. And we just always solicit people in the community just to, when you see a cop, just say thank you for your service, because they're risking everything to protect all of us.
I do have one other follow-up question, and I think it's for this lady, and I'm sorry, I can't think of your name. You mentioned the Saturday events, and you mentioned $1 million in youth programming. Is the $1 million additional for the Saturday events, or is it combined?
To be clear, the city of Chicago's investment in youth programming is tremendous. We can get you the exact numbers. What I was saying is we have now dedicated $1 million just to supporting increased activities for youth on Friday and Saturday nights. So that is the budget coming together for both of those. Friday night is they're both part of the summer kickback series. That's part of the My Shine, My Future effort. Friday nights are going on in all 15 communities. These are teen-led events that are being funded with groups of 15 or more teenagers actually planning those events. And Saturday nights are now CSCC-led events to help support and supplement additional need for engaging events in our communities.
My question then becomes, it sounds as though the Friday nights have been going on for quite some time. And how successful have they been? Because in the last few weeks, we've seen a lot of teens gathering downtown, a lot of teens gathering on beaches. We had somebody shot down on, I think it was North Avenue Beach a few weeks ago. So how successful have they been if these things are still happening?
Well, I would just say, first and foremost, the kickback series started last summer, and it was a pilot that was so successful based on the feedback we were hearing from community that it was extended through fall break, winter break, spring break, and now has actually just restarted last Friday with a series of events. I will say, from the perspective of youth programming, and I'll let the superintendent address the trends that are going on, that we want to provide additional opportunities so that if someone doesn't want to go down to a trend, that they have a place to go. And so we're starting with this effort, and we're going to see it with the addition of Saturday night. I think to your question, is this something that's going to decompress those efforts? Keep in mind the kickbacks are now only starting last week on Friday. This coming Saturday, we're supporting youth going actually to the Silver Room Black Club party, and then our events start the next week. And then I think we'll be able to get back to you on has this helped? But I will just say this. The city has done a tremendous amount of engagement around this issue, both with youth, but also with youth leaders. And the number one thing that we hear back from them is we just got to support more activities for youth in the evenings. And so that's what we're aiming to do. Thank you.
Last thing I will add to that question before we conclude the presser is juvenile gun violence is declining. Juvenile victimization with gun violence is declining, similarly to the decline in overall gun violence. And so double digits declines. And it's compared to last year, compared to last month, all of those metrics are speaking to the fact that, you know, we're doing something that's working. Declines are better than increases. So progress, again, is double-digit progress. And we'll continue to expand where we have other opportunities to engage our young people. Yeah. It is. But it's not illegal for young people to gather on our beaches or in our downtown. It's not illegal. So again, this effort is progressing, it's expanding, and with the metrics of double-digit declines in shootings and homicide victimization of our young people, we'll keep going. And you know, I'm not satisfied. One is one too many. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
You're watching that Chicago Police update right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, taking you back out to the Capitol moments after the hearing for January 6th wraps up. We have the chairman speaking right now. Let's listen.
Make that determination.
I know you've talked about how Pat Cipolloni didn't go against any of the things that other witnesses have told you, but did you guys ask him specifically about points that Cassidy Hutchinson made, like when he said we'd be charged with every crime imaginable if Trump went to the Capitol on the 6th?
Well, you know, he gave what I thought was consistent testimony. He's the White House counsel. He defends the institution, and in response, the majority of what came back did just that.
Yeah, but did you guys ask him those specific instances that she talked about? Like
Well, you know, it was a 7.5-hour interview.
Yeah.
There were a lot of questions asked. I can't just come off the cuff and tell you, did we specifically ask that question? Okay. But I can tell you that the testimony he gave us did not conflict with what Ms. Hutchinson told the committee.
Have you heard from the Secret Service agents, Tony Ornato, Bobby Engel? I know that the Secret Service said they'd be willing to make them or other witnesses available. Has there been any communications between the committee and the service?
Well, we're still talking to them. Sure. I mean, nothing permanent at this point.
But you haven't heard again from Ornato or Engel since?
No, we're still talking to them.
What about Pat Philbin?
Thank you, sir.
Testimony from Ivanka Trump, which her chief of staff contradicted. Do you believe she may have perjured herself?
Who is this?
Ivanka Trump.
In what respect?
Testimony she gave that was immediately contradicted by her chief of staff. You played it today.
No, I don't think so.
Great.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Good question.
And next week, we are expecting a detailed, minute-by-minute look at the January 6th day of, from what was happening inside and outside of the Capitol and what was happening inside the White House at the time. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. We're following some breaking news here in New York City right now. This is a look here of Sky Fox aerials right now after we're getting reports of 4 hospitalized and 2 critical after a boat capsized in the Hudson River near the New York City pier, including a 12-year-old. First responders and law enforcement sources have said here. So that is the rescue boat in question there. And we were seeing earlier, that's the NYPD there as well, but we were seeing earlier as Sky Fox was able to zoom, and there's the boat in question right there that you could see definitely capsized. So we will be following this story for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're learning that the small boat went down sometime around 2:46 local time, with people frantically yelling for help and a nearby ferry rushing over to pull people from the water. So we will definitely follow this here for you. You can see that they do have still a dive team there in place, and looks like they are looking for possibly maybe more people at this time here as they look maybe to try to get this boat reversed here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here, as always, bringing you top stories and headlines from across the country. We take a look right now, live look at the White House. We are expecting President Biden and the First Lady. They will be hosting the White House Congressional Picnic on the South Lawn there. Vice President Kamala Harris will also be there. So we'll take that for you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We're back here with you on Live Now from Fox in Houston here, and the family of a man is demanding answers right now after this man was shot by police back on Friday after he was running away from police. So we are going to listen here to the family as the family of Roderick Brooks speaking out and demanding answers into this lethal force.
The officer was called. He was in his unit, and he saw what looked like Roderick Brooks, and he pursued him with his vehicle. Eyewitnesses say that he pursued him to the point to where he went over the median with his vehicle, jumped out of his vehicle, and instead of putting the vehicle in park, he put the vehicle in reverse. And so as the vehicle was driving down the street backwards, and he was chasing after Roderick Brooks, he then tased Roderick Brooks, made him incapacitated, jumped on Roderick Brooks' back, began viciously assaulting Roderick Brooks, and then when Roderick Brooks was face down with his hands behind his back, believing that he was going to be tased again and defending against the onslaught of punches, then the officer took his weapon, and we know the end of this story, shot him in his neck and instantly killed him. Now this officer used lethal force on someone who committed shoplifting. This officer not only broke the civil rights of Roderick Brooks, his humanity, he deviated from any general orders that he would have as a law enforcement officer. But he took the life of this family. He took the joy. He stole the joy. He robbed, he murdered the joy from this family. And so today we wanted to come forward because the narrative that has been painted of Roderick Brooks was that of a shoplifter and a criminal. But he's a human being, and we have to bring humanity to this story. 4 days ago, we saw that Derek Chauvin was sentenced for killing someone that came from the city of Houston, and we all know him as George Floyd. And so you would think that law officers at this point in time, all across the nation, would be on high alert, would be vigilant about the standard of care that they give in de-escalation of crime or de-escalation of scenarios or using non-lethal force when handling someone who was unarmed. But in this case, that did not happen. And so as I was looking at the general orders as it concerning using deadly force, it says, if the value of human life is immeasurable and officers are delegated great responsibility to protect the life. It also says that apprehension of an alleged criminal suspect must be subservient to the protection of life. And in this instance, we saw that that did not happen. That Roderick Brooks' life did not matter. And we will not let another day go by without the world knowing that this is a human being who did not deserve to be murdered like some animal in the street. And so at this time, we're going to have the family members to speak out on behalf of their loved one. We'll have Derek Muhammad, community activist, and we'll have Minister Abdul Halim from the Southwest Regional Nation of Islam. So go ahead, sister.
As Ms. Evangelist said, my brother was treated worse than an animal. You go to jail for shoot down. Caboose was full. We call him Caboose since he was number 10 in the family. And he loved his family. Okay? Shoplifting does not warrant to kill a man. Why he's on his stomach. I never in 2022 would think this would happen. For the city or the state to allow this type of, to me, racism. What is it? I've never seen anything like this. They called me on Friday, not expecting that my brother was going to be dead. I came back from Denver. I went to see where my brother took his last breath. I had so many people come to show me that, and then they have to show me, I knew he was loved. They want justice. We're going to get justice. it's sad that when you reach out, you go from one phone call to another phone call. It's not my jurisdiction. It goes here, it goes there. It's Houston. Does not matter what jurisdiction you're in. It's a crime. You turn your head to the crime, you're part of the problem. Say it again. My brother's gonna get justice.
That he will.
And he know I don't stop.
That's right. Sister Sandra?
She put it out.
So our ask today, our demand today, is that we have an opportunity to see the body cam and the dash cam, because we can't live without the truth. We need justice, and we can't have justice without the truth. We've heard from the bystanders that conflict tremendously with law enforcement's story. And we haven't had an official report. We don't even know what the name of the officer is who shot and killed Roderick Brooks. We've reached out to Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez, and we've asked to sit down and let's look at this body cam. This family deserves to look at the last moments of Roderick's life. It's not going to circumvent or taint the criminal process that allegedly is taking place through the prosecution's office. The family tried to get in touch with the prosecutor's office, but they've been met with resistance. So we're asking for a full transparency, because in order to have accountability, you have to have transparency. That's right. And so we need the truth before they send it to y'all, to the media, and she sees exactly what happens to her son. Give them that opportunity, give them that right. That is the right thing to do at this time. Derek Muhammad.
Peace and blessings, family. My name is Brother Derek Muhammad. That's DERIC MUHAMMAD. Let me first express my sincere condolences to the Brooks family. What happened to Roderick Brooks should not have happened and is in essence a crime against humanity. As of yesterday, according to the Washington Times, 1,029 people have been murdered by police in America over the last 12 months. And even though black people make up only 13% of the population in this country, we are still twice as likely to be murdered by a police officer than someone who is white in this country. It's time for us to stop sugarcoating what the problem is. The problem is not lack of diversity. That's not the problem. The problem is not lack of leadership of people of color in law enforcement. The problem is that racist policing is alive and well in the United States of America, and I believe that Roderick Brooks was a victim of racist policing. If Roderick Brooks had not been a black man, would that white officer have jumped out of his cruiser? He abandoned his cruiser. He had no backup whatsoever, and he was so hell-bent on hog-tying this black man that he abandoned all of his general orders. He abandoned so many policies, so many aspects of his training, because he was policing with his ego and not with his badge. Killing is not the punishment for stealing. I'm going to say it again. Killing is not the punishment for stealing. If I'm not mistaken, Roderick Brooks also had mental health issues. He had struggles in his life that led him down the road of some of the behavior that he may have been, displaying over time. But as I told Attorney Sadia Evangelista this morning, this man was not a thief. The man was a shoplifter. And there is a difference. Bernie Madoff was a thief, but a man who steals shampoo and soap and toiletries and things of that nature in order to survive, This is a man who did not need to be put in jail. This was a man who needed to be given help with the personal problems, the mental and emotional issues that he may have been suffering from at that time. So our demands are simple. Number one, we want to see the body cam footage of what happened to Roderick Brooks today. Officers start jumping out of their cars and chasing down shoplifters. When did this become a part of the policy? So the Brooks family has the full support of the community here in Houston. We've gotten phone calls from many leaders from other organizations. And as our dear sister has always stated, she said that she will not stop. Well, the way that I translated that, I say that we will not stop because we got your back 110%, my sister. Justice for Roderick Brooks. For Roderick Brooks.
Brother Dr. Abdul Halim.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and Merciful, I bear witness there is one God. I don't want you, or we don't want you to try to spin this as this anti-law enforcement press conference. There are those among you right now who did a package on me when the Precinct 7 deputy was killed by a drunk driver. We went and we gave support to May Walker and to those who were mourning the death of that deputy. We have provided implicit bias training for law enforcement. We do care for those officers who are doing their job and putting their lives at risk for our health and our safety. But we will not, we cannot, and we must not tolerate what was portrayed of Roderick Brooks. And what is that? He was a thief and he deserved what he got. In this atmosphere, in this environment of increasing crime, it seems like fear is now dictating our agenda instead of reason and logic. So we want to make it clear that this is no anti-police movement, but one thing we're saying, this is an anti-murder, anti-injustice movement, and we say that we're going to get justice. These are God-fearing, believing people. And we know that the God of righteousness and justice is on our side. And you may blame the heat on climate change. You may blame the fires in California to climate change. But there's a God that hears our cries and our prayers. And as a spiritual man, I'm saying to you, give us justice, or God will give us justice, but we're going to fight for his right, for his family to know they can never have peace unless there's justice. And the insanity that's going on in the community in terms of homicides and retaliations is because they don't feel like they're getting any justice from the system whatsoever. And people being locked down for 2 years with this pandemic, and now we've become antisocial. We're solving our problems by killing each other on the streets, driving down the streets.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
This happens again. I don't want you to necessarily burn your law enforcement sources or make them displeased with you, but I am asking the next time that you don't accept their narrative at their press conference they have at one of these shootings or these incidents, that you don't automatically put up the mug shots that they give to you so that it can paint the narrative and therefore win the court of public opinion. We ask you to contact some of these families and say, do you have a picture of your loved one? Tell us about your loved one so that we may give the public a balanced view of what took place. Yes, we want to respect authority, but we don't worship authority. You're the fourth estate. You are that thin line between anarchy and fascism. It is you who have to tell the people the truth and let them decide what is real and what isn't. But when you're on the side of the authorities, then you have abrogated your
Watch Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to go to a live event here that just popped up right here at the White House. going. This is the congressional picnic underway right now, and this is the First Lady speaking. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Your other halves here as well. I hope you all enjoy your time at this event as much as we have during the past few years. And it's been quite a few years, hasn't it been, Joe, that we've been coming here? And I remember our boys, just when they were little boys, you know, playing here at the same event so many years ago. As a matter of fact, I brought that picture with me of when our boys, they must have been like 9 or 10, and they were out on the lawn. And I have that in our kitchen, on the kitchen table. And our kids would be here running around on the lawn with the other kids, looking out at the beautiful monuments. There is something magical about this place. It echoes with history and reminds us that we are part of something that is so much bigger than one party or political movement or presidency. It reflects the values that were laid down our foundation generations ago and shines with our highest aspirations. And when we come here, when we make memories amidst the portraits and marble and magnolias, a piece of its magic stays with us. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for coming together. And let's enjoy this beautiful place and each other. Thank you so much. Joe?
Well, folks, you know, you don't have to stand every time I hear Hail to the Chief, wonder where the hell is he? Took me a long while. You think I'm joking? I'm not. Turn around and where's the president? Folks, look, you know, I'm Jill Biden's husband, and proud of it. You know, it's been we're honored to get this tradition going after 3 years. 3 years, 2 in our watch, and one before that because of COVID. We're able to get together again. And, you know, folks, one of the things that the Vice President and I talk about once in a while is that I wish we were able to do more of this so that you all got to know one another well. I was asked a long while ago when I was, quote, a professor at Penn, when I got finished being Vice President, why things seem to be so distant. And I was telling the story that in my 6 years Vice President, there were a number of you who were new members of the House and Senate coming in, and my job, which I was happy to fulfill as Vice President, was to be the main liaison between the administration and the Congress. And I realized there were a lot of new people I didn't know. I didn't know well, but so many people I'd known for so many years. And so I decided to go up to the private Senate dining room, we used to call it. As you go down the hallway on the first floor, there's the elevator, turn to the right, you have the public room where you can go in with a member in the Senate, and you turn left, and there was a private room with 2 big conference tables, and in it, and a buffet that people would, and we all, when there weren't many folks there, Democrats and Republicans sat together. It was a place where we could actually talk to one another, get to know one another. And when, in fact, I remember the first time that I went, I didn't want to go to lunch because I'd come under tough circumstances. And I just wanted to, I wasn't even sure I wanted to be here. And I was 30 years old. And Teddy Kennedy walked in one day and said, "Come on, you're going to lunch." I said, he said, "You're going to lunch." And they brought me over to the Senate dining room, and sitting around one big table where I think it holds 14 people, and there's a small table in the corner on the Democratic side because we have the back table. And I sat down. He said, "Just listen. Come here every day and just listen for the better part of an hour. You'll learn more about your colleagues than you'll learn by debating on the floor, Democrats and Republicans." And I did. And I went to lunch there almost every day, spent between a half an hour and an hour. And you got to know people. Back in those days when we traveled, we would travel with our spouses internationally when we would go overseas. And it's hard to dislike a colleague when you know he or she has a wife or a husband that has cancer. It's hard to look at someone who you strongly disagree with and make it personal when you know they have a son or a daughter that has a problem. It's hard when you get to know people because you see through the humanity. And it changes things. We used to have debates with me and, for example, Jim Eastman, with whom I agreed on virtually nothing except we were both senators. But we'd debate like hell on the floor of the Senate and go and have lunch together. And John McCain became one of my closest friends, even though John McCain and I were like brothers who would go at each other with hammer and tong. But when it was over in the debate, we knew each other. My point is, I hope that we do more of these kinds of events so you get to know your families, get to know each other's families, get to know your spouses, your kids, get to know one another in ways that are more personal. Because that, in my view, is what brings us together. That's what made it so much easier 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And so I hope that so pay attention to one another. The thing that I'm going to worry you about is that they said you can work the rope line. I said, hell, I'm going to sit down and eat with you all. And so you're stuck with me. So enjoy the day. Pray the rain stays away. And I hope you have a good time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Watching live now from Fox there as President Biden wraps up there some remarks right outside of the White House before his all-important trip to the Middle East. Of course, we'll have full coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll continue to bring you always the latest top stories and headlines from across the country. We are going to take our final break of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come.
To before. So we've been able to use other telescopes to explore exoplanet atmospheres in the infrared, but not to this level of detail. And this is just one sliver of data that Webb is providing us using the nearest instrument specifically.
And there's something about infrared that is actually particularly good for the spectrum. So in this case, what we're doing is we're actually going to take the light and break it up into a rainbow and look very, very carefully at how much color is coming in each part of the spectrum. So I believe we have that image, if we can put that up.
Okay, yes, I believe we're revealing the spectrum right here. So we now have our spectrum, and this is exactly what you're seeing. As you just described with spectroscopy, what we did was we observed a transit of an exoplanet. We observed the planet as it passed in front of the star. Now, mind you, this is not a direct image. This is an indirect image. So we've seen the effect of what happens when the planet and its atmosphere passes in front of the star. The starlight filters through the atmosphere, and then you can break that down into wavelengths of light, and you get a bunch of what looks like bumps and wiggles to some people, but it's actually full of information content. So you're actually seeing bumps and wiggles that indicate the presence of water vapor in the atmosphere of this exoplanet.
So we have the spectrum up here. Is there anything you'd like to highlight particularly?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have several features marked here. So I call them features. They're these, what I just referred to as bumps and wiggles. But what you're seeing here is a telltale signature, the chemical fingerprint of water vapor in these atmospheres, in the atmosphere of this specific exoplanet. And the other thing we can tell actually is that there's evidence of clouds and hazes because the water features are not quite as large as we predicted. So we can take that and infer that there are presence of clouds and hazes.
Right. Now, one thing that we really want to make sure people understand is with this particular planet, this is a hot world. It's actually closer to its star than Mercury is to our sun. And so we're not looking at liquid water here, but we're looking instead at sort of steam, water vapor.
Yes, this is an exoplanet. It's about the size of Jupiter, about half the mass of Jupiter. It orbits around a sun-like star, but it does it every about 3.5 days. Right. So it's extremely hot, extremely close in, nothing like our solar system planets. But that's okay, because what we're seeing is, again, the first exoplanet data from Webb, and this is just the beginning. We're going to start pushing down to further smaller planets and being able to take measurements just like this with the NIRS instrument that was built by the Canadian Space Agency, but also there's three other science instruments that will add to our knowledge in the infrared, as well as direct imaging modes along with the transit method. So there's a lot more to come.
And I guess one thing we should mention is not only are we going to be looking at planets that are more like the Earth in the future, but we'll also be looking at planets in our own solar system.
Absolutely, yes. We're going to have exciting data from planets in our solar system, from Mars outward, as well as asteroids and comets. So stay tuned for a lot more to come.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you so much for telling us about the spectrum, and I'll be seeing you later on today. So we have 3 more big image reveals, and with that, new and more exciting science. But first, let's take a look back at the journey that brought us to this point.
You're watching some coverage there from earlier with the NASA's big reveal there today as we really saw history unfold. NASA revealing the deepest view of the universe ever captured. The 5 photos are truly out of this world and could help scientists to answer some of the biggest questions in astronomy and how our solar system developed and if there's life on other planets. And now for the very latest, we're joined live right now by Fox's Caroline Elliott, who joins us from Jetty Park to show us the photos and the tech behind them. Caroline, this is some big stuff.
Very, very exciting day indeed. Mike, good evening to you. These photos come from the James Webb Space Telescope, which is a $10 billion telescope. Now, NASA sometimes calls it the cosmic time machine because of its potential to show us what conditions looked like billions of years ago. The photos show us thousands of galaxies that cover a patch of the sky approximately the size of a grain of sand. The telescope's infrared technology lets us look through cosmic dust to reveal previously hidden stars. For example, those in the cosmic cliffs, that's the edge of a region in our own Milky Way galaxy. According to NASA, this is where new stars and planets are created.
It's clear that Webb represents the best of NASA. It maintains our ability to propel us forward for science, for risk-taking, for inspiration. And we don't want to ever stop exploring the heavens, nor stop daring to take another step forward for humanity. In the words of the famous Carl Sagan, somewhere something incredible is waiting to be known.
And we could expect a lot more from Webb. NASA scientists tell us the telescope has enough fuel to continue taking photos for another 20 years. Mike.
Yeah, that was truly remarkable there, Caroline, and for all really the enthusiasts there for astronomy. I mean, this really gave everyone some new content for their screensavers or their background images of their phones, no doubt.
Absolutely. I've seen it all over Twitter, all over Instagram all day, Mike.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome stuff there. All right, Caroline Elliott reporting live for us. We appreciate it always right here on Live Now from Fox, as always. We got you covered from out of this world to right here in this world as well. Live Now from Fox, going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Businesses they don't really understand, which are pass-throughs. The vast majority of American businesses are not incorporated. They pay as individuals pay through these companies that employ an enormous number of people. Just to pick out 4 kind of random states out of the blue, in Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona, just to pick a few states, 58% of the private sector workers are actually employed by pass-throughs. In New Hampshire, just to pick another state out of the blue, 61.7% of the employees in New Hampshire are employed not by corporations, but by pass-throughs. And in West Virginia, just to pick another state out of the blue, in West Virginia, a whopping 95% of businesses are pass-throughs. 95% of the businesses in West Virginia are pass-throughs, and about 58% of the employees. So what are they looking at doing here? First, they overstimulated the economy by dropping almost $2 trillion on the economy last year. At the time, Larry Summers and Jason Furman said this is going to create record inflation, and it did. And now they want to pour fuel on the flames by making it more likely that we go into a recession by raising taxes on all of these businesses, the vast majority of businesses in America which will only cause them to reduce the number of employees. So that's where they're trying to head. And I would continue to ask those who may be negotiating this if they fully understand the consequences of what they think they're about to do.
Well, inflation remains the #1 issue for the American people, and I guess it shouldn't come as any surprise since it's at a 40-year high. And everything that the American people purchase today is going up, up, and up, starting with gasoline, food, grocery store. You can go right down the list. Inflation is crushing the American people. And as the leader pointed out, a lot of this got started when the Democrats decided to pass a partisan, party line only, $2 trillion spending bill last year, which flooded the zone with lots of dollars and created a situation where, as the textbook defines inflation, too many dollars chasing too few goods. And so we got rampant runaway inflation. The American people are paying the price. And what is the Democrat prescription? To double down, to spend more, and to tax more. At the very time when the American people are facing the possibility not only of perhaps even higher inflation numbers come out tomorrow, but 8.5%, as I said, is already the highest in 40 years, but also the possibility of a recession. We actually could be at a time when the economy, we're experiencing negative GDP growth. So the Democrats want to tax more, want to spend more. That's their solution for how to deal with rampant runaway inflation that is being felt on a daily basis by the American people. And so as the leader pointed out, one of the ideas on the table right now, if you can believe this, is let's stick it to the small businesses. Pass-through businesses in my state of South Dakota represent 99% of businesses. And what they're talking about doing is a tax increase on the very small businesses that create the jobs in this country and that we're hoping will pull us out of the recession. And what do you do when you raise taxes? Well, first off, it contributes to inflation because when businesses are faced with higher taxes, they can do a couple of things. They raise prices, right? That's how they pass it on to their consumers. They also pass it on in the form of lower wages to workers. So you're going to punish workers, you're going to punish the American people with higher inflation by going after small businesses. That's what this reckless tax and spending spree is all about. And as was alluded to, there is a study out there now by the Joint Committee on Taxation that has assessed the many ideas the Democrats are putting forward in the form of tax increases and concluded that it doesn't just hit people who make more than $400,000 a year. In fact, the Joint Committee on Taxation, bipartisan, obviously a referee, if you will, umpire of tax policies and their implications on the economy, pointed out that people who make between $100,000 and $200,000 dollars a year, 50% of them would see a tax increase. A quarter, 25%, would see a tax increase if they make between $75,000 and $100,000 a year. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about higher taxes on the American people, higher taxes on businesses, higher prices, and lower wages. That's the Democrat prescription. And the American people have had enough, and I hope that there are a couple of wise Democrats who will sink this really bad idea and make sure that we don't go down a path that leads to even more economic tumult than the American people are already feeling.
People all around the country have just lived through the most expensive 4th of July in their lives. This year it costs about $100 more a week to get by than it would have cost last year. And that's just to keep up. People across the country, you ask them what their concerns about. It's the cost of gas. It's the cost of groceries. They're the #1 concerns of the American people.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. As we were listening there to some of the Republican senators talking about inflation and the economy. Of course, we always got you covered right here. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we are going to get an update on this horrific video in Philadelphia of the deadly attack on a 73-year-old in North Philadelphia. We'll have the very latest coming up for you right here on the other side of the break on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We are going to get an update right now. It was a video that was very disturbing out of Philadelphia, where we saw an elderly man get attacked by two individuals. And now let's join in right here. Fox 29's Kelly Rule joins us here on Live Now from Fox with an update to that story. Kelly.
Well, Mike, Philadelphia police have identified the 14-year-old that turned himself in yesterday. He is now being charged as an adult with third-degree murder and conspiracy. Now, he did turn himself in with his 10-year-old brother, but we are told his brother was released and is not facing any charges at this time. Sources also told me tonight they identified the female juvenile in that video seen on camera beating the victim at least twice with a cone. Philadelphia police say 14-year-old Richard Jones is being charged as an adult with third-degree murder and conspiracy in the deadly attack on a 73-year-old in North Philadelphia. Jones and his 10-year-old brother turned themselves in with an attorney Monday. The district attorney's office says the 10-year-old was released and has not been charged. Sources say he is the one that first strikes 73-year-old James Lambert Jr. with the traffic cone back on June 24th around 2:30 a.m. on Cecil B. Moore Avenue. Sources say they identified one of the female suspects as well. They say she is seen on camera striking Lambert a second time, a third time, and possibly a fourth time off camera. Lambert died at the hospital the next day. His devastated niece told Fox 29 he went by Simi, and the holidays will not be the same without him.
He's walked that path for 60, 70 years of his life, and for his life to be snuffed out like that is just unbelievable. And we're the parents.
Now, today we did reach out to the attorney representing the 14-year-old that is now being charged as an adult with third-degree murder and conspiracy. We have not heard back. Police are still looking to identify and speak with the others seen in that video, and they're asking, of course, anybody with information to come forward.
Kelly, thanks so much for that update. A very disturbing video, and especially something that we are seeing an increase of these beatings and really beatdowns, all caught on camera.
Very disturbing, and at this point, police tell me they are still looking to see if these kids are connected to some other incidents that have happened in the city recently, but so far, they've not been able to connect them.
All right, there we go. Fox 29's Kelly Rule with us here on Live Now from Fox tonight. We appreciate it. And of course, we got you covered as always right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
Businesses they don't really understand, which are pass-throughs. The vast majority of American businesses are not incorporated. They pay as individuals pay through these companies that employ an enormous number of people. Just to pick out 4 kind of random states out of the blue, in Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona, just to pick a few states. 58% of the private sector workers are actually employed by pass-throughs. In New Hampshire, just to pick another state out of the blue, 61.7% of the employees in New Hampshire are employed not by corporations, but by pass-throughs. And in West Virginia, just to pick another state out of the blue, in West Virginia, a whopping 95% of businesses are pass-throughs. 95% of the businesses in West Virginia are pass-throughs, and about 58% of the employees. So what are they looking at doing here? First, they overstimulated the economy by dropping almost $2 trillion on the economy last year. At the time, Larry Summers and Jason Furman said this is going to create record inflation, and it did. And now they want to pour fuel on the flames by making it more likely that we go into a recession by raising taxes on all of these businesses, the vast majority of businesses in America, which will only cause them to reduce the number of employees. So that's where they're trying to head, and I would continue to ask those who may be negotiating this if they fully understand the consequences of what they think they're about to do.
Well, inflation remains the #1 issue for the American people, and I guess it shouldn't come as any surprise since it's at a 40-year high. And everything that the American people purchase today is going up, up, and up, starting with gasoline, food, grocery store. You can go right down the list. Inflation is crushing the American people. And as the leader pointed out, a lot of this got started when the Democrats decided to pass a partisan, party line only, $2 trillion spending bill last year, which flooded the zone with lots of dollars and created a situation where, as the textbook defines inflation, too many dollars chasing too few goods. And so we got rampant runaway inflation. The American people are paying the price. And what is the Democrat prescription? To double down, to spend more, and to tax more. At the very time when the American people are facing the possibility not only of perhaps even higher inflation numbers come out tomorrow, but 8.5%, as I said, is already the highest in 40 years, but also the possibility of a recession. We actually could be at a time when the economy, we're experiencing negative GDP growth. So the Democrats want to tax more, want to spend more. That's their solution for how to deal with rampant runaway inflation that is being felt on a daily basis by the American people. And so as the leader pointed out, one of the ideas on the table right now, if you can believe this, is let's stick it to the small businesses. Pass-through businesses in my state of South Dakota represent 99% of businesses. And what they're talking about doing is a tax increase on the very small businesses that create the jobs in this country and that we're hoping will pull us out of the recession. And what do you do when you raise taxes? Well, first off, it contributes to inflation because when businesses are faced with higher taxes, they can do a couple of things. They raise prices, right? That's how they pass it on to their consumers. They also pass it on in the form of lower wages to workers. So you're going to punish workers, you're going to punish the American people with higher inflation by going after small businesses. That's what this reckless tax and spending spree is all about. And as was alluded to, there is a study out there now by the Joint Committee on Taxation that has assessed the many ideas the Democrats are putting forward in the form of tax increases and concluded that it doesn't just hit people who make more than $400,000 a year. In fact, the Joint Committee on Taxation, bipartisan, obviously a referee, if you will, umpire of tax policies and their implications on the economy, pointed out that people who make between $100,000 and $200,000 dollars a year, 50% of them would see a tax increase. A quarter, 25%, would see a tax increase if they make between $75,000 and $100,000 a year. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about higher taxes on the American people, higher taxes on businesses, higher prices, and lower wages. That's the Democrat prescription. And the American people have had enough, and I hope that there are a couple of wise Democrats who will sink this really bad idea and make sure that we don't go down a path that leads to even more economic tumult than the American people are already feeling.
People all around the country have just lived through the most expensive 4th of July in their lives. This year it costs about $100 more a week to get by than it would have cost last year. And that's just to keep up. People across the country, you ask them what their concerns about. It's the cost of gas. It's the cost of groceries. They're the #1 concerns of the American people by a whole lot. I ask people in Wyoming, what is it that you want? And they'll tell you. They want enough money to be able to afford to actually fill their tank with gas, to actually buy a full week's worth of groceries at the store, and to have money at the end of the month to pay their bills. Joe Biden doesn't care about all of that. All he's talking about is raising taxes, billions of dollars of additional government spending, and giving speeches attacking American energy. That's why the American people are furious, and his poll numbers show it. So where do we go from here? Well, the president is going to Saudi Arabia. He's going to ask for more oil to be produced by the Saudis. The president actually wrote an article, an op-ed in the Washington Post about why he was going to Saudi Arabia. That's what he said. Why I'm going to Saudi Arabia by Joe Biden. I'll tell you how he's going to Saudi Arabia. He's going as a weakened president. Weakened at home in America and weakened on the world stage. Why is he weakened? How much is he weakened? The American people give Joe Biden, in terms of right direction or wrong direction for the country, only 13% of Americans say we're heading in the right direction. That's because Joe Biden has taken us from energy dominance to energy dependence. He's given away the strength that we had as a nation. I would tell the President of the United States, we have more energy and better energy here in the United States that you're going to find anywhere else. Just let us get it out of the ground. He and the environmental extremists who run that administration won't allow it to happen. So what do the Democrats want to do instead? Well, he and Chuck Schumer are going to try another desperation Hail Mary pass, trying to get this Build Back Biden to rise from the dead with billions of taxes, billions of spending. It's going to add to inflation, and the kind of taxes they're talking about on the energy companies is going to make the pain at the pump even worse. There is not a single Republican who is going to vote for this reckless tax and spending gimmick.
So Senator Ernst and I were part of a bipartisan delegation of 7 senators who went to the NATO meeting in Madrid. We did that to advocate for 2 things. One is the expansion of NATO and the addition of Sweden and Finland, and 2 is whatever it takes for Ukraine to win. The expansion of NATO is the most successful alliance in history, 73 years old. 2 countries that will make a big difference in NATO have managed for 73 years not to join NATO, but Putin did what was necessary to get them to join NATO. It makes a big difference in the Baltic. It'll make a big difference in the Arctic. We talked about the Arctic more in the last 5 years than we have in the previous 25 years. The Arctic would now be NATO-controlled countries with the exception of Russia. Every country that touches the Arctic would be a NATO country. We need to do everything we need to do here to set the standard, and the United States needs to approve this agreement that lets these 2 countries come in before we leave here in July. Every other country in the world that needs to approve this, every other NATO country, needs to see us wanting to be and successfully being among the leaders in the world on leading to see that this happens. There were people from Japan there, obviously not part of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, people from Australia that we had a chance to meet with, people to talk about the importance of alliances. The loss of former Prime Minister Abe in Japan is the loss of somebody who really understood the importance of the Indo-Pacific, and Japan, Australia, working with us, working with India, are prepared to look at the lesson of Putin and not let that become a lesson that China benefits from or that China wants to move forward because of. And this is an important moment. It's an important moment for the United States to lead, and certainly I'm urging and we're urging the majority leader to get this on the floor. It will get 90+ votes, I'd predict, and that's an important signal to send not just to our NATO allies, but to the rest of the world.
Iowans are still feeling the pinch of inflation, and all Americans are feeling this hurt. And just recently, I've heard stories about folks that are actually taking their goods, their jewelry, their electronics to pawn shops so they can get additional money to pay for gas. You know, this is really hurting the American people. And those pawn shop owners, one in particular in Southwest Iowa, said that folks are just volunteering forward, that, you know, they don't have to say why they're pawning their household goods, but they are telling him that they need it for gas money. This is what Iowans are resorting to. Their wages are not keeping up with inflation, and we have an administration right now that simply doesn't care. And what is the Democrats' response to the economic hardship that not just Iowans, but all Americans are facing? Is to raise taxes on them. They're pushing this reckless tax and spend bill all over again. Let's hike up taxes as we're facing a potential recession. This is not what Americans need right now. They need real leadership. Couple of easy solutions that I hope the Biden administration and the Democrats will act on. 1, stop spending money. 2, unleash American energy.
Since Biden got elected, this is what's happened to inflation, 1.4% to 8.6%. And they basically acknowledge that tomorrow when we get the CPI numbers, it's going to be worse than this. Now, we are hearing stories from everybody about what's happening in their states. In my state, I've got a lot of retirees. Many of them are delaying their retirement or coming back to work because they can't afford it right now. They can't afford the gas, the food, the rent that's gone up. You've got families that are going to food banks that have never gone to food banks before in their lives. You've got people taking second jobs all across our state. So it's happening in all of our states. And the latest is they're talking about now raising taxes on people. Well, you know, if it impacts an individual, it takes money right out of their pocket when they're already struggling, so that's horrible. Then you think about business. I was in business. What happens when they raise your taxes? Well, you can either raise your prices, that's inflationary. You can have fewer employees, that's bad for the economy. Right? What else can you do? I mean, if you can take profits out of the company, but if you look at what's happened with the pandemic, profits are down, profits aren't up. So the Democrats' idea to raise taxes and spend more money, all it's going to do is make this number continue to go up faster and faster and faster, hurt our families, or it's going to make sure we have fewer employees.
Yeah.
Leader McConnell, you've made the threat against USICA. If the White House continues to push reconciliation, would your party be able to provide enough votes to get to cloture on the Competes Act or USICA, even if reconciliation were out of the way?
Yeah, it's a complicated situation. You're familiar, it's a very large conference. You may recall that the trade part of the Senate-passed USICA bill was the key to passing it at all. In other words, there were not 60 votes there to pass the Senate version of USICA without the trade portion negotiated by Senator Crapo and Senator Wyden. The House doesn't seem to like that. The conference is stuck. And so it seems to me there are a couple of ways out of this, potentially. There is the possibility of the House simply taking the Senate bill and passing it. That did not include a majority of Senate Republicans, but 19 actually voted for it after the Crapo insertion. Or there is a widespread concern on a bipartisan basis on the CHIPS portion of it. Another option would be to spin off the CHIPS part of it and pass it. There are members I have who are not overly fond of USICA, but who think there's a national security aspect to the CHIPS deficit. So as you can see, it's extremely complicated. And then at the same time, they're trying to do what we've been talking about here this morning. Add it all up, if it all happened, another $1.5 trillion on top of what's already been done. That's why we're in a conundrum here at the moment. But there are other ways to deal with USICA, or at least some version of it, and we'll see what lies ahead.
Mr. Waiter.
Yeah.
It was reported over the recess that the former president is considering launching his 2024 campaign before the midterms. What do you think about candidates for president launching their campaigns before the midterms?
Look, it's a free country. We got 330 million people, and who knows who's going to start talking about 24. It seems to me the American people are focused on 22, and ought to be, because that's the next election. And they're going to send an important signal about which way they may want to go in 24 in November of 22.
Leader.
Yeah.
Have you been following the January 6th committee hearings in any way? And if so, what have been some of the takeaways for you personally?
I'll tell you what I've decided to do on that issue is wait until the committee reports and then make my observations about it. Yeah.
Any senators can also comment on this. So obviously you guys bring up the concern around dollars for Americans, how they're spending so much because of inflation. One of the things that Democrats have brought up is actually overdraft fees from banks, wanting to help diet down and bring that down for Americans so few dollars aren't taken out every time they end up going over. Do Republicans agree on this stance? Do they think maybe it's time to do it with overdraft?
I don't have any observation about that. Anybody?
Leader.
Yeah.
Supreme Court justices are facing new harassment from groups that are actually getting bounties for being able to tell them and tell the organizations where they're at. Your feeling about that and the Biden administration just not even arresting one single person yet?
It's absolutely appalling. Appalling that even the president can't bring himself to focus on security for the Supreme Court and for our judiciary. It is currently against the law right now to picket in front of private homes of federal judges. We have been constantly communicating with the Attorney General saying, what about enforcing this law? In addition to that, the Chief Justice indicated to us a couple of months ago that he needed some enhancement of current law in order to provide security for the families of the Supreme Court. We passed it on a voice vote in the Senate. They sat on it for a month in the House. Look, the majority seems not to care about the independence of the Supreme Court and even the physical security of the Supreme Court. This is outrageous. It's a separate branch of government. They're entitled under the law, and because it's the right thing to do, to carry out their functions without being daily threatened. This was like an open invitation, and we all remember that somebody showed up in front of one of the justices' homes with an apparent intent to kill him. I find this alarming. What do we hear out of the administration? Darn little. I think it is way past time that we started showing the Supreme Court the respect that it deserves. I would remind you, when I was the majority leader, I never went over to the front of the Supreme Court, singled out members of the court, and said, you'll pay a price if you rule a certain way. Have I been happy with every Supreme Court decision over the years? I haven't. But I think it's appalling, the lack of concern the administration and apparently most Democrats in Congress have for even the physical security of federal judges.
Leader McCarthy, on the judiciary, sir, Chad Meredith.
Mr. Waiter, can you talk about Chad Meredith?
Did you reach an agreement with President Biden about Chad Meredith?
So once again, Senate Republicans holding that press conference earlier on Capitol Hill, talking inflation and the situation at the border. We'll be going into that as well as a coming trip at the southern border. You'll hear from some of those Senate Republicans. But first, we want to take you out live to the Hudson River area, where Mayor Adams, as well as the NYPD, is going to be briefing here just momentarily. We're hearing that 2 people were pulled from the waters of the Hudson River by first responders after a boat with a dozen people on board capsized. Let's listen in to their update.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I'm joined by FDNY Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh,
NYPD Assistant Chief James McCarthy, Commanding Officer of Manhattan South, FDNY Chief of Fire Operations John Esposito, Commissioner of New York City Emergency Management Zach Iskol, Inspector Anthony Russo, Commanding Officer of NYPD Harbor. At about 2:46 p.m., a 911 call was received for an overturned vessel by the Battery in Lower Manhattan. The NYPD and the fire department immediately deployed resources to the area. The NYPD Harbor Patrol arrived at Pier 86 at West 46th Street, where they observed a capsized vessel. 2 victims were rescued by Harbor. They were drifting near the boat. The NYPD Scuba immediately deployed divers into the water. A female was brought to the surface and aboard the harbor boat. She was unresponsive. Without delay, FDNY Marine divers also entered the water and pulled out a second aided, a male, 7 years old, who was also unresponsive. Unfortunately, at this time, both of those individuals have been pronounced deceased. This is a tragic day for New Yorkers. Indeed, it may have well been worse were it not for the incredible effort by not only our own extraordinary first responders, but also the swift response from the New York Waterway Ferries, who rescued 9 additional people from the water. At this time, I will pass it to Commissioner Kavanaugh for additional information.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As the police commissioner mentioned, this is a tragic day for New Yorkers. We lost 2 people today, a 7-year-old male and a 50-year-old female. In addition, there are 2 New Yorkers in critical condition in the hospitals, and an additional New Yorker who is stable but critical at the hospital at this time. We also have 8 additional patients who are green tags and are in stable condition at this time. I'll pass it over to Chief McCarthy.
At this time, the investigation is being handled by the Midtown North Detective Squad with the assistance of our Harvard Accident Collision Team. As the Commissioner said, you know, the boat capsized at Pier 86, which is on 46th Street, right in front of the Intrepid. So we're still in the early stages of our investigation on what caused that boat to capsize.
All right, we'll take a couple of Josh. Thank you. Chief, I know obviously I'm going to ask you what caused the boat to capsize, but I'm going to ask you what type of boat was it particularly rough and the current is notoriously bad? So is there anything that you learned so far about that sort of came from?
Josh, that's something that we're still looking at, like what were the conditions of the water. It's a jet boat. I don't know the exact size until we take it out of the water and stuff, but right now it's still under investigation of what caused that.
Jay Dow, Channel 11.
Do we know if the boat was privately owned or privately chartered? Do we know if anyone was on the boat wearing life jackets?
Right now it's still, again, early stages, but it was chartered by a family and friends, and it was owned by an individual who was actually on a jet ski following the boat.
No, Carol Diori, 1010.
And the lifeboats?
That's one of the big things that we're looking at right now. There was 12 people on the boat, and you know, we have to look when we bring the boat up. We'll find out what was the capacity of the boat. We'll do it in the next couple hours.
So the owner of the boat was not operating?
No, there was a captain that was operating the boat who right now is in critical condition.
Ida?
And forgive me if you already mentioned this, but we're hearing that the 2 victims who died were trapped beneath the capsized boat. Is that how it happened?
That's correct.
And what was the process of finding them and rescuing them? How did that work?
Well, again, it was a joint effort with FDNY divers and our NYPD divers that went under and grabbed them out of there.
So if this was a closed cabin and they were in the cabin, is that correct?
Well, the boat would have turned over. They were basically underneath. It's not a closed cabin, but they're basically underneath the boat trapped.
Where's the boat right now?
Right now we have it down in the Chelsea piers. So right now it's you know, being looked at by Harbor and stuff.
Okay,
and
we got time for a few more.
In general, how dangerous would the waters be around this time of day? How much traffic would there be?
You know, I couldn't answer that right now. So that's something that Harbor's going to have to take a good look at. Maybe, you know, Inspector Russo, maybe you can answer that.
So there's a lot of commercial and recreational traffic.
There's a lot of commercial recreational traffic during the day here. We also have a lot of people on jet skis, kayaks. We had the current, the wind. So, you know, you could have wakes approaching from different directions, waves from different directions. It takes some skill to operate in the Hudson River. So it could have been a contributing factor, but as the chief said, we need to do our investigation. We need to upright that boat. We need to pull video. We need to look at the sea state. So I don't want to give you any definite answers, but the Hudson River is always a dangerous place to operate.
Can you give us your name and title if you don't mind?
It's Inspector Anthony Russo, Commanding Officer of the Harbor Unit.
Inspector, are any of your diver teams here right now?
They're not here. They're trying to upright the vessel right now.
All right, guys, we're going to take one or two more before our mayor speaks. Right here.
Can you confirm how many people are rescued by New York waterways?
There were 9 individuals out of 12 rescued by New York waterways.
Joe Marino?
The captain was licensed.
Yes, he was, Joe.
Any indication that alcohol
I'm sorry, Josh? We don't believe so at this time.
Could you clarify initially? Somebody said capsized as a battery, but then
That was misinformation. It got capsized at Pier 86, which is right in front of the Intrepid on 46th Street.
it's a 911 call, so that's incorrect.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You know, years ago, we had a plane crash on the Hudson, and we said the miracle on the Hudson. Today was the miracle of the combination of all of our entities providing the rescue for those who were in the water. It's unfortunate that miracle has been shattered with the loss of 2 lives. But we should be clear that between New York Waterway, Harbor, FDNY, and those who participated, we clearly saved lives of those who were part of this terrible incident that took place. But it's a clear reminder to us as we move through the summer months. The water is an enjoyable part of New York, but it can be a dangerous place. For those who jet ski, for those who are using boats and other activities, we want to remind people to be safe as they do so. And as this investigation moves forward, we will continue to update you. But at this time, our hearts go out to a group of people who were just using the water in our cities. As you heard the awful roar from one of the individuals that appeared to have been on the boat. This is a devastating moment for them and those who are part of the families that were there. And as New Yorkers, our heart go out. But I just want to commend the men and women who participated in this rescue. It's a very difficult activity to do so. Just the heads up and responding in the manner that they did. And I thank for the coordination and the collaboration of all of our agencies involved. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So that's the update we're getting in from the NYPD at the Hudson River there as we're showing you these pictures from earlier of that capsized boat. 2 people confirmed dead, 1 a 7-year-old boy, 1 a 50-year-old woman. There's also a couple of other patients that have been hospitalized. 8 other patients are going to be okay. There was 12 people total that were on the boat. They're looking into the investigation as we speak, looking into what the capacity of this boat was. This is at Pier 86, right by the Intrepid Museum. The people were trapped underneath the boat here. As we said, 12 people on it, a dozen. Now 2 people confirmed dead, 1 a 7-year-old boy, 1 a 50-year-old woman. We'll bring you new details as we get them in here. Mayor Adams saying that this was devastating, but also could have been worse. The first responders able to get there as quickly as possible and do their best to rescue those other individuals. So it is a sad story, but also a positive story on that front. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox as we take you through the top stories of the day, including President Biden, what he's been up to. There was a congressional picnic out on the South Lawn at the White House there. That's after yesterday's announcement of gun legislation being passed. We just lost that shot as that event wrapped up. We'll be showing you that later into the evening here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to go back out to the Hudson River as we have some of these actual rescuers now speaking after 2 people were confirmed dead after a capsized boat.
Brian, can you just tell us what you encountered, what you saw? So we got the call, we heard it over the radio, over the police radio, and we came over here onto the west side. We got picked up by Marine Company 1. They took us out to the middle of the river there, and conditions were windy, and the conditions were the ocean was pretty stirred up. Marine unit did a great job getting us close. I was all suited up in our regular scuba diving, which we train on very often, and I was able to get in and make a surface swim over to the vessel, which was upside down, which was capsized. Upon getting there, I was able to deflate myself, get under the boat, and I initially saw another, I believe, a police diver under there as well. He was in one area. I moved forward to another area. I was checking for an air pocket. I pulled myself up. Upon doing that, I located a small person, and there was a vest on the individual of the boat. I was able to grab them and report back to my guys on the boat that I had the member. I had the victim, and they exited from underneath, and they pulled me over. Put the victim onto our boat. Rescue medics were there. They started to intubate and CPR and intubate, and they were giving him a good shot. They were working very diligently. The individual that I found, the small one that I found, was wearing the life vest. Yes.
You said conditions today. Do you want to just talk a little bit more about the current conditions when you were?
Not real familiar with waterways, but it seemed like it was pretty decent. It was a bit rough out there. There was quite a few boats, and the wind was blowing, so the waves seemed significant.
And you said there was another diver there, an NYPD diver. Did that diver have a female victim?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that.
Ryan, you obviously trained for this.
Yes.
This is not it's a hard thing to talk about. I'm curious if you can talk a little about how days when it doesn't go the way you want it to.
Yes, I understand what you mean. Just have to kind of compartmentalize that. Obviously, anytime it's a child, it changes, your emotional state. But you just have a job to do, and you do it, and we train for this, and that's why we're here.
Well, Carol, one more question. Go ahead.
I was not aware of that. I did not see that at any point. I think at that point, most of the people that were on the surface had been rescued already.
Okay, one more time.
My name is Ryan Warnock. I'm from Rescue Company 1.
Spell the last name.
WARNOCK.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
We had one diver in the water.
Jim, thank you.
Thank you.
Rescuers, first responders, divers coming out and talking about this capsized boat, what they were able to do to rescue those individuals who were there, who were trapped underneath. Unfortunately, 2 dying from their circumstances, one a 7-year-old boy, one a 50-year-old woman. We'll be tracking that and hopefully speaking with some of our reporters there in New York as we move into some of these other top headlines of the day. Live look from Capitol Hill as we're coming up on the 3 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. We'll be talking about the January 6 hearings as they continued into today. We played those in full for you. When we come back, what they had to say, as well as the growing pressure to the Biden administration on abortion rights ahead of his trip overseas. All of that at the top of the hour. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're almost at the top of the hour here in Phoenix, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. A live look from Capitol Hill there as it is just about sunset, a dark, ominous look on the building. That's as the January 6th committee held another hearing on Capitol Hill. The committee, which started hearings last month, is investigating the January 2021 insurrection on the Capitol. Fox's Lauren Blanchard brings us a recap from today.
The committee laid out meetings that happened in the weeks leading up to January 6th. They allege the former president continued to push his most extreme supporters despite being told he'd lost.
Virtually everyone close to President Trump all told him the 2020 election was not stolen.
Former administration officials recounting a heated fight in the Oval Office, testifying former President Trump ignored those who encouraged him to concede in 2020, instead siding with those who agreed with his claims of fraud.
People were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence.
Attorneys Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell pushed the president to continue what the committee calls the big lie.
And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed?
Hours after the meeting, President Trump tweeted that it was, quote, statistically impossible for him to have lost, adding big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. They called that his siren call to extremists.
Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters.
The committee heard directly from one of the protesters.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
Former President Trump has denied all wrongdoing. The committee is expected to hold at least one more public hearing. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Meanwhile, President Biden meeting with his Mexican counterpart, President Obrador, at the White House. The bilateral meeting comes after Obrador declined President Biden's invitation to the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles last month. We all remember that. After unsuccessfully calling on the U.S. to include leaders of Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela to the summit, the two leaders discussed border security and illegal immigration. Fox's Madeline Rivera with that.
President Biden looking to display a united front with Mexico as he hosts President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. The visit comes a month after Obrador skipped the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles over the White House's refusal to invite authoritarian leaders from Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela.
On many occasions, we've been able to coincide and we've been able to work together as good friends and true allies.
Migration was a key topic in Tuesday's discussions as the number of illegal crossings surge. Obrador is pushing the U.S. to allow more skilled Mexican and Central American workers to relieve the U.S. labor shortage and perhaps ease inflation, an issue President Biden says he's working on.
My administration is leading the way to creating work opportunities through legal pathways.
Obrador also addressed sky-high gas prices, saying Mexico is committed to guaranteeing twice as much gasoline supply to meet demand, while also allowing some Americans to take advantage of their cheaper costs.
It was necessary for us to allow Americans who live close to the borderline so that they could go and get their gasoline on the Mexican side at lower prices.
Texas Senators John Cornyn and Ted Cruz will be leading a delegation of Republican senators to the southern border this week as they accuse the Biden administration of not doing enough to curb illegal crossings. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Well, there's a lot of people who are also calling on the Biden administration, the president, and Congress, saying they're not doing enough about abortion rights as well. Fox's Madeline Rivera with that report.
More than 2 weeks after the Supreme Court ruled to overturn Roe v. Wade, protesters show no signs of letting up. Now states nationwide are taking action to try and protect abortion access. In Michigan, a petition to get abortion rights on the ballot in November drew more than 750,000 signatures, nearly double the required amount.
The number of signatures show that here in Michigan, we trust women.
In Utah, abortion rights supporters are relieved after a state judge blocked a sweeping new abortion ban from taking effect. As states pursue their own measures, federal action remains limited. The Senate Judiciary Committee is holding a hearing on abortion on Capitol Hill Tuesday, with Democrats warning that state bans could spread.
They are proposing bills that will turn their state borders into checkpoint Charlies for patients seeking abortions out of state.
On Monday, the Department of Health and Human Services issued new guidance protecting providers who perform abortions in emergency situations. Pro-life advocates are pushing back.
As a constitutional matter, I don't think a congressional attempt to mandate abortion would be upheld in court. And as a policy matter, it's a horrific idea, and I think we should be embarrassed that the United States is even considering something like that.
Senator Durbin says they plan to hold more hearings on abortion in the future as President Biden faces growing pressure to declare a public health emergency. In Washington, Martha Rivera, Fox News.
And now to New York now, where Governor Hochul is now announcing $10 million in support to abortion clinics out there amid all of the controversy. Here's that announcement.
Say that New York State 100% fully supports over-the-counter contraception. Let's be sensible about this. Let's make this easier. And also medical abortion pills will be increasing access to them as well. So my staff has another follow-up call with the White House just today, so we're fully supportive of these efforts. Also, that's another reason why we made sure abortion was covered under insurance in New York State. These are not free to perform. We wanted to make sure the insurance companies know their responsibility, as well as creating our protections for doctors. There will be cases. There'll be cases that come when aggressive individuals from other states, especially those that have the private right of action, which is still surreal to anticipate that there could be vigilantes out there hunting down women, and that trail may lead them to New York. It may lead them to one of our providers, and our law, as written, it will protect them from extradition, will protect their rights. But again, this is uncharted territory, my friends. It's uncharted territory. So we'll be finding out what they do, and we're ready to counter. So I anticipate this is going to go on for a long time. But I want you to know, we're going to continue our marketing campaign so people understand it's still legal here in New York. Talking to providers, there are people coming in saying, oh, I heard abortion was now illegal. So one would think, why we have to do this in New York? Because people don't know. They're watching the news. Roe v. Wade is overturned. So you can understand where they're coming from. So we're out there again reminding you that it's safe, legal, accessible always. And that's that's part of our public awareness campaign that is out there. So there's other options, take care of the providers, remind people of their rights, take care of the insurance, take care of coverage, and to the businesses who have employees in those states, whether they're New York City based, New York State based, they have branches, operations elsewhere, or they're headquartered elsewhere, and all of a sudden having an awakening, I'll call it, that they actually have maybe a certain percentage of their workforce are women who all of a sudden have no rights to determine their own health care decisions. So I wrote an op-ed back May 12th, I wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal encouraging these businesses to rethink where they are. Do you really want to be in that kind of state that is hostile to not just women's rights, but telegraphed by Clarence Thomas, possibly hostile to LGBTQ rights and marriage equality and even contraception? So that's not us standing here thinking of the world's worst case scenarios. That is written by a Supreme Court justice. So that is the world we're living in here. And we need to be prepared. So I put the message out to businesses that you're going to have problems with your workforce if you don't have these services available, or you want to just come on back to New York. We'll take good care of you. So we did an op-ed. We actually published a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal May 16th. I just said, this is a statement of our values. This was in the newspaper. And here's a phone number, Empire State Development. Give us a call. We'd like to talk to you. We'd like to talk to you as you go forward, because short of a change in the Supreme Court, they're all pretty young. I don't know that we're going to see this change at the federal level anytime soon. And what could actually happen at the federal level? Again, I'm not going to ever feel like I was Chicken Little saying the sky is falling, because I said that about abortion rights in 2016, that this could happen. And it was like, oh, really? It happened. It happened. You know, outcome of a presidential election, we end up at the Supreme Court with justices that are hostile to human rights. I'd have to just say the human rights. So we saw this coming, but this is going to be with us for a while. I don't see this changing for a long time. And there could also be a national ban on abortion. And that is what we have to be talking about now. Again, not us trying to come up with scary doomsday scenarios. That is what Mitch McConnell has telegraphed to us. So that is what happens in elections starting as early 4 months from now. So New Yorkers, Americans, be aware. Be aware. If you want to live in a country that is hostile to your rights, don't complain about it. You know, you don't like that idea, do something about it. And so we'll be talking about that as well. So companies that are enlightened, we encourage you to come here. Know that your employees have rights here that they may be not having in other rights. And so it is a frightening time, but it's in our DNA as New Yorkers to fight. We're hardwired to fight. We fight back hard. We anticipate scenarios, we prepare for them, we adapt to changing circumstances, and that's why I'm going to keep in touch with the providers and people all across the state to hear, what are you seeing on the ground? What else do you need from us? How bad is it? And what are you hearing from across this country? Because New York State will always be a safe harbor. So with that, I will be happy to introduce Dr. Mary Bassett to talk to us about the work that she's doing. And again, my gratitude to her is undying for what she has had to step into and the work that she does.
Thank you so much, Governor. I have to say, I mean, it's such an honor to work for somebody who is so courageous and unflinching. So thank you, Governor Hochul, for all that you do. And as you've heard, we've just had a really rich conversation with healthcare providers at our roundtable conversation. This is the beginning of a dialogue that we are committed to maintaining as we work in partnership with doctors and nurses and administrators who provide abortion care services for New Yorkers. And we in New York are very much aware of the important role that we play in the nation. And our commitment is not only to the residents of New York, for whom we obviously have a key responsibility, but to the whole of this country. We know that there are 26 states which are expected to ban abortion on demand, and there may even be more. Many of these states have no exception to abortion, even for rape and incest. And all of you have heard the really terrifying story of a 10-year-old rape victim who had to travel out of state to end a pregnancy that was a threat to her health, as well as obviously something that she shouldn't have been required to receive anything but immediate and dignified care. So we had feared this reality, but as Governor Hochul has said, she called upon us way back in May to begin preparing for it. We know that this is not simply a human rights issue, which frankly is enough. It's also a health care issue. The data are compelling that as the United States has restricted its access to abortion, something that began way before ending Roe, which happened, hard to believe, just 2 weeks ago. But the restrictions began years ago and have occurred in parallel with the increase in maternal mortality. The United States has the unenviable position of having the highest maternal mortality rates of wealthy nations, and that has occurred in concert with the loss of abortion access. You've heard that we have made funds available to abortion providers. We've established an abortion provider support fund. 13 organizations have contracts. They offer collectively services in 63 clinics across the state, and $10 million is being contracted with them to expand their services. As the governor has explained, an additional $15 million will become available in what we're calling phase 2, and this will become available to a broader array of providers. We expect the solicitation announcement to go out in the coming week. So this is part of ensuring that we have support to expanded access in New York State, and that we will continue to remain committed to maintaining abortion services. You know, I've often talked about the importance of health to human rights, but the right to bodily autonomy is absolutely key to health, as well as a key right for all women and for all people who become pregnant. So we must continue to ensure, and in collaboration with the providers with whom we've just been meeting, we will continue to pursue opportunities to expand those. We're talking about increasing access to contraception, which scarily the Supreme Court Justice indicated, Clarence Thomas indicated, might be in his sights and may be an additional effort that we have to undertake to protect contraceptive access. And we also need to make sure that we play our role nationally. You all know that I've talked about my personal experience with abortion. And I think many of us who always considered this a personal matter, which I certainly do, have felt that it's important that we step forward and destigmatize abortion and make sure that women understand that this is something that they have a right to. Every person, every woman, every girl who comes to New York seeking an abortion should know that they continue to have these rights here. And with the support of our governor, we will continue to protect those in every way we have. We hope that other departments and states will join us in some of these efforts. And I want to thank again the many providers who've joined us today for all that they do every day on the front lines. So with that, let me introduce Caitlin Doyle, who is the Director of Women's Health Programs at the Long Island Jewish Medical Center. Caitlin, please join us for some brief remarks, and thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bassett, for the introduction, and thank you, Governor Hochul, for convening providers here today who are pleased to receive this grant as part of the first phase of the Abortion Provider Support Fund. We are so humbled for the opportunity to share the emerging challenges for healthcare and the aftermath of the Dobbs decision. Although many in the field have been preparing for years, the consequences are expansive, complex, and will further exacerbate inequities facing our most vulnerable communities. Today's conversation with colleagues across the city, Westchester, Long Island, demonstrate our shared commitment to provide increased access and safety to individuals seeking comprehensive health care at this critical time while seeking innovations for the future. We deeply appreciate the governor's initiative to protect reproductive rights and abortion care in New York State. We will not go back. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Hochul.
We'll be back to take some questions from the press momentarily. All right. Thank you. Any questions? Should I worship? Okay. Okay. We'll be back in a second.
Okay, so that was pretty much the gist of that update there out of New York. We want to move into some of our other stories that we are following at this point in time, though. We have a new update when it comes to that botched Twitter deal. Twitter says it has sued Elon Musk to force him to complete his $44 billion acquisition that he originally agreed to in April. The Tesla founder announced last week that he was withdrawing his offer to buy the social media site. He blamed the company for lacking transparency about the number of fake accounts that exist on the platform. I want to go out to some of what this lawsuit has to say, though. It opens with a sharply worded accusation, quote, Musk refuses to honor his obligations to Twitter and its stockholders because the deal he signed no longer serves his personal interests. It goes on to say, having mounted a public spectacle to put Twitter in play and having proposed and then signed a seller-friendly merger agreement, Musk apparently believes that he, unlike every other party subject to Delaware contract law, is free to change his mind, trash the company, disrupt its operations, destroy stockholder value, and walk away. So this is just a portion of what this lawsuit has to say. Many legal analysts saying that Twitter has a pretty good case. We'll be bringing on our experts through the rest of the evening here on Live Now from Fox to discuss what potentially this lawsuit could look like moving forward for Musk and for Twitter, and what happens in the interim. We'll be tracking that as well as these other top stories from across the country when we come back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We brought to you a little bit earlier that press conference from Capitol Hill with Republican Senators Mitch McConnell and John Thune as they blamed Democrats for the rising inflation that they say is causing American families to tighten their belts. A lot of families having to tighten their belts because of rising cost of childcare. Here's this report.
That's a lot. That's basically $1,000 a month almost, or $1,000 a week for these guys. If we had to do that, I mean, that's quite a sizable amount of money that you're saying. That's, you know, it's expensive.
It would cost this father almost $4,000 a month for his 5-year-old twins if they were in daycare. One of the reasons why him and his wife decided to keep the kids at home. Expense
was an issue, but I think. We look back on it and we think, oh, wow, we saved all this money by not having them go to daycare.
Keeping the kids at home isn't an option for everyone, but some are forced to due to long waiting lists.
We've been on the waiting list for almost 2 years for some of the facilities, and we haven't been able to get in yet because, again, with COVID, it's made it even more challenging, of course.
Childcare experts say demand is causing the spike in prices. According to the survey, almost 9,000 daycares closed in 37 states from December 2019 to March 2021.
It's so hard to come by as well, really quality childcare too. I know there's a lot of wonderful facilities, childcare providers in the area, but there's so much demand, and so it doesn't really meet sort of the supply and demand metrics are, I guess, off.
And if you're looking for a nanny, the national average is up nearly $130 for one child. In D.C., average cost for a nanny is now $855. This mother is thinking about putting her daughter in daycare, but when she does the math, the numbers aren't adding up.
People can't pay that, you know, you're going to get priced out. You know, and I could work more hours, but I figured and make more money, but it wouldn't cover the cost of the care. You know, if I'm able to do a reduced schedule and make it work, but bumping up my hours doesn't really make sense given the cost of how much more help we'd have to have.
And now out to the latest on COVID-19. This was the White House Coronavirus Task Force briefing from earlier. The spread of the COVID-19 BA.5 subvariant is accelerating, so the White House is unveiling a new strategy to fight it. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has more from Atlanta.
It's a new strategy for a new strain as the BA.5 Omicron subvariant spreads quickly across the country. The White House is unveiling a new plan to contain it, focusing heavily on vaccines and treatments, saying those tools can prevent serious illness and death, even as BA.5 proves to be more contagious and difficult to detect than its predecessors.
Vaccines remain our single most important tool to protect people against serious illness, hospitalizations, and death.
The CDC says BA.5 now makes up about 65% of new infections, and that number is growing quickly, causing COVID hospitalizations to double since April, though deaths have remained steady around 300 per day. Health officials now doubling down on masking recommendations, especially on planes, trains, and buses, announcing the release of 400 million N95 masks from the national stockpile.
CDC recommendations have been and continue to be to mask in our public transport corridors. So in our airports, in our airways, on our trains.
But after more than 2 years of pandemic, some folks say they're done with the mask and vaccines, while others, including some doctors, are criticizing the new approach, saying it could be used to reimpose mandates they claim didn't work the first time.
Stop with all of the restrictions that have had an enormous backlash. The mandates don't work.
We're now averaging about 130,000 new COVID cases in the U.S. every day, the highest number since February. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Well, we want to mix things up a little bit and talk about these Utah wildfires that continue to grow. This is the hallway fire. It continues to burn out in Utah. There's workers on the front lines, firefighters on the front lines trying to stop that blaze. They're getting a little bit of help actually from a taco truck.
As the Halfway Hill fire continues to burn.
Just 2 beef tacos? No. Yes, they're open.
Salvador Sanchez continues to work.
Thank you.
He's cooking up and taking orders.
And then with rice on the side.
At his taco truck, Tacos Los Panchos.
We live from the people. So what we have is because they help us. So we have to give a little bit to them. Support real.
And he's an intricate part of the operations at the Halfway Hill fire because, you see, he's giving back to first responders who are hungry, working the fire free of charge.
The best for them, I don't know, it's hard to be in this weather over there.
But they are, of course, keeping his chip jar full. One of those eating here is Brian Monroe.
We had the fire kind of start up. It's always one of those things that deeply concern us.
He's with the U.S. Forest Service here in town.
We were able to save houses, but not able to save it from escaping up the canyons. And so at this point, I think our biggest worry is just the size of it.
While the fire burns up the canyon, he's now looking towards the future impacts this fire might have.
This community needs this watershed. It needs its both culinary and irrigation waters. And so we're also looking ahead for possibly flooding, debris flow, and stuff coming out of the canyon, because again, these are the headwaters that feed right into this community.
Predominant activity right now is moving towards the north and the east.
The Great Basin Incident Management Team 4 is now in charge of this fire and are working to contain it.
One of the challenges with this fire is the access. There aren't a lot of roads going into this area,
prompting them to take to the skies. This fire started from an abandoned campfire, with 4 being arrested. Fire crews are reminding people that human-caused fires like this one can be prevented.
It's extremely important that as you're going out, whether it's to work or to recreate on public lands, that you're careful with whatever it is that you're doing.
So as crews continue to work, Sanchez continues to cook. And the community of Fillmore continues to watch and be thankful for crews working to protect their town.
If you do something bad, you'll get something bad. So it's better to do something good so you get something good. So that's life. So.
And coming up at the top of the hour, we'll be going out to Yosemite, where there's still fires underway there. We have our reporter down on the ground talking about the firefight underway and the evacuations that continue. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The drama, the comedy, and the limited series, which have had viewers glued to the screen. We now know who is going for Emmy Awards Gold as nominees for the top honor in TV. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin with a breakdown.
Fellow binge watchers, this is our moment. The nominees for the 74th Emmy Awards have been announced.
Succession.
Love? Succession earned the most with 25, including an expected nod in the coveted Best Drama Series. Squid Game made history as the first ever non-English language Best Drama Series nominee. Euphoria is also up for Best Drama. The show landed its top total yet with 16, including one for Zendaya.
Hello, Misty.
Rounding out the category are the much buzzed about kickoff season of Yellow Jackets, the inaugural season of Severance, sci-fi phenom Stranger Things, the farewell season of Better Call Saul, and The Birds Goodbye in Ozark.
Ted Lasso.
For Outstanding Comedy Series, it's returning champ Ted Lasso up against the inaugural season of Abbott Elementary, the dark comedy of Barry, season 11 of Curb Your Enthusiasm, stand-up standout Hacks, and The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel back on stage, The Mystery of Only Murders in the Building, and The Vampires of Staten Island with What We Do in the Shadows.
It's dangerous work.
Limited or anthology series contenders include Dopesick, The Elizabeth Holmes Story, The Dropout, Inventing Anna's High Society Scheming, Rock and Roll Love Story, Pam and Tommy, and The Guests of the White Lotus.
Hey, you're John Dutton, aren't you?
4 snubs, noticeably missing after making it onto predictions lists, were the Western Yellowstone and the goodbye season of This Is Us.
Collecting these little moments.
A host is still TBA for the show. See if your TV faves take home the gold at the Emmys September 12th, live from LA. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Well, great recap from Ashley right there, but let's go out to the full announcement from earlier.
The Television Academy this year, which tells me 2 things. 1, production is at an historic high, and 2, the quality of the shows we are all watching is also at an all-time high. When we make our announcements in a few short minutes, it will reflect only a fraction of the incredible television being made right now. I couldn't be prouder of all the work being done in our industry, no matter where it is distributed. You are the innovators, creators, and storytellers that are pushing this platinum age of television literally out of the box. We are watching the television audience being entertained by the multitude of choices being put in front of them. This morning, we are thrilled to have with us two of television's most talented stars to announce the 2022 Emmy nominations. Starring together in the upcoming series Blockbuster on Netflix, please welcome from HBO's Curb Your Enthusiasm, Emmy Award-winning actor J.B. Smoove, and from NBC's Brooklyn Nine-Nine, currently streaming on Peacock, actress and director Melissa Fumero.
Thank you, Frank. What a thrill it is to be here this morning with you all.
You are absolutely right, especially for me. How often do I get the honor of announcing the 2022 Emmy nominees with two of my favorite people in Hollywood?
It's just the two of us, JP.
I hate to correct you while we're rolling, Melissa, but it's Three's Company today. You, me, and my little Emmy right here.
Oh my goodness, she's beautiful.
I know. Isn't she the best? Almost a year old now.
Can I hold her?
Okay, yeah, of course you can. Support the head, support the head. That's it. You got it.
Hi, Emmy. I'm your tia Melissa. Hi. Hello.
Someone's feeling a little shy.
Okay, no, I get it. I'm not in.
Don't take it personally. And she's about to get some siblings because we're about to announce a whole round of nominations. So many new Emmys coming your way in just a few short months.
Well, let's get to it.
Let me. A little burp. Our first category is for Outstanding Variety Talk Series. And here are the nominees. I know.
The Daily Show with Trevor Noah.
Like, if you go without electricity for a weekend, you're camping. If you go without it for 50 years, you're Amish, motherfucker. That's just who you are.
Jimmy Kimmel Live.
On me. Believe it or not, this has never happened to me in my life. I tweeted back, I wrote, "Officer, I'd like to report a joke."
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
Space, and they just thought it would be better suited for a comedy show and not what you were doing.
Yeah, I get it. You're being mean to me.
Late Night with Seth Meyers.
David Letterman.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
In Europe since World War II, and the whole world is in shock. That's why today's wordle was,
Congratulations to the nominees for Outstanding Variety Talk Series.
Our next category is for Outstanding Competition Program. Here are the nominees.
The Amazing Race.
Good luck. Travel safe. Go.
Lizzo's Watch Out for the Big Girls.
Dance for me.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I'm ready.
Nailed it.
You in danger, girl.
All right. Since today is all about Jacques, I keep telling myself, okay, I have to impress Jacques.
RuPaul's Drag Race.
Welcome to the main stage of RuPaul's Drag Race.
Top Chef.
Here I am, super worried about time. Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I burned the whole case.
The Voice.
Speechless.
You really did.
I hope you can leave Kelly speechless.
You know what?
I'm a talker myself, girl.
Thank you. Look, we have so much in common already. Not as much as you and I have in common.
Congratulations to the Outstanding Competition Program nominees. Who do we have next?
Next, we have the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. And here they are. Rachel Bronson, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Quinta Brunson, Abbott Elementary. Kaylee Coco, The Flight Attendant. Elle Fanning, The Great. Issa Rae, Insecure. Jane Smart, Hacks. These are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. Congratulations.
And now, here are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series. Donald Glover, Atlanta. Bill Hader, Barry. Nicholas Hoult, The Great. Steve Martin, Only Murders in the Building. Martin Short, Only Murders in the Building. Jason Sudeikis, Ted Lasso. These are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series.
The next category is Outstanding Comedy Series. Let's check them out.
Abbott Elementary.
We are admin, we are social workers, we are therapists, we are second parents.
Barry.
Purpose, Hank. Barry. Forgiveness is something that has to be earned.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Caftan kind of a...
Caftan-ish, yeah. There's a hood and...
Is it for a man or a woman?
No, it's for a man.
Well, what kind of a man?
A Klansman.
Hacks.
Back up because you're advanced now. So go kill him.
Okay.
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 Go!
The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
That's not how the business works.
Then let's change the business.
Only Murders in the Building.
We gotta break the door down.
Excuse me? We weigh 125 combined.
Oh, thank you. It's the dips.
Ted Lasso.
Okay, just huffing and puffing around the pitch. No, thank you. The only face I want to see from y'all is what, Coach?
Game face, baby!
What We Do in the Shadows.
Baby!
Viva Atlantic City! Viva Atlantic City, baby!
Congratulations to all the nominated Outstanding Comedy Series.
Let's see who the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Limited or Anthology Series or a Movie. Colin Firth, The Staircase. Andrew Garfield, Under the Banner of Heaven. Oscar Isaac, Scenes from a Marriage. Michael Keaton, Dopesick. Himesh Patel, Station 11. Sebastian Stan, Pam and Tommy. Congratulations to the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Limited or Anthology Series or Movie.
And now I have the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Limited or Anthology Series or a Movie. Toni Collette, The Staircase. Julia Garner, Inventing Anna. Lily James, Pam and Tommy. Sarah Paulson, Impeachment, American Crime Story. Margaret Qualley, Maid. Amanda Seyfried, The Dropout. These are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Limited or Anthology Series or Movie. Congratulations, everyone.
Next up, we have the nominees for Outstanding Limited or Anthology Series. Here they are.
Dopesick.
I can't believe how many of them are dead now.
The Dropout.
New technology. This is an inspiring step forward.
Inventing Anna.
Every day, men do far worse things than anything I've allegedly done. And what happens to them? Nothing. No consequences, no fallout, and definitely no jail time.
Pam and Tommy.
Yeah, I do it all the time. Ever since I started, you know, it's just been like way more chill and calm.
Hey! Hey! Get the out of here!
The White Lotus.
Anymore. I just want to skip all the layers and just go straight to the crazy and just let the chips fall where they may and, just show them the core of the onion.
Congratulations to the nominees for Outstanding Limited or Anthology Series.
Next up are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Drama Series. And here they are. Jodie Comer, Killing Eve. Laura Linney, Ozark. Melanie Linsky, Yellow Jackets. Sandra Oh, Killing Eve. Reese Witherspoon, The Morning Show. Zendaya, Euphoria. These are your nominees for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Drama Series.
And now, here are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Drama Series. Jason Bateman, Ozark. Brian Cox, Succession. Lee Jung-jae, Squid Game. Bob Odenkirk, Better Call Saul. Adam Scott, Severance. Jeremy Strong, Succession. These are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Drama Series. Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations. Okay, here's our final category for the morning, Outstanding Drama Series. And here are the nominees.
Better Call Saul. Euphoria. Ozark.
You're excited about this.
You were a good salesman.
Severance. Squid Game. Stranger Things. Succession.
You talk about love? You should have trusted me.
Yellow Jackets.
Congratulations to the nominees for Outstanding Drama Series.
And of course, congratulations to all the nominees for this year's Emmy Awards. You can find the full list of nominees online at emmys.com.
Tune in for the 2022 Creative Arts Emmy Awards, airing Saturday, September 10th at 8 p.m. on FXX.
And join us for the 2022 Emmy Awards Monday, September 12th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on NBC.
Thanks to everyone who joined us this morning.
And thank you, JB, for doing this with me.
I'll announce anything with you, girl, and you know that. Come on, we co-stars now.
Same. Have a great day, everyone.
Hey,
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following. This is the Mount Lindo fire near Morrison, Colorado. We just got these aerials in, and fires are what we are really watching out in the west, Colorado, Utah, Yosemite out in Northern California. We'll be speaking with our reporters at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock in California there. This as clearly there's yet another active fire in Colorado at this time. We'll try to get some more details for you, but it does look like there is a ground presence for this, likely an aerial crew as well, dropping retardant down and water drops, as we're not sure how this one sparked. Many of those fires in Utah were unfortunately sparked by humans in different capacities, some from cars, some from fires that got out of control, some from fireworks. So they are definitely trying to speak to the public about being smart during this season of hot, dry weather that definitely is not helping with the fires that are underway here. So we'll be watching this. We'll keep it up in a box for you as we continue to monitor not only this one, but also out of Yosemite. We'll be hearing from our reporters about that, the latest on containment out there. Until then, though, let's go out to the latest from Capitol Hill, as we heard from Senator McConnell on the floor today, speaking about abortion as well as the crisis at the southern border.
Leader.
We all know inflation and the economy are the biggest problems facing Americans today. The New York Times released a poll just yesterday showing a full 93% of working-age Americans are dissatisfied with the state of our economy. We are a big and a diverse country. 93% of Americans hardly ever agree on anything. But Democrats are unifying the country in unhappiness at the dark path down which they've taken our economy. Monmouth University released some data explaining why Americans are feeling so sour. 42% of Americans are struggling to stay afloat financially. That's the highest rate ever in this poll's entire history. Even higher than the darkest days of the COVID pandemic. 63% of Americans name economic issues as their chief concern. And they know who to blame for their misfortune: President Biden and congressional Democrats, who plowed $2 trillion into our economy last year and created the highest inflation in 4 decades. I'm sure many of my colleagues heard heart-wrenching stories from constituents struggling with inflation during the past 2 weeks' state work period. I certainly did in Kentucky, where the average household now spends more than $500 more a month than they did before President Biden took office. At a meeting with home builders in northern Kentucky, local employers told me their businesses were poised to slow down dramatically. For 2 years, they struggled as Washington Democrats exacerbated supply chain hiccups and worker shortages with freewheeling spending policies. Now, as the Fed tries to rein in inflation by hiking interest rates, homebuyers have to contend with the most expensive borrowing environment in over a decade. Home builders foresee their industry literally stalling out. In Paducah, I sat down with some of Western Kentucky's barge operators. Like the home builders, they're concerned with the ongoing worker shortages, inflation, and of course, spiraling fuel costs. They also rightly worried that power outages could hit the Commonwealth in the coming months. Washington Democrats pursued environmental goals crafted by activists with no sense of how the real economy functions. They sidelined power plants that use cheap, reliable energy sources without acknowledging that shortages would occur when the wind doesn't blow or the sun doesn't shine. Independent electricity reliability experts have been sounding the alarm that two-thirds of the United States could endure electricity blackouts this summer. Then, Kentucky's ongoing labor shortage hit home during a meeting with bourbon distillers in our famous bluegrass region. As the distillers explained to me, the programs implemented by Washington Democrats in their $2 trillion spending package last year encourage workers to exit the workforce and stay on the sidelines. The Commonwealth still has 20,000 fewer workers, 20,000 fewer workers than we did before the pandemic. So, hamstrung by a lack of employees, these Kentucky business owners are watching apprehensively as Washington Democrats debate another dose of bad policies. This time, our colleagues are reportedly cooking up $1 trillion in massive tax hikes on things like small businesses and domestic energy. When you tax something, Mr. President, you get less of it. That's the way it works. I don't know many Kentuckians who think America needs fewer small business jobs or less American energy. I'm not certain about the good people of West Virginia either. One estimate has found that almost half of all the jobs in all of West Virginia are tied to small businesses, the vast majority of which are pass-throughs. Half of all the jobs in the entire states are provided by pass-throughs. I can't imagine the people of Pennsylvania or Ohio or a number of other states are especially keen to have fewer small business jobs, higher prices passed along to consumers, or less American energy either. Yet each of these states and many others have a senator apparently keen to champion these bad ideas. The nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation has proven that the policies that Democrats are floating would completely break President Biden's promise not to raise taxes on the middle class below $400,000. The JCT says their bad ideas would create a tax hike for more than a quarter of all Americans who earn between $75,000 and $100,000, and more than half of people earning between $100,000 and $200,000. They are taking President Biden's promise not to raise taxes on anybody below $400,000 and putting it through the shredder. This all-Democratic government has already spent America into runaway inflation. And now they want to tax us into a recession. Now, on a different matter, yesterday I discussed the Supreme Court's historic, courageous, and correct decision in Dobbs. But that landmark case was only part of the most consequential Supreme Court term in almost 70 years, since Brown overturned Plessy in 1954. For example, in the space of 1 week, the court took 2 huge leaps forward for religious liberty. 2 big steps to restore and strengthen America's First Amendment right to pray and worship how they choose and raise their kids accordingly. Time and again, we've seen opponents of religious diversity argue that government ought to discriminate against faith-based undertakings and organizations. These efforts have spanned from the anti-Catholic Blaine amendments of the 1800s to today's efforts by the secular left to chase religion out of the public square. We've had Democrat politicians trying to force nuns to pay for birth control against their will. 49 of 50 Democrats just voted for a radical bill that would have forced faith-based hospitals, listen to this, forced faith-based hospitals to perform abortions against their principles. Last year, Washington Democrats tried to pass a sweeping toddler takeover that was written to squeeze out faith-based child care providers and secularize early childhood in this country. For goodness sake, 5 years ago, a Lutheran preschool in Missouri had to argue all the way to the Supreme Court that it deserved equal access to widely available funding for updating an outdoor playground. Textbook anti-religious discrimination. Fortunately, they won easily, 7-2. This is indeed a new Supreme Court. Last month, the court took another landmark step. The case was Carson versus Mackin, arose because the state of Maine had established a school voucher program that tried to uniquely discriminate against faith-based schools. In effect, the government was using taxpayer money to nudge families away from faith-based education and toward secular private schools instead. The court rightly struck down that law. Chief Justice Roberts explained that Maine could not exclude accredited and otherwise eligible schools purely because they are religious. That's not government choice to make. It's up to the parents. A few days later, the court issued another important and common sense ruling. Joseph Kennedy, a high school football coach from Washington State, was fired, listen to this, simply because he quickly and quietly offered a simple prayer on the field after the games. He got fired for that. The man was fired by government bureaucrats for praying. In our country, the court ruled for Coach Kennedy under both the free speech and free exercise clause of the First Amendment, thank goodness. In the process, Justice Gorsuch and his colleagues cleared away many, many years of phony, made-up legal tests that made our laws needlessly hostile to religion and turned back to what the Constitution actually says. So the court's term was an exciting one for Americans of faith who simply want to be allowed to live out their faith and raise their kids. But this was a win for the entire country. Americans of any faith and no faith at all can celebrate that we have a brilliant majority of originalist, textualist judges who will defend all of our constitutionality, guaranteed freedoms, and apply what the Bill of Rights actually says. In a better world, Mr. President, in a better world, neither of these common sense rulings would have been close calls or breaking news. But since they were very good news indeed.
Floor remarks from Senator Mitch McConnell there a little bit earlier as we are monitoring the Mount Lindo fire in Morrison, Colorado. There are water drops, there are retardant drops, ground crews, clearly aerial crews. There is wildfires happening across the West as well as Yosemite National Park. When we come back after the break, we'll be going out live there to one of our reporters who's talking about the firefight underway and conserving some of those trees as well. That's in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Top of the hour, 4 o'clock here in Phoenix and 4 o'clock in California. A fast-moving wildfire burning through Yosemite National Park in California. It's already scorched thousands of acres, and tonight, teams are fighting to save some of the biggest trees in America. Fox's Giuliani Ligi live on the scene of this fire. And Giuliani, what are things like there?
Hey, Daytona, well, you could still smell the smoke in the air, and you could see that plume of smoke rising in the background in Yosemite National Park. And firefighters are doing everything they can to protect some of America's oldest and tallest trees. Some of them are more than 1,000 years old.
For the fourth day in a row, the Washburn fire is getting bigger. It's chewed through more than 3,000 acres of this forest and is filling Yosemite National Park with smoke. More than 500 firefighters are working to keep the flames from torching these sequoia trees. In the past decade, fire officials say close to 20% of them have been burned.
National Park Service is so aggressively fighting this fire. That's why there's so many resources on this fire, is to be able to protect these special places for future generations.
So this is one of the areas that the fire burned through, and you can see crews are still working to put some of those burning embers out, and firefighters have also been using a technique to fight fire with fire. By back-burning fire crews, we're able to gain control over some parts of the fire, and firefighters set up sprinkler systems to protect these giant trees.
The one thing you do have is we have a multi-year drought here in California. So obviously you have drought-stressed trees, you have drought-stressed vegetation, and those types of things. And so that's always going to cause for wider fire spread and also resistance to suppression.
And this week could bring more high temperatures in California, making this firefight more difficult.
And tonight, hundreds of people remain evacuated. Still no word on who or what possibly started the fire, but it is just over 20% contained. Daytona.
Yeah, Gio, you were down on the ground with many of those firefighters. As we know, California firefighters are some of the best in the country. How do they say that this one compares to ones they fought in the past?
Absolutely. So they are all really apocalyptic in nature. I mean, you have ash falling from the sky, you have those high temperatures, but I think what's different this year and what everyone has been telling me is the drought is really fueling these fires. So this is really only the beginning of fire season here in California, and this is what we're about to see headed into some of those later months in August and September. So this is really one of the smaller fires and just a precursor of what is yet to come here in California.
Yeah, so you talked about evacuations. Do we know anything about structure damage, any homes that were damaged in this?
Yeah, so some good news in so many ways. Nobody has been injured at this point. No structures have been destroyed, and firefighters have been able to protect all of those hundreds. There's about 500 giant sequoias in the park that they have been able to protect. So no damage in any nature at this point.
Yeah, it's just tough to see parts of Yosemite being blackened. It's so beautiful out there, and it actually doesn't look too horrible behind you. I know you said that there's a little bit of ash. It's definitely smoky still, but it seems to be clearing out a little bit. I might be wrong, though.
Yeah, so it is clearing up a little bit, but these fires can just spread just like that. So it is 20% contained, and by the looks of it, compared to just yesterday, it seems like they are making more progress, and we'll know more on those containment lines tonight.
All right, Giuliani Ligi live for us at Yosemite National Park. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon, Gio. And we're going to keep it moving here with continuing coverage of all of these wildfires. You know, California firefighters usually have to get deployed to some of these other wildfires, especially in nearby states like Colorado. This is in Morrison, Colorado, near Morrison, Colorado, I should say. That's as Utah is dealing with their own issues. Well, a taco truck decided that they want to be of as much help as possible for the Halfway Hill fire. Here's that story.
As the Halfway Hill fire continues to burn.
Just to leave tacos? No. Yes, they're open.
Salvador Sanchez continues to work.
Thank you.
He's cooking up and taking orders.
And then with rice on the side.
At his taco truck, Tacos Los Panchos.
We live from the people. So what we have is because they help us So we had to give a little bit to them. Support real.
And he's an intricate part of the operations at the Halfway Hill fire because, you see, he's giving back to first responders who are hungry, working the fire free of charge.
The best for them, I don't know, it's hard to be in this weather over there.
But they are, of course, keeping his chip jar full. One of those eating here is Brian Monroe.
We had the fire kind of start up. It's always one of those things that deeply concern us.
He's with the U.S. Forest Service here in town.
We were able to save houses, but not able to save it from escaping up the canyons. And so at this point, I think our biggest worry is just the size of it.
While the fire burns up the canyon, he's now looking towards the future impacts this fire might have.
This community needs this watershed. It needs its both culinary and irrigation waters. And so we're also looking ahead for possibly flooding, debris flow, and stuff coming out of the canyon, because, again, these are the headwaters that feed right into this community.
Predominant activity right now is moving towards the north and the east.
The Great Basin Incident Management Team 4 is now in charge of this fire and are working to contain it.
One of the challenges with this fire is the access. There aren't a lot of roads going into this area,
prompting them to take to the skies. This fire started from an abandoned campfire, with 4 being arrested. Fire crews are reminding people that human-caused fires like this one can be prevented.
It's extremely important that as you're going out, whether it's to work or to recreate on public lands, that you're careful with whatever it is that you're doing.
So as crews continue to work, Sanchez continues to cook. And the community of Fillmore continues to watch and be thankful for crews working to protect their town.
If you do something bad, you get something bad. So it's better to do something good, so you get something good. So that's life. So.
That was Fox 13 in Utah reporting. Moving back out to the Capitol, though, as we're getting this live feed in, as Speaker Pelosi is set to swear in Mike Flood. He is the representative-elect, a Republican out of Nebraska. He just won a special election to succeed the former representative Jeff Fortenberry, who resigned after being convicted on federal charges of lying to the feds and concealing a foreign campaign contribution. The new House breakdown goes like this: 431 members, 220 are Democrats, 211 Republicans. There are 4 vacancies at this time. This is special and interesting because Democrats will only be able to lose 4 votes on their side of the aisle and still pass a bill without assistance from Republicans. Well, we are going to take a bit of a commercial break here as we are awaiting this update out of Washington, D.C. with Speaker Pelosi. She's always the one to swear in these individuals here, so we'll be taking that live as it happens after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Capitol Hill here as we are awaiting this update out of Washington, D.C. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to swear in Mike Flood here. That should happen at any moment, so we'll keep our focus on Capitol Hill at this time as January 6 hearings continue. There was another one today, which we brought to you in full. The committee, which started hearings last month, is investigating, of course, the January 6 insurrection. Democratic Florida State Representative Stephanie Murphy says that then President Trump used his fan base to push his narrative that the 2020 election was stolen from him. A recap from Fox's Lauren Blanchard from today.
The committee laid out meetings that happened in the weeks leading up to January 6th. They allege the former president continued to push his most extreme supporters despite being told he'd lost.
Virtually everyone close to President Trump all told him the 2020 election was not stolen.
Former administration officials recounting a heated fight in the Oval Office, testifying former President Trump ignored those who encouraged him to concede in 2020, instead siding with those who agreed with his claims of fraud.
People are making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence.
Attorneys Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell pushed the president to continue what the committee calls the big lie.
And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed?
Hours after the meeting, President Trump tweeted that it was, quote, statistically impossible for him to have lost, adding big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. They called that his siren call to extremists.
Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters.
The committee heard directly from one of the protesters.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
Former President Trump has denied all wrongdoing. The committee is expected to hold at least one more public hearing. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
We want to go out to more of that testimony from today as we have highlights of the timeline of January 6th, how it all went down. We'll play that out now.
House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Jean Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
As you've seen in prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipolloni. You'll see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipolloni told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipolloni, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan, Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in a particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipolloni also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
Did you believe, Mr. Cipolloni, that the president should concede once you made the determination based on the investigations that you credited DOJ did and the campaign did. Did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
So we're going to get back to that in just a moment here, but we do want to play out these live pictures as Mike Flood is about to be sworn in by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Let's listen in.
Okay. This is opposite of everything you've got to. Put your left hand on. And I just hold it? Thank you so much. Thank you. This is just a photo, but it's always a cause for great celebration when we have fresh invigoration into the Congress. Congratulations.
We have some more fans.
My mother was a huge fan. She loved your scarves that matched your face masks. So she just, and my daughters are both so very my girls are just as awesome.
Now we're just having a family.
You just hold the Bible still. Okay.
Everybody look right here on the camera. Now we're just going to have a family photo.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Look forward to seeing you around here. Hello. Congratulations. Congratulations.
You don't want to. Oh, yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So there you have it, the swearing in of the now Representative Mike Flood, the Republican out of Nebraska, alongside his family. The House breakdown now stands at 220 Democrats and 211 Republicans. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipolloni also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your view, that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point I left. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office and caught up with me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control
and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his associates had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the President is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would...
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
And I assume you also would agree the President has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the President's obligations, correct.
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures, and to create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the President. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud sufficient to fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion.
It's fair to say that I agree with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the President from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the President asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the President said something like, well, we could get to the bottom, some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department seized the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and we're not going to seize any machines. And that was that.
Yeah.
But this wasn't the end of the matter. On the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the President, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the President's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately. But it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipolloni had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should be appointed to anything.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipolloni again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached the conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this, on a broader scale, a bad idea for the country?
To have the federal government seize voting machines, that's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority to do that. And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, I don't understand why I would even have to tell you why that's a bad idea for the country. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipolloni told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, that to me it's sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims, and people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence, okay?
It wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bernie Kerik, on December 28, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Kerik did not mince any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Kerik wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Kerik and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign?
There are some very, very general documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges as far as saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner, but it was to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election fraud. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but
right
from his aides before the crowd came running?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet that Cipolloni set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly or Hirschman that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized, okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice, and so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claiming the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate? Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipolloni and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues, where's the
a variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something like, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
But Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed? And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipolloni, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you get people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm gonna categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point I had it with him. So I yelled back. Either come over or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Oval. They call that the yellow oval?
Yes, exactly, the yellow Oval Office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
Okay, so we just wanted to show you that portion of the January 6 hearings today, recounting from some of those witnesses this fascinating meeting that took place December the 18th, 2020, with the likes of Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, in the Oval Office with then President Trump, talking about, various theories to keep Donald Trump in power, including that really bombshell one about seizing voting machines, having the federal government seize voting machines in some of these states that, allegedly were in question. At least that's what they thought there. So we're going to step away from the January 6 hearings. There was a lot of really explosive testimony today. You saw there from then White House counsel Pat Cipolloni. And of course, all that testimony, that deposition took place last Friday for about 8 hours. And we're seeing the video of that just today. So we're going to be bringing on a Washington Post political reporter in the next hour, talking more about some of these key developments and previewing the next hearing ahead as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you had a great weekend. I was not here yesterday. We have a lot more headlines left to get to. Live Now look there at the U.S. Capitol. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we have a lot of news out of Uvalde, Texas. At the moment, they are holding a city council meeting right there. That is Uvalde Mayor Don McLaughlin. And so we're getting more insight into the moments inside of Robb Elementary School during the shooting itself. That, of course, left 19 young children dead, 2 teachers dead as well. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, earlier today we have learned that a couple of local news outlets in the Austin, Texas area have obtained surveillance footage from inside Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, showcasing rather the lack of law enforcement response, showing that shooter Salvador Ramos entering in to Robb Elementary. Here at LiveNOW from Fox, we have not obtained that surveillance video ourselves. We are working on that. Of course, it will be released by official channels this Sunday, but some in the community are taking umbrage that it has been obtained by some of these local news outlets before some family members were able to see that earlier, well, rather just moments ago. Steve McCraw, the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, put out this statement. He said, quote, "I am deeply disappointed this video was released before all of the families who were impacted that day and the community of Uvalde had the opportunity to view it as part of Chairman Dustin Burrows' plan. Those most affected should have been among the first to see it. As I stated during my testimony before the Senate Special Committee to Protect All Texans, this video provides horrifying evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary on May 24th was an abject failure. In law enforcement, when one officer fails, we all fail." So that was from Steve McCraw earlier today. He's the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety. We've heard from him numerous times in the wake of the Robb Elementary School shooting. Right now, though, as we speak, the Uvalde City Council is meeting. They're taking public comment. Members of the public coming up to that podium there, voicing their concerns not only about the Uvalde shooting, but of course other local matters as well. One of the pressing items on the agenda that we just learned is that Pete Arredondo, he's the chief of the Uvalde School District Police Force, who was a member of the City Council, submitted officially his resignation to the City Council. I want to read in part the letter. He says, "As we continue to grieve over the tragedy that occurred on May 24th, we pray for the families affected and our entire community. Uvalde has a rich history of loving and supporting thy neighbor, and we must continue to do so. In speaking with other communities that have had similar tragedies, the guidance has been the same. Continue to support the families, continue to support our community, and above all, to keep strong in our faith." He goes on to say, lastly, after much consideration, it is in the best interest of the community to step down as a member of the City Council for District 3 to minimize further distractions. So we're learning as well that the Uvalde City Council has accepted Arredondo's resignation. This is all happening today, mind you. So we're going to be speaking with one of our Fox Dallas reporters in the 7 o'clock hour, going over what exactly was in some of that surveillance video obtained today. It's going to be officially released by authorities on Sunday. Of course, many in the community are up in arms that it was obtained early by the Austin American Statesman, that's the paper in Austin, and then a local affiliate down in Austin as well. Let's listen into some of this meeting as it happens live.
The reason for this is, again, we have had bailouts in Uvalde. You're going to start school in less than a month or a month. But, you know, by declaring this, we can ask for more assets from the government or the governor or EPS or whatever. But how traumatic is it going to be in a month from now we start back to school and you have your personnel out in a school and it has to go on lockdown? How traumatic is that going to be for the kids and the parents and the community? I can't promise that declaring this declaration will stop that, but maybe it'll give us more assets to fight it. So that's the reason we're putting this on the agenda, because I don't think it's going to do anything, the traffic's going to do anything to increase more the way it's going. And I don't think that, I mean, in the past year, these schools have been on lockdown over 54 times. So maybe we can do something to bring more awareness to it and get it to stop the violence.
Motion to approve item 9B.
Second. Motion made by Councilman King, seconded by Councilman Moore. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Item 10, we'll convene into executive session pursuant to section 551-1087 regarding economic development negotiations. and convene into executive session pursuant to 5-1 regarding consultation of the attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body and the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter. So we'll go into are we going back here to executive session? It's 6:58 p.m.
Okay, Uvalde Mayor there, Don McLaughlin, with some of the city council members. They are going behind closed doors to meet about something there, but we're getting a lot of news in regards to the investigation into the law enforcement response in the Robb Elementary mass shooting. So if we get any more details, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Almost the top of the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be discussing some news out of professional golf. We heard from Tiger Woods, who is really criticizing those professional golfers who choose to join a new Saudi-backed golf league. We'll have more on that, and what the Department of Justice is looking at the PGA for as well. So a lot of news in the professional world of golf. We'll have it in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. Storm system moving through the nation's capital. We could see lightning there over the White House, raining as well in parts of the D.C. metro area. We'll keep an eye on that. We also have a Live Now look, I believe, there in Chicago. Just a lot of cool skyline shots. And, of course, one out of the White House as President Biden is getting ready to go overseas on his first trip to the Middle East. As president, he'll be visiting Saudi Arabia. He'll be visiting Israel as well. Well, speaking of Saudi Arabia, a lot of people are talking about the Live Golf League that the Saudis have backed, that are having tournaments and so much more. Well, the Department of Justice is investigating whether the PGA Tour is engaging in anti-competitive behavior as it battles this new rival Saudi-backed league, the Live League. This is all according to the Wall Street Journal, who first broke this story. Joining me now to discuss this even further, sports legal expert Dan Lust and friend of the program. Dan, good to see you. This came as quite a shock to me that the Department of Justice is looking into this, into the PGA's behavior, not the Live League. What say you?
Yeah, I think the Department of Justice is really looking to anti-competitive practices. So what is Live Golf? I mean, they might be backed by Saudi money, but at least here domestically, right, they're a competing golf league. So You have the Department of Justice investigating companies like AT&T and Google that are trying to monopolize a particular industry. And that's what the PGA is being accused of. So from, the Department of Justice's standpoint, I don't know, Saudi League, the Saudi-backed Live League, I don't know, that seems to be good and fair competition. Why they're looking into the PGA, right, are these anti-competitive practices to try to prevent more golfers from going over to the Live Tour. And some of the pointed comments from Commissioner Jay Monaghan. So, at least to me, I expected the Department of Justice to take a look at this, announcing a formal announcement that they're investigating them, that they're under the watchful eye of the DOJ. I think the way they did it may be a little bit surprising, but I think we all knew that they were watching this scene very closely between two budding competitors here.
Dan, from someone looking inside from the outside at this, it seems like the PGA Tour, is not open, is not welcoming to, other rival leagues, other rival tours that might take away, some of their popularity, some of their fan share and what have you. Do you think the PGA needs to be a little more open, a little more available to more competition in professional golf?
I think so. This dates back to 1994. I think the last time the DOJ investigated the PGA is when there was maybe some whispers that the PGA wasn't allowing their golfers to compete in outside events. And that's essentially what happened here, right? These players, or at least some of these players, requested waivers to go play in the Live Tour. They weren't granted, and then the players just left on their own. So, should the PGA be open to competition? I guess, right? I guess it's anyone cup of tea, right? The comment from Jay Monaghan from June 22nd, the commissioner of the PGA, he states, "I am not naive. If this is an arms race, and if the only weapons we have here are dollar bills, the PGA Tour can't compete." So that statement, going back to the original conversation, right? If the PGA Tour can't compete in dollars, how is the PGA going to compete? And that's when I think the DOJ is maybe sniffing, hey, maybe there are some anti-competitive practices that don't involve money, maybe fear of suspensions, maybe fear of something else, right, that the PGA is not talking about out loud. So I think those are the type of comments that the DOJ is investigating. So from the PGA Tour's perspective, they're losing some of their star players, obviously not the Tiger Woods of the world, not the AA level guys, but they're losing the stars, right? And they're also being investigated by the DOJ. So I think the PGA Tour is more scared of their viability than they are scared of competition at this point.
Yeah, I just want to read out what the PGA is saying in a statement. They said, "This was not unexpected. We went through this in '94, and we are confident in a similar outcome." Dan, everyone, well, at least a lot of golfers have been saying and citing Saudi Arabia's horrific human rights records and abuses and saying, what essentially is this all about? Why are players joining? Dan, today, Tiger Woods had some pretty pointed and sharp critiques at players who do decide to join the Live League. I want to play that for our viewers right now.
Okay, so as far as the second part of your question about the players who have chosen to go to Live and to play on to play there, I disagree with it. I think that what they've done is they've turned their back on what has allowed them to get to this position. Some players have never got a chance to even experience it. They've gone right from the amateur ranks right into that organization, and never really got a chance to play out here and what it feels like to play a tour schedule or to play in some big events. And who knows what's going to happen in the near future with world ranking points, the criteria for entering major championships. The governing body's going to have to figure that out, and some of these players may not ever get a chance to play major championships, and that is a possibility. We don't know that for sure yet. It's up to all the major championship bodies to make that determination, but that is a possibility that some players will never ever get a chance to play in a major championship, never get a chance to experience this right here. Walk down the fairways at Augusta National. I mean, that to me, I just don't understand it. I understand what Jack and Arnold did, because playing professional golf at a tour level versus a club pro is different. And I understand that transition and that move and the recognition that a touring pro versus a club pro is. But what these players are doing for guaranteed money, what is the incentive to practice? What is the incentive to go out there and earn it in the dirt? You're just getting paid a lot of money up front and playing a few events and playing 54 holes. They're trying to, playing blaring music and have all these atmospheres that are different. I just don't see how, 54 holes, I can understand 54 holes is almost like a mandate when you get to the senior tours. The guys are a little bit older and a little more banged up. But, when you're at a young age and some of these kids, there really are kids, who are gone from amateur golf into that organization. 72-hole tests, are part of it. I mean, we used to have 36-hole playoffs for major championships. That's how it used to be. 18-hole U.S. Open playoffs. That's. I just don't see how that move is positive in the long term for a lot of these players, and especially if the LIV organization doesn't get world ranking points and they don't, and the major championships change their criteria for entering the events. It'd be sad to see some of these young kids never get a chance to experience it and experience what we've got a chance to experience. And walk these hollow grounds and play in these championships.
Okay, Dan, very strong words there from Tiger Woods. To me, he seemed exasperated. He seemed kind of disappointed that some of these younger players are choosing this route, kind of hearkening back to his path to success. And he put in the work. And then, of course, he invoked Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer. What did he mean by that?
He's talking about tradition, and that goes back to the comment from the PGA commissioner I mentioned, right? The PGA can't win a battle if it's all about money. We could talk about the financial side, but when he's talking about Jack and Arnold and Tiger's history, he's talking about, the history of golf, right? That it's tied to the PGA. But at the end of the day, right, the other side of the coin, quite literally is money. Most recently, there was an event that the LIV Tour held with a $5 million purse where the minimum payouts were in the six figures. I think it was like 120,000. Meanwhile, the PGA was holding an event simultaneously, and I think only 4 or 5 golfers in the entire event got over six figures. So that's the battle, right? Tiger Woods has made in his career over $100 million, on the links, and no one has really matched that. And meanwhile, over in LIV, some guys are being handed out hundreds of millions of dollars, and it doesn't even require them to play well, right? Like Phil Mickelson has not been playing well recently on the LIV side. Still getting, I think the number reported for Phil is close to $200 million. So, at the end of the day, I understand what Tiger's saying, and there's been some big amateurs that have jumped over that might never play PGA Tour golf. But if they get paid, right, from their vantage point, let's say a guaranteed number like $50 million or $25 million, independent of how they perform on the LIV Tour, it's going to be really hard to argue. So maybe Tiger's not the guy, right? The guy's made $100 million. He has made his money. But, this is generational wealth for these guys going over to the LIV Tour. So It's a hard argument. I mean, you'd wish the LIV guys would get out and say, the reason I'm going is for the money. They want to say everything else but that. But, that's the reality. The money is just too hard to pass up for some of these guys.
Yeah. Dan, last point on this. So where do you see the DOJ's investigation going? Do you think it will, get to some of these great lengths that a lot of people are portending maybe?
Well, the PGA Tour, prior to the LIV's Tour starting, there were some rumors that they had threatened to ban players for life if they had involved themselves with the LIV Tour. And over at the European Tour, Ian Poulter, a pretty well-known golfer, was banned from playing in their Scottish Tour, a Scottish Open event, had to take them to court in order to get an injunction to play. We have not seen that battle with respect to the PGA Tour. So I think the DOJ is just saying, we're watching. we're watching. We're waiting for the PGA to make a mistake, and then we're ready. But I don't think the PGA has quite made that mistake yet. I don't think they've done anything that quite rises to the level. And I'm sure the PGA Tour is being represented by some very strong lawyers who have been watching this very closely. So the PGA in their comments have not made, these anti-competitive comments, but the DOJ is just saying we're watching, right? I'm sure people are listening to this right now, Andrew, and saying, doesn't the Department of Justice have better things to do than to investigate a golf league? The answer is yes. And the DOJ is not saying we are going into this right now, but they're saying we're watching, which I think is a fair comment. I don't think anybody can be upset at that.
All right. Dan Lust, as always, thanks for breaking. I think it's quite intricate and complex. So thanks for making it easy for us to understand. We'll talk to you again, Dan. Thanks.
Always a pleasure.
Okay. So, we've been speaking about the Saudi League there, the Live League, of course, that tees us up as well for President Biden's first trip to Saudi Arabia, to the Middle East, as president. He'll also be visiting Israel. And so we'll be speaking and previewing the president's trip a little bit later on in our coverage tonight. What are the goals? Who will he be meeting with? What will he, say? What will he accomplish? You can see there the lightning is quite strong in Washington at this hour. It's a little bit after 8 o'clock, almost 8:15 there in the nation's capital. Storms rolling through, but you can see the really cool lightning there over the White House and the Washington Monument. All right, we're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be diving into more details from the 7th installment of the January 6th hearings today on Capitol Hill. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's a Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol as this storm system moves through Washington, D.C. at the moment. You can see some of the lightning and the rain there behind the Capitol Dome. Well, earlier today, of course, and we have been following every step of the way, we showed the whole hearing live, the January 6th hearing. We're going to show you some excerpts and some snippets from it right now, from some of the other testimony from some of these witnesses. One witness was a ex-Oath Keepers spokesperson. We're going to hear from that individual, and then we're going to hear from another individual who was there on January the 6th, who assaulted police officers and who was facing charges for his role on January 6th, and he even apologized to some of the Metropolitan police officers and Capitol police officers who were sitting directly behind him in the hearing room today. So those are our two excerpts we're going to show right now, and then we're going to bring on a Washington Post political reporter talking about more key highlights from today's hearing.
Today, we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day. Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff when I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered two more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes. And I think, rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued over a period of time as the member base and who it was that Stewart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right into the alt-right world, into white nationalists, and even straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stewart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So, in my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You talked a little bit about that danger. So, what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments. And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, it does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point, there were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did. But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store. We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group of the Oath Keepers and some associates, and they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, you know, we were not wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, there were many people in the crowd that day.
Okay, so who we just listened to was Jason Van Tatenhove. He's a former Oath Keepers spokesman who was testifying today. Remember, the Oath Keepers was founded and led by former Army paratrooper Stuart Rhodes, and the group was instrumental in carrying out the January 6th Capitol riot. So right now, though, I want the viewers to hear from yet another person who was there on January 6th, a former Donald Trump supporter. His name, Stephen Ayers. He testified today about why he came to the Capitol on January 6th. He was arrested for his role in being there that day, and you could hear how he was regretful and remorseful, and he even took the opportunity to go up to some of the police officers who were also there and responded on January 6th and apologized to them.
January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group. I'd like to start by having you tell the American people a little bit about yourself. Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
Yeah, basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, a cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. You know, family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
So this committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video. Mr. Ayers, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, he basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayers, when you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened. Basically deleted it all. I started doing my own research and everything. And for me, for something like that to be that, for that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits being shot down one after another, that was mainly what convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. You know, who knows? I may not have come down here then, you know.
Okay, so we were just listening to that individual, Stephen Ayers, testify today in front of the committee, and you heard there he identifies himself as a former Donald Trump supporter. He offered, regret for his role that day, and he has been arrested and charged for his role that day as well. And so you heard there from Liz Cheney's kind of line of questioning, if President Trump had acknowledged that there was no fraud and the election was not stolen, would he have gone there? Would Stephen Ayers have gone there that day? And he said probably not. So in the meantime, though, like I have been kind of intimating, there was some footage at the hearing today of that individual, Stephen Ayers, kind of going over to some of these Capitol police officers, Metropolitan police officers, who responded to the mob that day, of which Stephen Ayers was in and broke into the Capitol. Just let's play out some of that, and you can see him there kind of embracing, hugging, offering support, saying he is sorry. And these are some of the more prominent former members of the Capitol Police that we have heard and seen many times since January 6th. So just an interesting scene of conciliation, regret. Not sure it's a two-way street there to some of them, but extended nonetheless there by Stephen Ayers. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about even more of the key details, highlights that you heard in the hearing today, and also previewing when the next hearing will be, what that hearing will be about, who might testify at that one, and so much more. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we've been showing you some of these scenes out of Washington right now. Looks like a storm system moving through there. We've been seeing some lightning over the White House and the Washington Monument, and of course the Capitol as well, where most of our attention has been focused today with the 7th installment, I believe, of the January 6th hearings by the Select Committee. Joining me now to discuss that even further, go over some of the key highlights is Washington Post political reporter Amber Phillips and author of the 5-Minute Fix. Amber, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Let's get into some of these highlights today. The hearing today really focused on this December 18th, 2020 meeting in the Oval Office with a number of members of Trump's legal team, Rudy Giuliani, but also some other kind of colorful characters, if you will, General Flynn, Sidney Powell, the CEO of Overstock.com. And so what exactly happened? What did we learn today?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Andrew. And that thunder, there's thunder in DC for sure, if you just heard that. Anyways, so the committee spent a lot of time focusing on this meeting, and I'll explain what happened in a minute. But I think it's important to step back and underscore why they wanted to talk about it. They were trying to lay the groundwork for Trump well after the Electoral College had said Trump lost, still being pulled between these conspiracy theorists, Sidney Powell, like you said, Patrick Byrne of Overstock.com, Rudy Giuliani, and then his White House advisors who had been telling him for more than a month at this point that he lost the election. So here's what happened. As the committee described it, according to witnesses, they interviewed almost everyone in that meeting. The Giuliani and Sidney Powell and these kind of colorful characters were let in by a junior aide in a back door late into the evening, December 18th. That's a couple days after the Electoral College had met. And they're in the Oval Office talking to Trump for about 15 minutes, according to Sidney Powell, when White House counsel Pat Cipolloni, he's the one who tries to really be a blockade between Trump and some of these more conspiracy theory ideas, gets wind that they're in the Oval Office talking to the president, and he races down the hallway in the West Wing, gets into the Oval Office, calls all his lawyers in, and there's a screaming match for about 6 hours while the committee underscores Trump is very present and listening to all of this. And in the end, what happens is Trump kind of, sort of appoints Sidney Powell as a special counsel to investigate voter fraud, which is really crucial because a couple days earlier, this same group had proposed letting Powell find a way to have Trump seize voting machines, which would just be a remarkably undemocratic thing to happen in American elections. And then he sort of backed off it. And at 1:42 in the morning, right after that meeting ends, he issues this tweet, "Be there, will be wild," about the January 6th Stop the Steal rally. And so the committee was trying to illustrate how Trump was torn between these two sides. In the end, kind of sided with the conspiracy theorists, and then pushed forward with this Stop the Steal rally the day that Congress is going to certify his loss.
Yeah, and you even kind of heard, especially from some of the Sidney Powell testimony, that still in this meeting and even in the testimony, they were kind of trying to work against this other, I guess, faction, you would call it, in the White House. I guess that faction would call them, the adults in the room. And you heard from Sidney Powell there, still going after them, saying they didn't have the president's best interests in mind. They weren't listening to the president's concerns. Sidney Powell said they had contempt and disdain for some of the president's concerns at the time. And so we saw from Pat Cipolloni all of that testimony that was literally just gathered and filmed on Friday due to that subpoena the committee issued. So they really turned that around quickly. Amber, also I found interesting too, because there was another pivotal moment about an unsent tweet that they had gotten their hands on that the president apparently had signed off on. And it essentially said that, they wanted his followers to march to the Capitol. The tweet, I don't have it in front of me, but it said march to the Capitol or something along those lines.
Right.
And so that would have been quite damning if it had been sent, don't you think?
Yeah, I think you're smart, Andrew, to zero in on this one moment. It kind of came toward the latter end of the committee hearing, and why it's so important. What the committee was trying to do was say, listen, after Trump considered all these conspiracy theories and then told all his supporters to come to the Capitol, come to the Washington, D.C., the Ellipse on January 6th, then they start talking about how President Trump they started presenting evidence without really issuing any kind of clear conclusion, tried to plan to tell these marchers to go to the Capitol. And so I think you're right to underscore that this tweet was that main part of that evidence. There was a draft tweet, there was a big stamp on it by his staff that said Trump has seen, that he never ended up sending. That was their main piece of evidence to say that President Trump considered, well before he went to the ellipse and spoke on January 6th, where he said, we're going to march to the Capitol.
Right.
He considered organizing these people to go to the Capitol, even as he was being warned by his national security team that a lot of the online chatter from these groups was getting violent and disturbing. And so I think you're right, Andrew, just to call that a potentially damning tweet if he had sent it, because it would underscore that it wasn't impromptu.
Exactly.
When the president got in front of his supporters and said, let's go to the Capitol, that it was this planned attack by the president to keep himself in power.
Right, because that's what the, I guess, goal, and the committee has stated this time and time again, that they want to lay out that this was not some spontaneous, overflow of violence that just kind of went awry, this peaceful political rally on the lips that went awry. Let's talk about another really stunning development that Liz Cheney really ended the hearing with today. And she said that after the last hearing that we saw, and that was, I believe, the one Cassidy Hutchinson was testifying in, that Trump attempted to call a witness in their investigation. And Liz Cheney said a witness that you have not yet seen in these hearings. She's accusing the former president of witness tampering. That was quite explosive today.
Yeah, it was. And I called up legal experts right after that and said, what does this mean?
Right.
And I think you're right to call it explosive, Andrew, which what she underscored, or I will say what she alleged was that the president himself was trying to intimidate witnesses. Now, legal experts told me what the information she gave us, and maybe she knows more, was vague. All she said was Trump called a witness after that Cassidy Hutchinson testimony, where Cheney also then said that Trump allies called witnesses before their testimony. The Washington Post and others have since confirmed that was Cassidy Hutchinson. So there was this big public moment where Cheney announces to the world that Trump allies were trying to allegedly intimidate Cassidy Hutchinson before she testified. And then Cheney says the president himself called up someone, we don't know who, and Cheney underscored it wasn't Cassidy Hutchinson, and said what? We don't know what. We don't even know if it's about January 6th. So my legal experts warned me, let's not jump to too many conclusions here. But it is galling, was a word that one of them used, that President Trump, after kind of being warned by the committee that they were watching behavior, made a call to a witness.
Yeah. So we'll have to, I guess, follow that line of inquiry there, see if anything comes of that. Let's look ahead, though, Amber. There's going to be another hearing next week. This could potentially be the last one this summer. Of course, the committee has said time and again that their work continues even though the hearings will end. Another question I have is who will be testifying at maybe this last hearing? Of course, we heard over the weekend everything going on with Steve Bannon. He could be called in front of the committee. Maybe he will be. And then, of course, Stuart Rhodes, the founder and the leader of the Oath Keepers. Do you think we'll be hearing from them in prime time in the committee room?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've been exploring all week, Andrew, whether Steve Bannon might testify. And the conclusion I've come to is no, not in public and not live, in part because the committee wants to talk to him behind the scenes. What they did with Pat Cipolloni, for example, that White House lawyer who was trying to be a blockade between the conspiracy theorists and Trump advisors, is they subpoenaed him after he refused to talk and had him behind closed doors for hours and hours and hours. Many of these people spent all day talking to the committee. And then they're very careful about the live witnesses they want to put in front of the cameras. And that's because they're telling a story, and they're telling a story without a lot of Trump supporters and Trump allies being a part of that conversation. I mean, you just talked on the show about, an indicted insurrectionist who went in and supported Trump, but now he no longer does. And so it's very questionable that Steve Bannon would testify because the committee doesn't want to give him, he's still very much a Trump supporter, such an open mic, at least publicly. Stuart Rhodes, he's under indictment for a very serious charge, seditious conspiracy. I could see him possibly testifying, in part because the committee, and Cheney in particular, has been pointing at alleging Trump engaged in seditious conspiracy as well. And then we could see some former White House advisors, like a media advisor, Sarah Matthews, come testify. And that's because the committee wants to talk in this likely final hearing about everything Trump did the day of January 6th, and more accurately, what he didn't do. Cheney said they're really going to illustrate how he didn't pick up the phone to stop the attack.
Yeah, of course, that's the next hearing, like you were alluding to. They will, at least what they say, go really minute by minute, hour by hour of what Trump was doing in the Oval, watching all of this unfold at the Capitol. But we've heard, Amber, kind of time and again as well from some of the Republican critics of the committee and the committee's work that there is no, other side to this presented in the committee. There is no counterfactual. There's no one really there defending the former president. So if Steve Bannon does testify live, in person in front of the committee, he could be that person, but like you were alluding to, he could also just kind of make a mockery of it and blow the whole thing up.
Right, it's exactly right. The committee has been super careful about the narrative they're putting out there. They're trying to illustrate, as Cheney said in that first hearing, that Trump lit the flames, quote unquote, for the attack on the Capitol. So they don't want to risk any chance that Steve Bannon would go in and blow things up and just be a microphone for Trump in some of these hearings. The committee has been aware of that criticism, though, that they're not airing Trump's point of view at all. And I think what they're trying to do to counter that is tell the story of what Trump did through Trump's former advisors and Trump's supporters, people who might not no longer be behind him the way Steve Bannon is, but people who were working with him right up until the very last minute of his presidency. They are the ones telling the story rather than the committee members who are almost all Democrats themselves.
All right, Amber Phillips, as always, we appreciate your time and insight and your reporting into this, and we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, major storms going on right now there in the nation's capital, where Amber Phillips was zooming into from. We just saw lightning. We just heard some thunder there. So we'll be tracking some of these storms. Always cool to see the lightning kind of flash near the Capitol Dome there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more headlines on this Tuesday. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. Live Now look at the White House there, Washington facing some severe weather at the moment, but earlier today in the Oval Office, President Biden met with his Mexican counterpart, the Mexican leader, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, also known there in Mexico as AMLO. Well, they put out a joint statement together, and in it, Mexico says it has committed to invest $1.5 billion on border infrastructure between 2022 and 2024. So we want to hear from Fox's Madeline Rivera with the latest, with a summary of this meeting today. Here's her report.
President Biden looking to display a united front with Mexico as he hosts President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. The visit comes a month after Obrador skipped the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles over the White House's refusal to invite authoritarian leaders from Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela.
On many occasions, we've been able to coincide and we've been able to work together as good friends and true allies.
Migration was a key topic in Tuesday's discussions as the number of illegal crossings surge. Obrador is pushing the U.S. to allow more skilled Mexican and Central American workers to relieve the U.S. labor shortage and perhaps ease inflation, an issue President Biden says he's working on.
My administration is leading the way to creating work opportunities through legal pathways.
Obrador also addressed sky-high gas prices, saying Mexico is committed to guaranteeing twice as much gasoline supply to meet demand, while also allowing some Americans to take advantage of their cheaper costs.
It was necessary for us to allow Americans who live close to the borderline so that they could go and get their gasoline on the Mexican side at lower prices.
Texas Senators John Cornyn and Ted Cruz will be leading a delegation of Republican senators to the southern border this week as they accuse the Biden administration of not doing enough to curb illegal crossings. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks for that report there. And we'll have live coverage of that special congressional delegation to the southern border a little bit later this week. That could come on Thursday or Friday. We'll wait for an official schedule there, but Senators Cruz and Senators Cornyn will lead their colleagues, Senator Lankford, Senator Ernst, Senator Barrasso, and Senator Johnson on a visit to the Rio Grande Valley to look up front at the border crisis there as it unfolds. Right now, though, let's play out some of this Oval Office meeting for you today between President Biden and the Mexican leader, and then we'll go a little bit more in detail as they issue that joint statement later today.
Hace un año y medio que le pedimos a nuestros equipos de ambos gobiernos que trabajaran de forma mancomunada para reconstruir la relación entre ambos países.
As I told you from the beginning, and I mean this, we see Mexico as an equal partner.
Y como le dije antes, nosotros vemos a México en pie de igualdad con Estados Unidos.
Our nations share close ties and family and friendship, and we're united through our values and our history.
Y en realidad nuestros países tienen lazos de familia, de amistad, de amigos, y en realidad compartimos los mismos valores y estamos enlazados a través de la historia.
And for me and my administration, the U.S.-Mexico relationship is vital to achieve our goals of everything from the fight against COVID-19 to continuing to grow our economies to strengthening our partnerships and addressing migration as a shared hemispheric challenge.
Y en realidad mi gobierno y personalmente nosotros consideramos que la relación de Estados Unidos y México es una relación vital, fundamental, y para poder lograr nuestros objetivos, uno de los cuales, por ejemplo, es la lucha en contra de la COVID-19, el desarrollo económico y también la lucha o el abordar el tema de la migración y también todos los temas comunes que nos afectan.
Addressing migration is a hemispheric challenge, a commitment captured in the Los Angeles Declaration adopted by the Summit of the Americas.
Y en realidad el tema de la migración es un tema hemisférico y es un concepto que fue captado en la declaración de la cumbre de Los Ángeles cuando se celebró.
And Mr. President, this is a relationship that directly impacts the daily lives of our people. And despite the overhyped headlines that we sometimes see, you and I have a strong and productive relationship.
Y en realidad, señor presidente, nuestra relación impacta la vida diaria en ambos países, la vida diaria de todos nuestros ciudadanos, y a pesar de los grandes titulares que podemos ver en algunos medios de comunicación, la relación que nosotros todos tenemos es una relación muy sólida.
And I would argue a partnership.
Y diría que es una sociedad, una relación.
Today we're going to be discussing our shared challenges we face and commitments on some of the major issues that we're taking on together.
Y hoy vamos a hablar no solamente de los desafíos compartidos, sino también de los compromisos que vamos a abordar para solucionar estos temas.
One of those is migration, at historic levels throughout our hemisphere. Like us, Mexico has become a top destination of migrants. And here's what we're going to do to address it together.
Y en realidad el tema migratorio ha llegado a niveles históricos aquí en el hemisferio, y es un tema que afecta no solamente a Estados Unidos, sino también a México, porque México en este momento también es uno de los destinos elegidos por los migrantes, así que es algo que vamos a trabajar de forma mancomunada.
My administration is leading the way to creating work opportunities through legal pathways. And last year, my administration set a record, issuing more than 300,000 H-2 visas for Mexican workers.
Y mi gobierno va a crear oportunidades de trabajo legales para los inmigrantes, y el año pasado nosotros batimos un récord en la emisión de visas H-2, que fueron 300,000 visas que fueron emitidas.
We also reached a 5-year high in the visas we issued to Central Americans, and we're on pace to double this in fiscal year for this fiscal year for Central America.
Y nosotros llegamos a niveles históricos en los últimos 5 años en la emisión de visas para centroamericanos, y estamos en un ritmo que nos va a permitir duplicar la cantidad de visas que vamos a emitir en el próximo ejercicio fiscal.
And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for also stepping up and increasing worker visas in Mexico for Central Americans.
Y también le quería agradecer porque ustedes están emitiendo más visas de trabajo en México para centroamericanos, así que gracias por eso.
This is a proven strategy that fuels economic growth as well as reduces irregular migration.
Y esto es una estrategia que se comprueba y se ha probado ser una estrategia que funciona, porque no solo ayuda al desarrollo económico, sino también que desacelera la migración.
And it doesn't get much attention, but we're also making historic investments in infrastructure modernization across our 2,000-mile border with Mexico.
Y hay un tema que no es muy relevante o no está muy cubierto en cuanto a las inversiones históricas que estamos haciendo en infraestructura en la frontera que tenemos de más de 2,000 millas con México.
My bipartisan infrastructure law here in America is delivering $3.4 billion to major construction projects at the ports of entry between our two countries to make our borders safer and more efficient for people, trade, and commerce.
Y en realidad el programa de infraestructura que ha contado con el apoyo bipartidista es de 3,4 mil millones de dólares en proyectos de construcción en puertos de entrada entre nuestros dos países, y esto va a permitir que estas entradas y el paso sean no solamente mucho más seguros, sino también mucho más eficientes.
The American people should know, Mr. President, that you're also making a significant investment on your side of the border to improve infrastructure to meet the needs of our times and the future.
Y también el pueblo estadounidense tiene que saber que usted está haciendo muchísimos esfuerzos del otro lado de la frontera en programas de infraestructura que van a permitir satisfacer las necesidades de nuestros pueblos, no solamente ahora, sino a futuro también.
And a very important point, another critical example is we are accelerating our efforts to disrupt the trafficking of fentanyl and other drugs that are literally killing people. Fentanyl kills people.
Y hay algo muy importante a destacar en cuanto a cuáles son los ejemplos como ejemplo, digamos, de las actividades que estamos realizando, que los esfuerzos denodados que estamos haciendo para atacar el tránsito de fentanilo, que es algo que está no solamente matando a muchísima gente, sino también estamos trabajando para detener el flujo de otras drogas.
We've had a major anti-smuggling operation underway since April, targeting human smugglers who traffic in people, drugs, and weapons.
Y hemos estado haciendo desde el mes de abril muchas actividades en contra del contrabando y también de la trata de seres humanos y el tráfico de drogas y de armas.
Toward this effort, we've deployed 1,300 additional personnel, conducted 20,000 disruption operations, and we've made over 3,000 arrests, all since April.
Y desde abril hemos destacado más de 1.300 efectivos, hemos realizado más de 20.000 operaciones y hemos también llevado a cabo más de 3.000 arrestos.
And we've been conducting mirrored disruption operations along our shared border with our Mexican partners.
Y también hemos estado haciendo diferentes tareas conjuntas de disrupción con nuestros socios mexicanos.
But as you know, Mr. President, we need every country in the region to join us in tracking this multi-billion-dollar smuggling industry that's preying on our most vulnerable, including the 53 souls who died in a tractor trailer in San Antonio last month.
Y en realidad, como usted sabe, este tiene que ser un esfuerzo mancomunado, conjunto con todos los países del hemisferio. Tenemos que atacar esta industria de $1.000 millones. Es una industria del contrabando, es una industria de la trata de seres humanos y que afecta a los más vulnerables, como por ejemplo las 53 almas que hemos encontrado, las 53 personas que hemos encontrado muertas en un camión en San Antonio, en Texas.
President Obrador and I will also be talking about enhanced enforcement measures, including reparation efforts. And today, we'll agree on our next steps together on all these fronts because we know we have to meet these challenges together.
Y en realidad vamos a trabajar de manera conjunta en todas estas esferas. También vamos a hablar de cuáles son los pasos que tenemos que seguir en el futuro para poder abordar estos desafíos de forma conjunta.
Mr. President, again, welcome, and I look forward to our discussions after this introductory meeting.
Señor Presidente, bienvenido nuevamente y espero tener una conversación muy fructífera.
Okay, so we just wanted to show you a little bit more of this meeting in the Oval Office today with President Biden and the Mexican leader, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador there, as they talked about their mutual shared priorities. They did put out a joint statement. I want to read in part from the White House statement. President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law includes $3.4 billion to undertake 26 major construction and modernization projects at land ports of entry on the northern and southern border. Also, they say Mexico has committed to invest $1.5 billion on border infrastructure as well between 2022 and 2024. So you'll remember that AMLO did not show up for the Summit of the Americas last month in Los Angeles. And so there was somewhat of a diplomatic row over that, but now he is getting treated to the White House Oval Office treatment today, and so we'll stay on top of this as well. We'll also be previewing President Biden's first trip to the Middle East as president. He's leaving tomorrow. He'll be visiting Israel. He'll be visiting Saudi Arabia as well. So we'll be previewing his trip a little later on in the coverage tonight about what to expect. And in the meantime, we'll also be previewing that congressional delegation going to the southern border a little bit later this week. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting a report out of New York City. We have a LiveNOW look there at the skyline. A deadly boat capsizing today, killing 2, leaving many others injured. What exactly went wrong? We'll have it after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. Live Now look there in New York City. Well, earlier today on the Hudson River, a boat capsized. You can see there 2 people killed, many others injured, according to the NYPD. Joining me now from one of the piers in New York City is Fox 5 New York reporter Mac King with the latest. Mac, how did this all happen today, and what was the boat doing?
Those are the 2 questions we don't have the answers to, actually. Investigators are going to have to figure that out as this week goes on, but we definitely don't know why this happened or how the boat might have capsized. We do know that a 50-year-old woman and a 7-year-old boy have died. They both got trapped beneath the vessel when it was capsized. They were pulled out by divers and taken to area hospitals, but did not survive. There are 3 others, including the boat's captain, that are currently in critical condition. The other 7 people aboard all suffered minor injuries and are stable at this time. As we said, there's a lot we don't know, including how this happened, but also how many people are wearing life jackets, the capacity of the boat, and we expect to find that all out as the days continue here and this investigation continues. Even right now, that boat has not yet been pulled out of the water. It's sitting down like 30 blocks south of here, just floating nearby one of the piers.
Oh, wow, that's so interesting. Have we heard any more from, FDNY, NYPD about what the rescue operation looked like today? What did it involve?
Yeah, certainly. You had fire department personnel, police personnel, and a ferry system that were both operating on land and out in the river. 9 people were pulled from the river by ferries, but there were fire department divers, police divers that were in the water that pulled those 2 people that were stuck underneath the boat to the surface. There was a helicopter floating around. We had a whole bunch of fire trucks and EMTs here on land that took people to various places and applied first aid on the scene. And they seemed to respond pretty quickly. It doesn't sound like response time was an issue here. It's just 2 people got trapped beneath the boat after it capsized and unfortunately died.
Yeah, and Mac, we're just looking at the capsized boat in the water from earlier today. And it, frankly, with the number of people who were on board, the boat looks somewhat small. So I bet that'll be part of the investigation going forward. We're going to air the press conference from officials right after we speak to you. But Mac, final thoughts. What more do you want to know?
I mean, I certainly want to know the size of the boat. Was it over capacity? The conditions out there, what led it to capsize? Was there some operator error here? Was this something that couldn't be controlled? Who was wearing life jackets? Again, there's a ton of unanswered questions we hope to have answers to as the week progresses.
All right, Fox 5's Mac King there, live for us in New York City. Mac, thanks so much for that report. Okay, like we said, we do want to show you the press conference from earlier. It was very brief. Officials who responded to this boat capsizing today announced that, in fact, 2 people were killed when that happened, but others were injured yet rescued. Let's hear from them out of New York earlier today.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I'm joined by FDNY Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh, NYPD Assistant Chief James McCarthy, Commanding Officer of Manhattan South, FDNY Chief of Fire Operations John Esposito, Commissioner of New York City Emergency Management Zach Iskol, Inspector Anthony Russo, Commanding Officer of NYPD Harbor. At about 2:46 p.m., a 911 call was received for an overturned vessel by the Battery in Lower Manhattan. The NYPD and the fire department immediately deployed resources to the area. The NYPD Harbor Patrol arrived at Pier 86 at West 46th Street, where they observed a capsized vessel. 2 victims were rescued by Harbor. They were drifting near the boat. The NYPD Scuba immediately deployed divers into the water. A female was brought to the surface and aboard the Harbor boat. She was unresponsive. Without delay, FDNY Marine divers also entered the water and pulled out a second aided, a male, 7 years old, who was also unresponsive. Unfortunately, at this time, both of those individuals have been pronounced deceased. This is a tragic day for New Yorkers. Indeed, it may have well been worse were it not for the incredible effort by not only our own extraordinary first responders, but also the swift response from the New York Waterway ferries, who rescued 9 additional people from the water. At this time, I will pass it to Commissioner Kavanaugh for additional information.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As the police commissioner mentioned, this is a tragic day for New Yorkers. We lost 2 people today, a 7-year-old male and a 50-year-old female. In addition, there are 2 New Yorkers in critical condition in the hospitals, and an additional New Yorker who is stable but critical at the hospital at this time. We also have 8 additional patients who are green tags and are in stable condition at this time. I'll pass it over to Chief McCarthy.
At this time, the investigation is being handled by the Midtown North Detective Squad with the assistance of our Harvard Accident Collision Team. As the Commissioner said, you know, the boat capsized at Pier 86, which is on 46th Street, right in front of the Intrepid. So we're still in the early stages of our investigation on what caused that boat to capsize.
All right, we'll take a couple of minutes. Josh. Thank you. Chief, I know obviously I'm going to ask you about the capsule, but I'll ask you what the comfort was it particularly rough at the time with notoriously bad comments? So is there anything that you've heard so far about that? That's what you're thinking from?
Josh, that's something that we're still looking at, like what were the conditions of the water. It's a jet boat. I don't know the exact size until we take it out of the water and stuff, but right now it's still under investigation of what caused that.
Jay Dow, Channel 11.
Do we know if the boat was privately owned or privately chartered? And do we know if anyone was on the boat wearing life jackets?
Right now it's still, again, early stages, but it was chartered by a family and friends, and it was owned by an individual who was actually on a jet ski following the boat.
No, Carol Diori, 1010.
Was the boat overloaded, not too many people for the boat?
That's one of the big things that we're looking at right now. There was 12 people on the boat, and you know, we have to look when we bring the boat up. We'll find out what was the capacity of the boat. We'll do it in the next couple hours. No, there was a captain that was operating the boat who right now is in critical condition.
And forgive me if you already mentioned this, but we're hearing that the 2 victims who died were trapped beneath the capsized boat. Is that how it happened?
That's correct.
And what was the process of finding them and rescuing them? How did that work?
Well, again, it was a joint effort with FDNY divers and our NYPD divers that went under and grabbed them out of there.
So this was a closed cabin and they were in the cabin, is that correct?
Well, the boat would have turned over. They were basically underneath. It's not a closed cabin, but they're basically underneath the boat, trapped.
Where's the boat right now?
Right now we have it down in the Chelsea piers. So right now it's you know, being looked at by Harbor and stuff, and we're working to get it out.
In general, how dangerous would the waters be around this time of day? How much traffic?
You know, I couldn't answer that right now. So that's something that Harbor's going to have to take a good look at. Maybe, you know, Inspector Russo, maybe you can answer that.
So there's a lot of commercial and recreational traffic. There's a lot of commercial recreational traffic during the day here. We also have a lot of people on jet skis, kayaks. We had the current, the wind. So, you know, you could have wakes approaching from different directions, waves from different directions. It takes some skill to operate in the Hudson River. So it could have been a contributing factor, but as the chief said, we need to do our investigation. We need to upright that boat. We need to pull video. We need to look at the sea state. So I don't want to give you any definite answers, but the Hudson River is always a dangerous place to operate.
Can you give us your name and title if you don't mind?
It's Inspector Anthony Russo, Commanding Officer of the Harbor Unit.
Inspector, are any of your dive teams here right now?
They're not here. They're trying to upright the vessel right now. All right, guys, we're going to take 1 or 2 more before our mayor speaks. Right here.
Can you confirm how many people were rescued by New York waterways?
There were 9 individuals out of 12 rescued by New York waterways.
Joe Marino?
The captain was licensed.
Yes, he was, Joe.
Can you just clarify something?
I'm sorry, Josh? We don't believe so at this time.
Could you clarify initially, somebody said the boat capsized at the battery, but then somebody else said it was here. Where did it actually?
That was misinformation. It got capsized at Pier 86, which is right in front of the Intrepid on 46th Street.
But in a 911 call, so that's incorrect.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Years ago, we had a plane crash on the Hudson, and we said the miracle on the Hudson. Today was the miracle of the combination of all of our entities providing the rescue for those who were in the water. It's unfortunate that miracle has been shattered with the loss of 2 lives. But we should be clear that between New York Waterway, Harbor, FDNY, and those who participated, we clearly saved lives of those who were part of this terrible incident that took place. But it's a clear reminder to us as we move through the summer months. The water is an enjoyable part of New York, but it can be a dangerous place. For those who jet ski, for those who are using boats and other activities, we want to remind people to be safe as they do so. And as this investigation moves forward, we will continue to update you. But at this time, our hearts go out to a group of people who were just using the water in our cities. As you heard the awful roar from one of the individuals that appeared to have been on the boat. This is a devastating moment for them and those who are part of the families that were there. And as New Yorkers, our heart go out. But I just want to commend the men and women who participated in this rescue. It's a very difficult activity to do so. Just a heads up and responding in the manner that they did. And I thank for the coordination and the collaboration of all of our agencies involved. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, you heard there from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who was kind of flanked as well by the NYPD commissioner, talking about the update to that investigation of that boat capsizing in the Hudson River today. Unfortunately, 2 people were killed, a young 7-year-old as well among the victims. We just spoke to Fox 5 New York's Matt King, who said that the overturned boat is still in the water at this very hour. It's about 9:15 there in New York City. We are going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about Twitter, Elon Musk. And now Twitter is suing Musk to force the completion of the sale. So this is turning into quite the battle among the powerhouses here. Who will succeed? Who will come out victorious? That remains to be seen. We'll be bringing on legal experts talking about what happens next. It's a Live Now look there in San Francisco. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We got the news today that Twitter, making it official, they have announced they are suing Elon Musk over the failure to complete the merger agreement for the sale. Musk has since last week said he wanted to terminate that agreement. Joining me now, I'm being joined by legal expert Seth Berensweig to discuss all of this and so much more. Seth, thanks for being with us. I want to read in part from the complaint that Twitter filed today. It says, Elon Musk entered into a binding merger agreement with Twitter, promising to use his best efforts to get the deal done. Now, less than 3 months later, Musk refuses to honor his obligations to Twitter and its stockholders because the deal he signed no longer serves his personal interests. What do you make of that?
Well, it's not surprising. This complaint landed in the Delaware Chancery Court today, right on time, as expected. And I found the complaint to be very well written and very concise. It's a one count, one claim complaint, which is simply a breach of contract. And it's asking for what's known as specific performance, which is to simply enforce the deal. That is exactly what the contract provides for. The contract at issue in the case, it's a simple purchase agreement. And in fact, it's a remarkably simple deal. In almost every kind of transaction in the corporate world, you have something called the so-called due diligence phase where the buyer can lift up the hood and go through a lot of extensive review and analysis. He waived that. He said, look, I'm going to buy this thing at $54.20 a share. Now it's closer to about $34.20 a share. And he's decidedly unhappy. But as the complaint shows, he was very resistant and very petulant. I thought they did a very good job, frankly, showing a lot of the tweets and demonstrating that what Musk allegedly did was pretextual. He's just trying to get out of a deal. He doesn't like the deal. He's coming up with a lot of allegations. But at the end of the day, I believe that this case will actually be fairly quick because the case at issue and the deal itself is relatively simple and straightforward.
I mean, Seth, the irony in all of this is at the outset when Musk, announced his plans that he wanted to acquire Twitter, Twitter did not want to be acquired by Musk, and now you're seeing them now sue to complete the deal. And Musk is really taking this in stride, almost joking about it. I want to put up this tweet. He tweeted, I believe, over the weekend. It's kind of a four-part there. Series of some of his smiling faces. One says, they said I couldn't buy Twitter. The next says, then they wouldn't disclose bot info. The next says, now they want to force me to buy Twitter in court. And the last one says, now they have to disclose bot info in court. So this has all really hinged on the fact that Twitter, in Musk's words, was not being forthcoming about how many bots are on the platform. Musk saying there, joking about that, saying they're going to have to present that in court in discovery, presumably.
Well, it will become an issue in discovery. It's interesting that you show that tweet because that's actually in the complaint. There's a number of sarcastic tweets that were put out by Musk, and that's one of about a half a dozen of them. He also, at one point, when he was responding to one of the bot-related position statements that was put out on Twitter by one of their executives, he actually literally put out a poop emoji. And believe it or not, that's in the complaint too. So I think that the plaintiffs are feeling that the judge will not be amused. He is not, I think it's going to be a very difficult case for him. And it's very unusual in these cases, very unusual in these transactions to not have a right to actually get this information. It's a remarkably tight, concise deal, very limited conditions on closing. I think Musk has a serious uphill battle here. And at the end of the day, I think he'll either lose the case or he may be forced to have to come in with an attractive offer to settle. But right now, I think this case will be a lot tighter and faster than most people anticipate.
Yeah, Seth, just reading more in part from the complaint, Twitter says rather than bear the cost of the market downturn as the merger agreement requires, Musk wants to shift it to Twitter's stockholders. You know, this is so interesting, too. This was so highly anticipated. Musk had all these ideas of what he wanted to do with Twitter, how he wanted to change it, how he wanted to make it more of a open venue for free speech. And now Twitter is alleging he doesn't want it because the stock price is much lower than when he initially said he wanted to buy.
Well, what you say is interesting because if one of his primary goals was to make this a wonderful First Amendment free speech platform, then really the bots shouldn't have a heck of a lot to do with the decision to leave. And even if the 5% estimate is larger, the real issue in the case is whether it's going to have a materially adverse effect on the operations of the company. there's no way that I think he's going to be able to meet that standard. So it's going to be a real uphill battle for Elon Musk. And I think he's going to find himself really in a bind. This is really something where the company's been really helplessly whipsawed. He said he was going to be on the board, and then he didn't. And then he said he was going to do the deal. And then the complaint says, without even any advance notice, by tweet, he said the deal is on hold. It really just paints a very ugly picture of Musk. So he's going to have an uphill battle as this case proceeds in Delaware.
Seth, just briefly, I want to get a little political here because we heard Musk's name a lot over the weekend out of former President Trump's mouth as he was partaking in a campaign rally in Alaska. And there's been this back and forth about, Musk said he supported Donald Trump back in 2016, 2020. And then now Musk came out with a tweet saying, he needs to kind of ride off into the sunset and he's going to endorse and support Florida Governor Ron DeSantis if he chooses to run for president. And then, of course, Donald Trump over the weekend called him essentially a BS artist. And so you have politics and the dynamics there at play. How will this, do you think, factor into the litigation? Do you think it'll come up?
Well, you got to hand it to Elon Musk. He somehow finds a way to put his foot in every venue. He gets into a dispute with Trump. He hosts Saturday Night Live. He's really one of the most fascinating characters. I think that the way that this may get blended into the litigation is to really demonstrate how mercurial and unpredictable Musk is. And here's a person who said that he was going to do a deal. At the end of the day, a transaction, no matter how complicated or uncomplicated, is just a contract, and a contract is a promise. So I think that these are circumstances where Twitter will try to lay the groundwork and say, this is a person who was really on a frolic and detour, and really the court should have very little sympathy for him. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens, but I do think this case will run pretty quickly. Remember, the shareholders' vote for the approval of this was expected to occur by the end of the summer. So I really don't see this case going more than a couple of months. And certainly you can bet on the fact that Twitter is going to be pushing this case forward and really kicking it into fifth gear real soon.
Yeah, of course, that was another, at least promise that Musk had considered of maybe bringing former President Trump back on to the social media platform after he got kicked off in the wake of January 6th. So lots of questions still. We'll be following this lawsuit there. Seth Barron-Swag, thanks so much for your insight. We'll talk to you again.
You bet.
Okay, we have a lot more headlines left to get to here on this Tuesday night. We're going to take a quick break. More where that came from in just a moment.
More than 2 weeks after the Supreme Court ruled to overturn Roe v. Wade, protesters show no signs of letting up. Now states nationwide are taking action to try and protect abortion access. In Michigan, a petition to get abortion rights on the ballot in November drew more than 750,000 signatures, nearly double the required amount.
The number of signatures show that here in Michigan, we trust women.
In Utah, abortion rights supporters are relieved after a state judge blocked a sweeping new abortion ban from taking effect. As states pursue their own measures, federal action remains limited. The Senate Judiciary Committee is holding a hearing on abortion on Capitol Hill Tuesday, with Democrats warning that state bans could spread.
They are proposing bills that will turn their state borders into checkpoint Charlies for patients seeking abortions in out of state.
On Monday, the Department of Health and Human Services issued new guidance protecting providers who perform abortions in emergency situations. Pro-life advocates are pushing back.
As a constitutional matter, I don't think a congressional attempt to mandate abortion would be upheld in court. And as a policy matter, it's a horrific idea, and I think we should be embarrassed that the United States is even considering something like that.
Senator Durbin says they plan to hold more hearings on abortion in the future as President Biden faces growing pressure to declare a public health emergency. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much for that report. We want to play out now some of that hearing that happened in front of this Senate committee today, where you are going to hear senators ask questions, grill some of these both pro-life and pro-choice advocates there in front of them. Here's some of this hearing from earlier today.
So, Dr. McNicholas, from your experience as a provider, what impact have you seen from these state abortion bans on women who are seeking reproductive health care? And Professor Bridges, what can Congress do to help protect people seeking an abortion?
Thank you so much for the question, Senator Feinstein. I will start by saying and acknowledging and agreeing that the legalization of abortion has never been the driver of its necessity. That was true before Roe, and that will be true now post-Dobbs. Pre-decision, there were states like Missouri who had made it so difficult that the Roe decision was inadequate and pushed abortion out of access for many already. The reality is right now in this moment, today, there are thousands, tens of thousands of people who are navigating which bill can go unpaid, how to find somebody to watch their kids, making sure their transportation can get them thousands of miles to the next clinic, all in search of basic health care. What we know is that abortion bans and restrictions alike disproportionately affect people who live in marginalized identities and are worst for people who exist in the intersections of oppression. We will see more people be harmed by these decisions, both as pregnancy outcomes as well as people who are being denied and delayed care outside of the abortion realm.
As of this past weekend, 21 states either have an abortion ban in effect, are expected to implement a ban soon, or have severely restricted abortion access in the state. These bans are forcing women to leave their home states in order to seek safe and legal reproductive health care. Some states with abortion bans in place have begun discussing the potential next step of banning people from traveling to seek abortion care outside of their home state. My home state, California, recently passed legislation that would help protect abortion providers and individuals from other states who seek abortion care in California. Professor Bridges, if some states take this next step of banning travel to seek abortions, what legal protection should states hoping to protect abortion access put in place to prevent harm to patients visiting their states for care?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have a clearly established constitutional right to travel in Saines versus Roe in 1999. The Supreme Court interpreted the Constitution as protecting a right to travel, but that does not mean that that right is secure. We've seen in Dobbs that 50 years of precedent can be overturned just simply based on the membership of the court. I want to back up just a little bit in response to your question about what can Congress do in response to the reversal of Roe. Congress can and should repeal the Hyde Amendment. The Hyde Amendment prevents federal funds from being used on abortion care. It has made it impossible for low-income people to rely on their health insurance, Medicaid to cover the cost of abortion care. It also makes it impossible for people who rely on Indian health services, Native people, to turn to the clinics and the facilities that fulfill the federal government's obligation to Native people to provide health care. Also, I just want to note that Congress can and should pass federal legislation that creates a statutory right to an abortion. The Women's Health Protection Act is a nice first step. There is no question that Congress has the authority to pass the WHPA. This is because healthcare they have the power under the Commerce Clause. Healthcare is an activity that substantially affects interstate commerce. The court in NFIB versus Sebelius, which upheld the Affordable Care Act, did not cast doubt on Congress's ability to regulate healthcare because it is an activity that substantially affects interstate commerce. So Congress certainly has the power to pass the WHPA and other efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It would be helpful, any statement with particulars in it that we would care to put into writing and submit to the committee, I would certainly appreciate. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Feinstein. Senator Cotton.
Over the last few months, we've seen a marked increase in violence and intimidation by pro-abortion groups. Left-wing mobs have gathered outside the homes of Supreme Court justices to try to intimidate them and affect their decision in the Dobbs case in blatant violation of federal law. Yet the weak and hopelessly partisan Attorney General Merrick Garland refused to enforce that federal law. It's gotten so bad that the Supreme Court marshal has had to go to the governors of Virginia and Maryland and plead with them to protect their Supreme Court justices at their homes. In one case, a Democratic hitman even traveled from California to try to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh at his home. But it's not just Supreme Court justices targeted. Pro-abortion groups, including one calling itself Jane's Revenge, has claimed credit for firebombing a pro-life organization in Madison, Wisconsin, and numerous other firebombings, attacks, and acts of vandalism against pro-life groups in more than a dozen states. The same group even attacked and vandalized the campaign office of a Republican congressman. This weekend, 3 separate churches in Maryland were all attacked, all 3 vandalized and desecrated, and 2 were set on fire. Those attacks are currently under investigation, but are also believed to be related to pro-abortion causes and groups. I'd like to ask each of you, starting with Lieutenant Governor, do you condemn the violent attacks, firebombings, and vandalism by groups like Jane's Revenge?
Thank you, Senator. Let me just say, I will emphasize that violence against anyone is wrong, and no one should experience threats to their safety or their well-being. But I would also urge everyone to bring the same energy to the attacks that are taking place against abortion providers and clinics. All across the board, violence is unacceptable. And we know that we are seeing violent acts as well as threats and attacks also on abortion providers and clinics. And that also needs to be addressed with that same energy. We know that arson, bombings, assaults, which have increased exponentially, stalkings have gone up 600% since 2020 against those that are abortion providers. So, no, I condemn any acts of violence and absolutely do not believe anybody should be experience threats to their well-being and safety. But that should apply equally across the board, and everyone should be working just as hard to make sure that abortion providers and clinics also get that same protection.
Thank you, Ms. Harley.
Again, first timer. I do condemn all violence, and I would just note that abortion is an act of violence against the most innocent and vulnerable human beings.
Thank you. Professor?
I condemn violence, and I would like to note that forced birth is an act of violence as well. I have some additional statistics to share. There's been a 450% increase in blockades at clinics that provide abortion services, a 163% increase in the planting of hoax devices and suspicious packages at clinics that provide abortion care, 129% increase in invasions at clinics that provide abortion care, and 128% increase in assault and battery. So yes, we should keep that same energy across the board and protect everyone who's providing abortion care.
Ms. Matsky.
Yes, I also condemn that violence. Violence should never be carried out on anyone at any time. And pregnancy centers here recently, since the overturning, the violence has been overwhelming that we have sustained, and the amount of money we've had to spend to protect ourselves just so we can offer free services to women is unbelievable.
Doctor.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the outrage for the violence. In fact, my own family would appreciate some outrage in protection of ourselves. Dr. Lynn Weller, murdered in 1977, would have appreciated some outrage. Dr. David Gunn, murdered in 1993. Dr. John Britton in 1994. James Barrett, a volunteer, murdered in 1994. Shannon Lowney, murdered at the age of 25 in 1994. Leanne Nichols, 38, murdered in 1994. Dr. Barnett Slepian, 1998, murdered in Buffalo, New York, after returning home from his synagogue, and just hours after his wife forwarded the threat to the police. Robert Sanderson, an off-duty police officer at a clinic, murdered by who everyone now knows as Eric Rudolph in 1998. And of course, Dr. George Tiller in 2009, murdered in his own church, would have appreciated your outrage as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear an answer to my question. Do you condemn the violence committed by groups like Jane's Revenge?
Echoing all of my fellow panelists here, I absolutely condemn violence against everyone, including abortion providers.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Senator Durbin. And by the way, thank you for that answer. That was, going through the names, I think really reiterates to many people up here that we condemn violence, but there have been a lot of people who've lost their lives simply by trying to guarantee women what were once their guaranteed rights under the Constitution, and now is in our hands. For nearly 50 years, Roe v. Wade protected a woman's right to make her own health care decisions, ensuring that women, their families, and their doctors were in charge of the most personal choices in their life, not politicians. This ruling means that not only will women receive different treatment under the law than men, but there will be, as we've discussed today, a patchwork of laws across the country. Look at what we're seeing right now. Louisiana passed a law that subjects abortion providers to criminal penalties. In Missouri, a bill was recently introduced that would allow private citizens to sue people who help women leave the state to get abortion care. And Mississippi's governor refused to rule out banning contraception. So as Senator Durbin noted, our state, like Illinois, is also an island in the heartland, but a good place. And I'm very proud that our state has stood up in Minnesota for reproductive rights of women. After the Dobbs decision, I met with a group of healthcare workers from the Planned Parenthood Clinic in Moorhead, Minnesota, and I talked to the head of the Red River Falls Women's Clinic in Fargo, North Dakota. She has resorted to a GoFundMe page in order to make sure that she can keep providing services in the upper Midwest, and in fact is moving her clinic to Minnesota. All of the providers that I've talked to have been resolute in their desire to continue to serve the health care needs of women. So I would start with you, Dr. Bridges. Because Minnesota is surrounded by states with abortion restrictions, providers expect to see 10 to 25% more people coming to our state. Can you talk about the strain that a sudden increase in women seeking care has on both patients and providers?
Absolutely, I can speak on that, but I also will invite the Lieutenant Governor Stratton to weigh in as well. We saw that after Texas passed SB 8, effectively ending abortion in the state after 6 weeks of pregnancy before most people know that they are pregnant. There was an incredible influx of patients from Texas in clinics in the surrounding states, Oklahoma and Kansas. Some clinics reported an 1,000% increase in patients from Texas after SB 8 went into effect. Kansas, some clinics in Kansas provided information that 50% of their clients were now from Texas. So that makes it difficult, of course, for people from Texas to access abortion care because now they have to travel hundreds of miles for abortion care. But it also makes it difficult for the residents of Oklahoma and Kansas to access the care in their states because the supply is simply cannot meet the demand.
And given some of the things I mentioned, are you concerned that under the court sweeping decision there are no limits on what states can do to make it nearly impossible for women to seek care?
So there are limits, right? I mentioned Sands versus Roe, which was decided in 1999, in which the Supreme Court held that there was a constitutional right to travel. However, we have seen that the Supreme Court cares very little for precedent. The Supreme Court doesn't feel bound by precedent. And so if that precedent leads to a result that it doesn't like, we can expect it to be reversed, just as we saw Roe reversed simply because of the membership of the court.
Okay, one last question. I'm concerned of you that private health data could put providers and people seeking abortions at risk. One report showed that it only costs about $160 to buy a week's worth of location data on people who visited Planned Parenthood. That's why Senator Baldwin and I have partnered together to urge the FTC to regulate data brokers who are selling data about people seeking abortions. Yesterday, the FTC issued a statement committing to fully enforcing the law against illegal use of highly sensitive data. In the wake of the Dobbs decision, do you agree that it is important to protect data privacy, particularly in states that have outlawed abortion?
It is essential that we protect data privacy. Whenever we're online, we leave a digital footprint. That footprint can now be used as incriminating evidence if prosecutors are interested in pressing criminal charges against people seeking basic health care.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you. Just one last thing, Lieutenant Governor, if you wanted to add anything on the front of the states like Illinois and Minnesota and the impact on these states.
I want to begin, Senator, by acknowledging the great leadership in the state of Minnesota. And I will also just add to your question regarding the protection of data and privacy issues. We know that the potential criminalization of patients coming to our state is certainly of top of mind in Illinois, but it's not just the patients, it's also the abortion care providers that also could potentially risk that same sort of criminalization. And so we are working with our state's leaders, are gathering to talk about how we can continue to expand and further enshrine reproductive rights into state law, because again, everyone should be able to feel safe and be able to have access to health care between them and their physician.
Very good. And our Governor, Tim Walz, and Peggy Flanagan, our Lieutenant Governor, I know great respect, as I do, for you and Governor Pritzker. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Lee? I'm sorry, I think maybe Senator Cornyn is first. You two want to work it out?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's important we focus on what we're actually discussing today. We are talking about procedures that culminate in and have as their sole intended purpose the termination of a baby's life. These are babies. It's also important that we recognize, in response to those who have said that the Dobbs decision was somehow undemocratic, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, the Dobbs decision was a victory for Republican democracy. There really is no way to argue otherwise with any credibility. What the court did in Dobbs was to return this question of whether or in what circumstances abortion will be allowed, returning that back to the people and to their elected lawmakers. This is a decision that is not taken off the table by the Constitution. And because it's not taken off the table by the Constitution, it belongs to the people, who can exercise that decision through their elected lawmakers. The American people will now be able to say whether and in what circumstances and in what places abortion will be regulated. This is how Republican democracy in America works. This is how our republic was always intended and established to function. Justice Alito, my former boss, in his well-written majority opinion, explained this point well. He said, quote, "Our decision returns the issue of abortion to those legislative bodies, and it allows women on both sides of the abortion issue to seek to affect the legislative process by influencing public opinion, lobbying legislators, voting and running for office," close quote. That's at page 65 of the Dobbs majority opinion. Seems to me that the abortion industry and the left and those incumbent politicians whose campaigns are funded by the abortion industry have gone to great lengths to scare the American people, convincing them that Dobbs does something that it doesn't do. It saddens me that they're doing all of this for the cause of saying that it's okay, and in fact it's protected by the Constitution, to exterminate, to extinguish an unborn human life. It makes me wonder whether those making these scurrilous arguments are simply afraid of American Republican democracy, simply afraid of the American people, simply afraid that when able to make this decision on their own, freed from the judicial oligarchy that has reigned over this era, this area of the law for the last 49 years, that they won't make the same decision that the radical left would make. That seems to me to be the most plausible explanation for why they're so upset and why they're calling it undemocratic. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's also important to note that this reign falls disproportionately on some communities. It falls disproportionately on some races more than others. Black babies are at greater risk of being aborted than white babies. A New York City Health Department report, one that was released just about 4 years ago, found that between 2012 and 2016, when this study was conducted, that black mothers aborted 136,426 babies, while giving birth to only 118,127 babies. That's right, thousands of more black babies were aborted than born in New York City during that relevant time period. It shouldn't come as a surprise as you consider that Planned Parenthood's founder, Margaret Sanger, was a big fan of eugenics, and her plans were not what anyone would want to defend.
Well, we've been listening into this hearing earlier today as senators were questioning abortion rights advocates and opponents. That's as the controversy over abortion in each state by state is still underway. Many of these states receiving legal challenges for things that they have decided to do, trigger laws having to go back and forth. So it is a little bit confusing, and still lawmakers continue to talk about this here. We'll jump out of that. We'll hop into it a little bit later into the evening, but we want to move into some of these other stories of the day. We're going to go out to Highland Park as the American Red Cross is now hosting a blood drive after that tragic parade shooting. That's where Fox 32's Casey Cronus joins us live now. Casey, this is the community coming together once again in a time of need.
Hey, Daytona, that's right. And we have seen this day after day ever since last week's mass shooting that devastated this town, killing 7 people and injuring dozens of others. There have been community members coming together for various vigils, and there's really been an incredible outpouring of support here. The Family Assistance Center set up by the FBI, which the Red Cross is assisting at, is open all this week once again. Their therapy dogs and counselors are on hand to assist. In the meantime, community members are doing what they can, including donating blood to help support this town.
As the days pass, piles of flowers grow higher at a memorial for the 7 victims of last week's 4th of July shooting. Today, the young mom, Irina McCarthy was laid to rest. The 35-year-old was shot and killed alongside her husband, 37-year-old Kevin McCarthy, leaving behind their 2-year-old son, Aiden. As final goodbyes are said to those who were taken too soon, throughout Highland Park, the fabric of the community is stronger than ever.
We're a big community, but we're a tight-knit community.
A blood drive held today at the Highland Park Country Club was the latest in an effort to give back.
Our community all comes together in time of need, and they're there for each other.
Hosted by the American Red Cross, donations helped replenish the blood supply used while treating last week's mass shooting victims.
There's been, everywhere you go, people out and about more than ever. All the memorials and stuff have been real good to see. People aren't just like stopping and moving aside. They're coming together and helping each other and doing what they can for the community.
Officials with the Red Cross say hospitals are always in need of blood donations as it keeps their shelves stocked and is crucial during tragedies like the Highland Park parade shooting.
And we're told that within hours of those appointments being released for the blood drive, they were fully booked. So many people had interest in helping out through blood donations. The Red Cross will actually be hosting another blood drive later this month on July 26th. And tomorrow night, for the first time, the city will host a vigil for all of the victims. That'll take place 7 o'clock local time tomorrow evening outside of City Hall. We're expecting hundreds, if not thousands, to attend.
Casey, it's been so nice to hear some of these positive stories that are coming out of a really tragic situation. You've been covering those GoFundMes that have raised millions of dollars. What else have you heard from those victims and from their families coming out of this?
That's right. And real quick, at last check, that GoFundMe that was started for the 2-year-old boy Aiden has already raised more than $3 million. He is now in the care of his grandparents as he, has to cope with this life without his own parents. In the meantime, the people of this community tell me they are just trying to pull together and do what they can to support those who were injured, those who were killed, their families, their loved ones. Throughout Highland Park, you'll see HP Strong or Highland Park Strong ribbons or messages written in chalk. So really, community members are looking for small and big ways to help.
Fox 32's Casey Cronus, thank you so much for your reporting through all of this. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Daytona.
And speaking of Aiden, we want to follow up with the story of his parents here, as that young couple in Highland Park at that parade were laid to rest today. Their names, Irina and Kevin McCarthy. They were the youngest among the 7 people killed in the shooting. They leave behind 2-year-old Aiden, who Casey was just talking about. We have another update as well about an 8-year-old boy critically injured in last week's shooting at Highland Park. He is back in surgery. According to a family spokesperson, one of Cooper Roberts' lungs is partially collapsed. Today, he spiked a fever and had an elevated heart rate due to a new infection. The spokesman also says a tear to Cooper's esophagus has reopened. Today's surgery was Cooper's 7th procedure since the shooting. His parents also had to break the tough news to him that he would be paralyzed from the waist down because of his injuries. So we are all rooting for Cooper. We're hoping for the best for him. There's a GoFundMe that has been created for him and his family as well. We'll keep everyone updated on that story as well as some of these other stories breaking across the country. I hate to move from one shooting to the next, but a big update coming out of Uvalde as the city council actually met today, and we're going to hear from them for a little bit, and then we'll hear from our reporters as video was obtained from inside of the halls of Robb Elementary School where that shooting broke out, and it's really causing more frustration and more anger into the police response on that day. That's all coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is really the top story of the day coming out of Robb Elementary School shooting. Video from inside of Robb Elementary School shown for the first time. That long wait in the hallway by law enforcement officers. A lot of anger tonight from the citizens of Uvalde, furious over how the city and law enforcement have handled the fallout from the school shooting. We're going to listen in to that meeting from earlier tonight, and then we'll be speaking with our reporters out in Dallas as they dive deeper into this video that has since been obtained.
Go with him 100% to make that law happen. I was there when he asked the governor for the special session at the auditorium that day at high school. I was there. I've told the governor, I don't see why anybody would have a problem changing the law from 18 to 21. None whatsoever. I own guns. I don't have a problem with it. I got a 22-year-old son. You know what he told me? He said, change it to 21, make them take a test before they get an RI, or a class before they get an AR. And that's coming from a young person. So I'm with you. 100%. But let's put that on the agenda. And I'm going to tell you now, I'm not going to be there for 26 meeting, on the 26th. But I can tell you right now, my vote is a definite. Hell yes, I agree with you. We need to have this. Yeah. And I've been speaking, and I think there's plenty of reporters that can verify that I've said from day one that it needs to be changed from 18 to 21. People need to be held accountable. Ronnie, that's just that. Mr. Carew?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening, family members in attendance and supporters of the families, those of us that are committed to continuing to speak up, to stand up, to speak up for accountability, transparency, and truth. Because at the end of the day, I like to say that term if you've ever heard me speaking. It's about truth. It's about what is the truth. What happened on May 24th. I do want to acknowledge that Councilman King was also at the march and rally on Sunday. It appears that all of you were there. And sincerely appreciated, I'm sure, by the community. I was there as well, and as I observed a lot of what transpired as people gathered at Robb Elementary and walked and arrived at the Plaza and people spoke, one of the most powerful statements that was made that day by a father of one of the children that died, Amari, was that it's not about Republicans or Democrats. It's not about a political party. It's about the people taking responsibility to hold their elected officials, whoever they are, whatever party they represent, accountable for how they lead. You know, the city of Uvalde, you gentlemen have been slammed to the wall for many, many days and weeks. And rightly so, to some extent. But I'd like to see the same kind of fire put under the seats of the school board, the superintendent, county commissioners, our law enforcement agencies, district attorney. You know, we talk about don't forget their names, the names of the victims. We cannot forget the names of the people that were responsible for protecting the children and the teachers on May 24th. Not only was it Pete Arredondo, our school district chief of police, it was also acting police chief of the city of Uvalde, Mariano Vargas, one of your own. There was also Ruben Velasco, Uvalde County Sheriff. There was also whomever is in charge of the DPS units for the Uvalde County, whoever is in charge of the units for the Border Patrol in Uvalde County. All of those individuals, if not as responsible or more responsible than their officers, they're supposed to be the ones that lead. They're the ones that are supposed to be in the front line leading the troops. And when I looked at that video tonight, somebody sent it to me. I didn't go looking for it. I didn't expect it until Sunday, just like the rest of you. And when I looked at that video and I saw the officers who were standing in that hallway doing nothing except standing back, I was very, very disappointed. And I know that I've heard this council say that we cannot release information. If you're going to step on some toes, then just whatever you need to do to bring the truth forward. Were your officers debriefed? Have your officers, all that were there that day, been debriefed? Asked what exactly did you do that day? Where were you? What did you do? What didn't you do? And you can gather that information as a city, and whether the district attorney likes it or not, you can share it with the community. If nothing else, with the parents, so that we can then begin to know the truth. You can't speak truth for DPS, but you can speak truth for Uvalde, for the city of Uvalde. The same as Dr. Harrell can speak truth for the Uvalde CISD Police Department. So those are excuses. I mean, it's about standing up and speaking out. It's about, you know what, if I lose my seat, so be it. If I get put in jail, like somebody said, so be it. Yeah. Because people need answers, and they need them sooner rather than later. Again, I just keep thinking, were your officers debriefed? Do you even know the truth? Does Chief Rodriguez know the truth? He wasn't here. He came back. But again, it's his department, it's his officers. Were they debriefed? Do you have that information? And at the end of the day, if the district attorney does come forward to testify under penalty of law, they shouldn't be changing the story. The story should be whatever they tell him, should be what they tell the jury. And so I don't understand why that can't be done. You have the power as a city to ask your employees for answers. Thank you.
Item 5, consent agenda. 5A, consider the minutes of June 21st, 2022 special city council meeting and the June 30th, 2022 special city council meeting. 5B, consider payment of bills over $5,000 from June 17th, 2022 through July 8th, 2022.
These items, motion to approve consent agenda item 5A and 5B.
Second. Motion made by Councilman King, second by Councilman Balky. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 6. 6A, consider appointing a mayor pro tem to the city council of the city of Uvalde, Texas. So I would like to appoint Marlo Zamora for mayor pro tem. That's a motion.
I'll second that.
Motion made by me, second by Councilman LiveNOW and Balky. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. 6B, consider accepting.
What does that mean? Mayor Pro Tem, what is that?
That means if I'm not here, you can't go here.
You plan on leaving?
No, I won't be here next meeting. Item 6B, consider accepting a letter of resignation from Councilman Pedro P. Arredondo. I'll make a motion to accept.
Second. Second.
Motion made by me, seconded by Councilman Zamora and King. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So that was the Uvalde City Council accepting the resignation of Pete Arredondo, that police officer, the police chief for the Uvalde School District. There's been quite a bit of controversy over him and his role in leading the police response on that day at Robb Elementary School, and a lot of anger tonight from the citizens of Uvalde that are furious over how the city and law enforcement have handled the fallout from the school shooting. It comes after a news outlet posted surveillance video inside of the school showing the police response even though elected leaders wanted to wait. Fox 4's David Santendri joining us live now from Dallas, Texas with the latest. David, many have been waiting for this video to come out. It's now here. What's the latest?
Well, the latest, I'm going to take you back to that city council meeting that y'all were just talking about. The mayor and city council members were ticked off at the news outlets in Austin, which released that video today. Some say they released it too early, and saying that the mayor and council members were ticked off is probably putting it politely. However, at the same time, some community members who were in the audience, they were shifting their anger toward law enforcement. Austin American-Statesman and Austin television station KVUE obtained surveillance inside and outside Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, as well as body camera footage from one officer. On Tuesday, the paper posted an edited clip on its website before posting the full video online. It depicts the crash outside the school, and we're seeing our first images of the gunman inside the school before he fired more than 100 shots inside 2 conjoined classrooms, killing 19 kids and 2 teachers. The first group of officers ran toward the classrooms 3 minutes later, but they quickly retreated after shots were fired. 19 minutes later, heavily armed officers are seen in position. You can see at least 1 shield. 12 minutes later, more shields. 57 minutes after the gunman walked into the school passed between the gunman's arrival at Robb Elementary School and law enforcement finally killing him. Uvalde City Council met Tuesday. Community members expressed anger at what they saw.
And when I looked at that video and I saw the officers who were standing in that hallway doing nothing except standing back, I was very, very disappointed.
Elected leaders had a different reaction to the release of the video. The Texas House Committee investigating the Uvalde shooting wanted to wait until Sunday, when it released its final report on the shooting response. It wanted to first meet with family members of victims and Uvalde community members before releasing the footage. Committee members Tuesday expressed frustration with the release, but Uvalde's mayor took it a step further.
This was wrong to do it this way. The video needed to be released, but the family should have got to see it first. The way that video was released today is one of the most chicken things I've ever seen.
One community member fired back at that claim.
What about the cops? Are they chicken?
We're going to handle that. And I would like to point out that on Twitter just a little bit ago, Texas Department of Public Safety Director, he put out a message basically saying in a nutshell that he also is frustrated that the news outlets released this footage today, calling it early, but at the same time he says it's very clear what is shown in this footage. This surveillance footage shows an abject failure on behalf of law enforcement regarding that response. Back to you.
David, I just want to clarify this. So they're saying not all of the victims' families have been able to see the video?
That is correct. It is my understanding that a number of families have been able to see it, that some of the news outlets reached out directly to those families and provided that video to them. It's also my understanding from what I heard, I believe in City Council, that many of these family members are actually out in Washington, D.C. right now. They're supposed to be getting back this weekend. And there was going to be a time on Sunday when family members and some community members all sat down with lawmakers and other Texas officials, looked at the footage, and also looked at the investigative report that the House Committee has been working on for the past month and a half. The House Committee wanted to make sure that those things were put out together at the same time. Again, that investigative report is based upon about 40 interviews with people in law enforcement, the school, etc., witnesses. That also took into account the video that we saw, and we just saw the final interviews for that yesterday. So the House Committee said it needed the rest of the week to put that report together. Again, on Sunday they were planning to meet with these family members, and they were hoping to share the video at the same time with that report. That didn't happen, but again, mixed feelings. Some people are glad that the video came out right now because, again, officials have had about a month and a half to release it, and it's taken until now. But at the same time, those public officials wanted to make sure it all happened at once and with all those family members together with them later this weekend.
David, for those of us who maybe haven't seen the full videos, it shows the police response, it shows the gunman opening fire. The video that is supposed to be released on Sunday, though, To your understanding, is it going to entail different footage? What is that going to be?
So it's basically going to be what we saw today, but, well, let me say, it's going to be what we saw today, but lengthier. But let me preface or go back and say, earlier today, the newspaper, Austin Statesman, as well as the Austin TV station KVUE, what they did is they released a 4.5 minute clip just taking out bits and pieces of what happened, sort of big impactful moments from that shooting. It was a body camera footage from one officer. The most footage came from the hallway cameras, and there was also a camera on the outside of the school where we saw the shooter arrive, crash his truck, shoot at two people who were trying to help him after the crash, and then go in. However, that was the video we saw earlier today, and then earlier this evening, maybe about, I want to say 6, 7 o'clock, we got word that those two news outlets decided to release the whole 77 minutes of footage on YouTube and other channels. So it's our understanding that what's out there right now is probably going to be exactly what these family members are going to be seeing on Sunday. However, at the same time, I do want to point out that upon the request of lawmakers, Governor Greg Abbott, etc., certain violent aspects of this footage has been edited, and I know those news outlets have done some of that editing already. We believe it will probably be the same editing that we see when lawmakers actually release the video on Sunday, but you know, we won't know until we see it, but it's our understanding that it probably will be the same video that we're seeing this evening.
Right. We know up until this point in time, they've been utilizing that surveillance video as a huge part of evidence for their investigation on how long it took. The police response is really what the center of the anger and frustration from the city has been. Residents in the city. Have there been any lawsuits filed due to this? We know that there has been resignations from the, Uvalde School District Police Chief, which was accepted today. Pete Arredondo is no longer a part of the city council there. But what about lawsuits?
Haven't heard any word on lawsuits, but I mean, the fact that you're asking that question, I think we all know that that is more than likely going to happen. It's just a matter of time. And obviously, when there are situations like this, you think potential class action lawsuit, you think that maybe groups are getting together and they're collecting as much evidence as possible. So it's not surprising that a lawsuit hasn't been filed only after a month and a half. But I think, you're spot on for asking that question, because many people would be shocked for that not to eventually happen.
All right, David, as we move forward in this story, anything that you're going to be watching for as we get new details into this? It feels like almost every day.
I think we'd like to, for one, hear obviously how the family members respond to this video being released somewhat early. We haven't really, this has all been happening within the past few hours, so we haven't had an opportunity to hear from many of them. Will Texas officials just go ahead and release their footage early? They were trying to wait until Sunday, but now that this is out, are they going to go ahead and release it tomorrow? Time will tell, but we're just talking about video there. Obviously, I think the whole country is really watching to see what sort of law changes might happen moving forward with this, not just here in Texas, but across the country. Will people be losing their jobs, specifically these law enforcement officers who many people are placing blame on? Again, 77 minutes without going into that room. I think many people would like to know whether or not during that 77 minutes, could lives have actually been saved? We talked about roughly 100 rounds being fired very early on from when the gunman went in there. Were all of those lives already taken before law enforcement even had that initial opportunity, or could they have potentially saved lives within those 77 minutes if they would have taken quicker action? That's something we might never know, but certainly as the investigation continues, I think those are the questions that are on many people's minds.
All right, Fox 4's David Santandri, thank you so much for bringing us this report, and we'll be following this through the weekend as more is sure to come out of it.
Thank you very much.
Well, there's lawmakers who are reacting to this as well. We reached out to Representative Burrow's office out in Texas, who has really led the march to be able to release this video in full to the public. He, of course, agreed that he wanted it to be shown to the families first before it was revealed to any of the public here. Now it has been released by media outlets, and we'll also be showing it here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. There will be more after the break on that. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Ever. We want to go out to New York at the Hudson River specifically, where a boat capsized, killing 2 people. There was a dozen people on board. There were rescues, fortunately, but a 7-year-old boy and a 50-year-old woman unfortunately drowned in the waters today. We want to go out to the latest update with Mayor Adams right off the top, and then we'll be heading out to California for an update on the LA Sheriff, Alex Villanueva, in some waters of his own.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I'm joined by FDNY Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh, NYPD Assistant Chief James McCarthy, Commanding Officer of Manhattan South, FDNY Chief of Fire Operations John Esposito, Commissioner of New York City Emergency Management Zach Iskol, Inspector Anthony Russo, Commanding Officer of NYPD Harbor. At about 2:46 p.m., a 911 call was received for an overturned vessel by the Battery in Lower Manhattan. The NYPD and the fire department immediately deployed resources to the area. The NYPD Harbor Patrol arrived at Pier 86 at West 46th Street, where they observed a capsized vessel. 2 victims were rescued by Harbor. They were drifting near the boat. The NYPD Scuba immediately deployed divers into the water. A female was brought to the surface and aboard the Harbor boat. She was unresponsive. Without delay, FDNY Marine divers also entered the water and pulled out a second aided, a male, 7 years old, who was also unresponsive. Unfortunately, at this time, both of those individuals have been pronounced deceased. This is a tragic day for New Yorkers. Indeed, it may have well been worse were it not for the incredible effort by not only our own extraordinary first responders, but also the swift response from the New York Waterway Ferries, who rescued 9 additional people from the water. At this time, I will pass it to Commissioner Kavanaugh for additional information.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As the police commissioner mentioned, this is a tragic day for New Yorkers. We lost 2 people today, a 7-year-old male and a 50-year-old female. In addition, there are 2 New Yorkers in critical condition in the hospitals, and an additional New Yorker who is stable but critical at the hospital at this time. We also have 8 additional patients who are green tags and are in stable condition at this time. I'll pass it over to Chief McCarthy.
At this time, the investigation is being handled by the Midtown North Detective Squad with the assistance of our Harvard Accident Collision Team. As the Commissioner said, you know, the boat capsized at Pier 86, which is on 46th Street, right in front of the Intrepid. So we're still in the early stages of our investigation on what caused that that boat to capsize.
All right, we'll take a couple of Josh. Thank you. Chief, I know obviously I'm going to ask you about the capsize, but I've asked you what type of boat was it particularly rough as it occurred with notoriously bad capsize? So is there anything that you've learned so far about that vessel where they came from?
Josh, that's something that we're still looking at, like what were the conditions of the water. It's a jet boat. I don't know the exact size until we take it out of the water and stuff, but right now that's still under investigation of what caused that.
Jay Dow, Channel 11.
Do we know if the boat was privately owned or privately chartered? And do we know if anyone was on the boat wearing life jackets?
Right now it's still, again, early stages, but it was chartered by family and friends, and it was owned by an individual who was actually on a jet ski following the boat.
No, Carol Diori, 1010.
Was the boat overloaded, like too many people for the boat?
That's one of the big things that we're looking at right now. There was 12 people on the boat, and you know, we have to look when we bring the boat up. We'll find out what was the capacity of the boat. We'll do it in the next couple hours. No, there was a captain that was operating the boat who right now is in critical condition.
And forgive me if you already mentioned this, but we're hearing that the 2 victims who died were trapped beneath the capsized boat. Is that how it happened?
That's correct.
And what was the process of finding them and rescuing them? How did that work?
Well, again, it was a joint effort with FDNY divers and our NYPD divers that went under and grabbed them out of there.
So this was a closed cabin in the cabin?
So this is the update we've been getting from first responders, Mayor Adams, NYPD, so much more, talking about these 2 people that were confirmed dead earlier from a capsized boat in the Hudson River. The investigation still underway into whether or not that boat was at capacity, what exactly caused this to happen. We'll be watching it through the rest of the week here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to move out to a story in Los Angeles now as we're getting in just into the newsroom here. Of course, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, which has repeatedly clashed with Sheriff Alex Villanueva on a variety of topics, directed its attorneys to draft a proposed ballot measure that would give the panel power to remove an elected sheriff from office for cause. I guess the question now is, what is the cause? Fox 11's Phil Schuman joining us live now with the latest. Phil.
Well, Daytona Sheriff Alex Villanueva is in his first term here as elected sheriff of Los Angeles County. The Board of Supervisors, 5 women who run this county of some 10 million, have been at odds with him over a variety of issues under the heading of transparency and civilian oversight. And they're now looking for the voter-approved power to remove a sheriff from office for certain types of violations. The Board of Supervisors, targeting the LA County Sheriff's Office in general, and Alex Villanueva specifically, for what was described as corruption, misconduct, and errant behavior.
Item 12 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis.
This is Supervisor Hilda Solis at today's virtual meeting.
If people are not feeling that they can trust our public safety system, then there is no accountability.
There would be 5 specific conditions for removing a sheriff: breaking the law, flagrant neglect of duty, misappropriation of public resources, falsifying documents, or obstructing investigations. Nothing from the sheriff directly today. Monday night, he tweeted a copy of his letter sent to the board objecting to what he believes is an illegal motion It read in part, "You are making yourselves the judge, jury, and executioner for the office of the sheriff, nullifying the will of the voters."
To me, it just smacks of politics, and I really do believe that this is driven by individual, not by office.
Supervisor Catherine Barger, no fan of the sheriff, was the lone no vote, noting voters already have a choice for sheriff in November's runoff between Villanueva and challenger Robert Luna, the former Long Beach police chief.
People are tired and are confused and are frustrated, and you've got voter fatigue. And I think that the board is really undermining the entire process as it relates to people's votes and their voice.
Now, again, the board is asking the voters essentially to change the Los Angeles County charter and give the supervisors the authority to fire a sheriff. Supervisor Barger, who you heard from the lone no vote today, said a better idea in theory would have been to give the board the power to fire any county elected official. For example, the assessor, the district attorney, who right now is George Gascon in Daytona. I know we've covered the story of his recall. That effort is underway. Sheriff Villanueva basically feels the board has a political vendetta against him. They feel that he's not fit to run the department. He says, "Leave me alone, you do your job, and I'll do mine." This has been an ongoing controversy and has just been escalated in a big way today. Daytona?
Phil, a couple questions for you. How likely is this to happen? And has anything like this happened before, a proposal set out of this nature?
Not this in terms of modifying or amending the county charter. That requires a vote by Los Angeles County residents. This is an unprecedented move. And so what they did today was they took the first step in that, in instructing the county council to draw up something that could be put on the ballot in November. It would likely face a court challenge. Alex Villanueva, as we know, is not one to take things lying down. He's been very vocal in his criticism of the Board of Supervisors. And so it's just a very interesting power dynamic, a struggle for power, if you will, at the top of Los Angeles County government at a time when we have issues like homelessness, poverty, and other things that Villanueva says that's what the board should be worried about. We also have rising violent crime, and they don't feel that he's been effective enough in dealing with it.
Well, he is headed for a November runoff against his opponent, the former Long Beach police chief, Robert Luna,
Right.
who has quite a bit of support from the Board of Supervisors.
Well, in fact, all 5 supervisors have endorsed Luna in that November runoff election, which gives ammunition to Sheriff Villanueva when he says that this is a political vendetta aimed at him and not just the sheriff's office going forward in general.
Anything else to note, Phil, on this, and really anything heading into the election? I know that there's been recalls across the board when it comes to law enforcement officials, leaders in California. How does this look to California voters?
Well, as you heard from Catherine Barger, the supervisor, she said voters are confused, they're tired, there's voter fatigue. I mean, we went through a recall campaign here with Governor Newsom that he defeated successfully. Then we went through this contentious June primary with both local, countywide, statewide, and federal elections. There's a contested mayor's race in the city of Los Angeles, developer Rick Caruso versus Congresswoman Karen Bass. There's ads that are on TV constantly about propositions involving sports betting. So voters who are just wondering, like, how I'm going to pay the bills, when are gas prices going to come down, is it safe for me to walk down the street or take my kids to the park, and all this political squabbling has turned a lot of voters off.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what the turnout ends up being at the ballot box. We appreciate it. Fox 11's Phil Schuman. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. We'll leave you with this shot out in Northern California. A beautiful live look at San Francisco. See you in a little bit. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to go back out to the Uvalde City Council meeting where the public came out today in frustration over the police investigation and police response on the day of the shooting at Robb Elementary School. We're even getting in that the police chief, Pete Arredondo, his resignation was officially accepted. He had sent in a letter saying that he apologizes for what happened. He said, as we continue to grieve over the tragedy that occurred on May 24th, we pray for the families affected and our entire community. He said, Uvalde has a rich history of loving and supporting thy neighbor, and we must continue to do so. He said, in speaking with other communities that have had similar tragedies, the guidance has been the same. Continue to support the families, continue to support our community, and above all, to keep strong in our faith. He said, as I think about my life from growing up as a child and into adulthood, Uvalde has held an attraction that is incredibly unique. At the center of that attraction is our community members. Together, we will keep Uvalde strong. Lastly, after much consideration, it is the best interest of the community to step down as a member of the City Council for District 3 to minimize further distractions. The mayor, the city council, and the city staff must continue to move forward to unite our community once again. So that's what they were trying to do at the city council meeting today. Unfortunately, the timing of this, not great. It was right after a video was released, that surveillance video showing the moments that the gunman entered the school, and also law enforcement showing up to the school but not intervening. So we'll listen in to that city council briefing. We'll also be playing out for you that full surveillance footage here in a little bit.
Councilman Pedro Pete Arredondo. I'll make a motion to accept. Second. Motion made by me, seconded by Councilman Zamora and King. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item 7A. Item 7, special election, 7A, consider a resolution establishing procedure for special election to fill a vacancy in the city of Uvalde, Texas, and order election for November 8, 2022. So we're going to do anything special? Make a motion to pass 7A. Second by motion made by me, seconded by Councilman Walker. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item 8, public hearing and zoning matters. 8A, case file 2422 PZ. Consider request from the city of Uvalde applicant to amend Title 17 zoning of the Uvalde Code of Ordinances regarding definition of owner-occupied property and parking and use of recreation vehicles in residential zones. City of Uvalde, Texas. Staff comments.
This is kind of a three-part ordinance change. It was turned down 4-3 by the zoning commission. They had some questions of things they wanted to discuss further, and so it probably will come back at a later date as separate ordinances rather than putting them all in one. There's a section that's definitions. There's a section regarding the use of the RV in an emergency circumstance where you need to get a special use permit, and then there is a section about how RVs are to be parked in town. So I'm asking as staff that we table this because P&Z voted it down, but they wanted to look at it again, divide it into parts.
Second. Motion made by Councilman King, seconded by Councilman Zamora. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. 8B, case file 2520-22 PZ. Consider request from Michael Anthony Trapp and Julian Potter. Applicants are requesting a special use permit at an accessory dwelling in the back of the property. The address is 809 Sunrise Avenue, NCB 253, Sunrise Subdivision, Block 3, Lot 7, City of Uvalde, Uvalde County, Texas.
Thank you. Ms. Potter's father is having some health issues, And so they would like to build an accessory dwelling in the back of their property so that he can continue to have his independence but have some additional help from the family. This is one of the things that when we created accessory dwelling units, we were assuming that this is how it would be used. This probably was unable to be here tonight, but it is a staff recommendation that this be passed. We did pass unanimously with PNC. If you'll go ahead and move the public hearing.
Item 8B. We'll open the public hearing at 6:47. Anyone wants to speak? On the 6:47 and a half, we'll convene the meeting for discussion and decision on application. Motion made by Councilman Balky, seconded by Councilman Zamora. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. 8C, case file 23-22 PZ. Consider request for Uvalde Allied Development. Presenting their applicant requesting a subdivision of property into 10 lots. The address is abstract 216, survey 75, city of Uvalde, Texas, Uvalde County, Texas.
Mr. Huerta is developing these 10 lots off of Briar Crown. They're in between Briar Crown and Ham Lane. He's worked with city staff. He's requested city water, and these are going to be, each lot is at least an acre, so they're going to be on septic, but they will be using city water. And we are working with him to put that water in place in such a way that we're going to be able to loop our system. So this is going to be an improvement to the water system in the area as well. Like I said, 10 acre, slightly more than an acre lots. They are all outside the city limits. They're closer to the college.
Okay. Where is this at?
It's kind of parallel to where the Cottonwood subdivision is, but it's behind those houses that face Ham Lane. There's that little court, and then it's like a couple of houses north of that, but behind those houses. So it opens out into Briar Crown. Yeah, it should have the aerial maps.
And water department's going off on this? We got no water pressure or something?
Yes, we've been working with the water department.
Water pressure.
Mr. Cipolloni says that it will work.
Well, open public comments at 6:50. We'll close public comments and we'll call 6:50 and a half. See reconvening for discussion decision on application. Motion made by Councilman Rocky.
I second it.
Motion made by Councilman Rocky, second by Councilman Zamora. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9, new business. Consider request from Greg Roberts to remove trees from property located at 225 Mesquite Street.
Evening, Council. Jared Salem, some landscape and design representing Mr. Roberts. Requesting permission to remove one pecan tree from the property. The pecan is considered a rotten structure and has been hazardous to the house and the
Make a motion to approve 9A.
Yes, sir.
Motion made by me, seconded by Councilman King. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen.
9B, consider request from Ms. Nayela Castellon for the donation to Community Health Development Incorporated for a 1 acre tract of city property adjacent to the VF Court site.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My request is to ask for 1 acre piece adjacent to the VF Corporation and behind HCHDI. If approved by the council, my proposal would be to build a daycare facility for our staff. You know that recruiting is difficult, and CHDI it's been a challenge for us. This is not in competition with all the other daycares in town, but it's mostly to provide recruitment and retention of our staff. There's not another daycare in town that is open late hours like we work at the clinic, and Saturdays. So that's, right before the meeting I was asked, what would I do, or what would CHDI give the city for this? And I would say that it will be providing healthcare to the community of Uvalde and jobs. So if, with all respect, I request the approval of that 1 acre of land behind CHDI.
You're serving what, 11,000 people now?
Over 11,000 people. And as we know, not that I want to put more emphasis on the rock tragedy, but we do see a need for more healthcare, more quality. We need to recruit more staff. We need to be ready for what's coming. This is not something that is going to be over in a week or a month. It's going to have decades of repercussion on the health of our community. So we're just trying to get ahead of the game and start getting ready to recruit more providers, more nurses, more staff.
Motion approved item 9B or have city staff begin the process of that.
What is the process? You can have to defer to the city attorney on that if we're going to actually give the property.
Do we own it?
Yes, part of the property that we own, the emphasis on. It's a small 1 acre tract sort of to the west of the property. And then we have an additional 7 acres to the north of this property we have since.
Okay, and I'm happy to work with Susan and staff. I can need to read and figure out what we have, but it's certainly doable.
We're probably going to need land to probably appropriate the motion to proceed the process.
Motion to proceed.
It's good. I mean, you service all our veterans here too in Uvalde County.
Yes, we do.
So thank you for that. And yes, I'll second the motion. It's almost a little bit landlocked back there, so there's probably not very much use for it, and it's only an acre.
Motion made by Councilman King, seconded by Councilman Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Excuse me, Councilman Moore, second.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. 9D. No, excuse me, 9C, consider approval of naming street and streaming track subdivision.
This is a piece of property which you'll probably see in the next month or so as a subdivision. This is the property on Fort Clark where the old wood, or you may know it as Galloway house was. This is the house where the 11s were born. It is being subdivided into 6 lots, and they're going to not face Fort Clark, but they're going to face the side streets. And in a very unusual circumstance, the street on the west side has never been named. And it's not often that you have something that, when you bring it up, the entire city staff all are in agreement. But the city staff has asked that the city council name it goes on to this in memory of all of those that we lost on the 24th.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Balky, seconded by me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 9D is considered declaring a local state of disaster due to immigration crisis. Before we start there, the reason for this is, again, we have had bailouts in Uvalde. You're going to start school in less than a month. But, you know, by declaring this, we can ask for more assets from the government, or the governor, or EPS, or whatever. But how traumatic is it going to be in a month from now we start back to school, and you have your first bailout out of school, and it has to go on lockdown? How traumatic is that going to be for the kids, and the parents, and the community? I can't promise that declaring this declaration will stop that, but maybe it'll give us more assets this on the agenda, because I don't think it's going to do anything. The traffic's going to increase more the way it's going. And I don't think that, in the past year, these schools have been on lockdown 54 times. So maybe we can do something to bring more awareness to it and get it to stop.
Motion approved on amendment B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman King, seconded by Councilman Zamora. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 10, we're convening to executive session pursuant to section 551-1087 regarding economic negotiations, and convening to executive session pursuant to 551 regarding consultation of attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body of the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter. So we're going to back here to executive session. 6:58 p.m.
So once again, that was the Uvalde City Council meeting there as they made quite a few announcements and also heard from the public. Well, we are hearing from Texas DPS. This is a statement from Stephen McCraw, who was a large part of the hearing involving the initial response at Robb Elementary School. He came out and said, "I am deeply disappointed this video that was released today before all of the families who were impacted that day and the community of Uvalde had the opportunity to view it as part of the chairman, Dustin Burrow's plan. Those most affected should have been among the first to see it. As I stated during my testimony during the Senate Special Committee to Protect All Texans, this video provides horrifying evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack of Robb Elementary on May 24th was an abject failure. In law enforcement, when one officer fails, we all fail." He's, of course, speaking in response to new video that we got in, surveillance video, about the moments that the gunman entered the school and then the police response following that. We have just obtained that video. Coming up, we will be able to show that to you as we want to live, raw, and unfiltered. Of course, viewer discretion is advised. We know this is a community that is hurting right now, and many of the community members voicing that at the city council meeting today. They say they just want answers to this response and the investigation that still continues. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. More to come here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are coming up on the top of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock out on the East Coast. Many of you tuning in from across the country, waiting for these top stories and headlines that are going on soon. We'll be playing out that full surveillance video that has been released today concerning the police response at Robb Elementary School when a gunman opened fire, killing students and teachers. This is the type of footage where viewer discretion is always advised, but we like to show it to you in full so you know exactly what's going on. Up until then, though, we'll be heading out to the latest at the White House as President Biden sat down with the Mexican president today, speaking about migration, speaking about inflation, and so much more.
Y en realidad hace un año y medio que le pedimos a nuestros equipos de ambos gobiernos que trabajaran de forma mancomunada para reconstruir la relación entre ambos países.
As I told you from the beginning, and I mean this, we see Mexico as an equal partner.
Y como le dije antes, nosotros vemos a México en pie de igualdad con Estados Unidos.
Our nations share close ties and family and friendship, and we're united through our values and our history.
Y en realidad nuestros países tienen lazos de familia, de amistad, de amigos, y en realidad compartimos los mismos valores y estamos enlazados a través de la historia.
And for me and my administration, the U.S.-Mexico relationship is vital to achieve our goals of everything from the fight against COVID-19 to continuing to grow our economies, to strengthening our partnerships and addressing migration as a shared hemispheric challenge.
Y en realidad mi gobierno y personalmente nosotros consideramos que la relación de Estados Unidos y México es una relación vital, fundamental, y para poder lograr nuestros objetivos, uno de los cuales, por ejemplo, es la lucha en contra de la COVID-19, el desarrollo económico y también la lucha o el abordar el tema de la migración y también todos los temas comunes que nos afectan.
Addressing migration is a hemispheric challenge, a commitment captured in the Los Angeles Declaration adopted by the Summit of the Americas.
Y en realidad el tema de la migración es un tema hemisférico y es un concepto que fue captado en la declaración de la cumbre de Los Ángeles cuando se celebró.
And Mr. President, this is a relationship that directly impacts the daily lives of our people. And despite the overhyped headlines that we sometimes see, you and I have a strong and productive relationship.
Y en realidad, señor presidente, nuestra relación impacta la vida diaria en ambos países, la vida diaria de todos nuestros ciudadanos, y a pesar de los grandes titulares que podemos ver en algunos medios de comunicación, la relación que nosotros todos tenemos es una relación muy sólida.
And I would argue a partnership.
Y diría que es una sociedad, una relación.
Today we're going to be discussing our shared challenges we face and commitments on some of the major issues that we're taking on together.
Y hoy vamos a hablar no solamente de los desafíos compartidos, sino también de los compromisos que vamos a abordar para solucionar estos temas.
One of those is migration, at historic levels throughout our hemisphere. Like us, Mexico has become a top destination of migrants, and here's what we're going to do to address it together.
Y en realidad el tema migratorio ha llegado a niveles históricos aquí en el hemisferio, y es un tema que afecta no solamente a Estados Unidos, sino también a México, porque México en este momento también es uno de los destinos elegidos por los migrantes, así que es algo que vamos a trabajar de forma mancomunada.
My administration is leading the way to creating work opportunities through legal pathways. And last year, my administration set a record, issuing more than 300,000 H-2 visas for Mexican workers.
Y mi gobierno va a crear oportunidades de trabajo legales para los inmigrantes, y el año pasado nosotros batimos un récord en la emisión de visas H-2, que fueron 300,000 visas que fueron emitidas.
We also reached a 5-year high in the visas we issued to Central Americans, and we're on pace to double this in fiscal year for this fiscal year for Central America.
Y nosotros llegamos a niveles históricos en los últimos 5 años en la emisión de visas para centroamericanos y estamos en un ritmo que nos va a permitir duplicar la cantidad de visas que vamos a emitir en el próximo ejercicio fiscal.
And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for also stepping up and increasing worker visas in Mexico for Central Americans.
Y también le quería agradecer porque ustedes están emitiendo más visas de trabajo en México para centroamericanos. Así que gracias por ello.
This is a proven strategy that fuels economic growth as well as reduces irregular migration.
Y esto es una estrategia que se comprueba y se ha probado ser una estrategia que funciona porque no solo ayuda al desarrollo económico, sino también que desacelera la migración.
And it doesn't get much attention, but we're also making historic investments in infrastructure modernization across our 2,000-mile border with Mexico.
Y hay un tema que no es muy relevante o no está muy cubierto en cuanto a las inversiones históricas que estamos haciendo en infraestructura en la frontera que tenemos de más de 2.000 millas con México.
My bipartisan infrastructure law here in America is delivering $3.4 billion to major construction projects at the ports of entry between our two countries to make our borders safer and more efficient for people, trade, and commerce.
Y en realidad este programa de infraestructura que ha contado con el apoyo bipartidista es de 3,4 mil millones de dólares en proyectos de construcción en puertos de entrada entre nuestros dos países y esto va a permitir que estas entradas y el paso sean no solamente mucho más seguros, sino también mucho más eficientes.
And the American people should know, Mr. President, that you're also making a significant investment on your side of the border to improve infrastructure to meet the needs of our times and the future.
Y también el pueblo estadounidense tiene que saber que usted está haciendo muchísimos esfuerzos del otro lado de la frontera en programas de infraestructura que van a permitir satisfacer las necesidades de nuestros pueblos, no solamente ahora, sino a futuro también.
And a very important point, another critical example is we are accelerating our efforts to disrupt the trafficking of fentanyl and other drugs that are literally killing people. Fentanyl kills people.
Y hay algo muy importante a destacar en cuanto a cuáles son los como ejemplo, digamos, de las actividades que estamos realizando, que los esfuerzos denodados que estamos haciendo para atacar el tránsito de fentanilo, que es algo que está no solamente matando a muchísima gente, sino también estamos trabajando para detener el flujo de otras drogas.
We've had a major anti-smuggling operation underway since April, targeting human smugglers who traffic in people, drugs, and weapons.
Y en contra del contrabando y también de la trata de seres humanos y el tráfico de drogas y de armas.
Toward this effort, we've deployed 1,300 additional personnel.
All right, we've been listening in to President Biden meeting with President Obrador of Mexico. Earlier today, we showed it to you in full. This is just the very beginning of foreign relations with President Biden, with world leaders, as he sets off for his next trip here. We'll be previewing that later on into the evening, but we want to move away from it for just a second here. It is the top of the hour. We told all of our viewers that we would be moving into this story at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. It's a story that we've been following every single step of the way. There was an investigation into the shooting itself and the police response. The next part of this story is the surveillance video that has since been released and obtained today by the Austin American-Statesman, a local paper that has been following this story as well. They reached out to families after getting this video, showing them what happened. As you can imagine, this is reaching people in a very raw place, families that have been affected from this, as many students died in this shooting, teachers died in this shooting, and now there is frustration and anger coming from the public and from the Uvalde community about the city response and about the police response. We do want to warn you that this video is graphic. Viewer discretion is advised. It has been edited to show the timestamps of when the gunman entered the school, when the police was able to show up to the school, and also had some of the sounds edited out. You're not going to hear any of those kids screaming from inside of the classroom. You will hear gunfire. We want to play this out for you because it is integral into the investigation itself and the police response. There's still so much more to be coming out of this. We're going to play it uninterrupted for you right here, right now. We'll listen in.
I can't see him now. I cannot see him. The kids are running. Oh my God. Get in your room. Get in your room.
So as you can imagine, the community is just reeling from the release of this video. We wanted to show it to you once again because it pertains to the investigation that will continue. Many weighing in saying that lawsuits are likely to come against the city council, against law enforcement that was there on the scene. We are following this every step of the way. We like to bring in experts when it comes to types of stories like this. So we'll be speaking with law enforcement experts about the response and about so much more. We're going to take a commercial break as we kind of reset for this 8 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. That's what we do. We take you from all of these top stories one to the next. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to take you out to the latest from the White House as the coronavirus task force came together today speaking about a new strategy as new variants emerge. Fox's Charles Watson with more.
It's a new strategy for a new strain as the BA.5 Omicron subvariant spreads quickly across the country. The White House is unveiling a new plan to contain it, focusing heavily on vaccines and treatments, saying those tools can prevent serious illness and death, even as BA.5 proves to be more contagious and difficult to detect than its predecessors.
Vaccines remain our single most important tool to protect people against serious illness, hospitalizations, and death.
The CDC says BA.5 now makes up about 65% of new infections, and that number is growing quickly, causing COVID hospitalizations to double since April, though deaths have remained steady around 300 per day. Health officials now doubling down on masking recommendations, especially on planes, trains, and buses, announcing the release of 400 million N95 masks from the national stockpile.
CDC recommendations have been and continue to be to mask in our public transport corridors. So in our airports, in our airways, on our trains.
But after more than 2 years of pandemic, some folks say they're done with the mask and vaccines, while others, including some doctors, are criticizing the new approach, saying it could be used to reimpose mandates they claim didn't work the first time.
Stop with all of the restrictions that have had an enormous backlash. The mandates don't work.
We're now averaging about 130,000 new COVID cases in the U.S. every day, the highest number since February. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
So let's go out to that task force briefing from earlier today with the White House, with the top infectious disease experts in the country as they navigate this new wave.
I want to talk about how we view this moment.
And I want to talk about our strategy for managing BA.5. As you'll hear from Dr. Walensky, we have been tracking BA.4 and BA.5 for months. We've been clear-eyed that these kinds of subvariants were always a possibility. We have been watching this virus evolve rapidly. We've been planning and preparing for this moment. And the message that I want to get across to the American people is this. BA.5 is something we're closely monitoring, and most importantly, we know how to manage it. You know, if we think back to 2 years ago, we had a very limited set of tools to manage viruses like this. But today, thanks to the president's leadership and the comprehensive response we've built up over the last 18 months, we have all the capabilities we need to protect the American people. Vaccines and boosters, treatments, tests, masks, ventilation, and so much more. But beyond just having these capabilities, we have the infrastructure we need to make these tools widely available and easily accessible. Dr. Fauci will discuss in much greater detail, but I want to emphasize, we can prevent serious illness, we can keep people out of the hospital and especially out of the ICU, we can save lives, and we can minimize the disruptions caused by COVID-19. And even in the face of BA.5, the tools we have continue to work. We are at a point in the pandemic where most COVID-19 deaths are preventable. Our strategy to manage BA.5 relies on making sure Americans continue to have easy and convenient access to these tools. We're going to continue mobilizing the entire federal government, working with state and local leaders, healthcare provider organizations, employers, community-based organizations, and others to do this. We're also going to communicate clearly about common sense steps Americans can take to protect themselves. To that end, let me walk through a few key things every American should know. First, vaccines remain our single most important tool to protect people against serious illness, hospitalizations, and death. And staying up to date is essential as we see BA.5 rise across the country. We encourage all Americans to get vaccinated if they haven't already. Americans age 5 and above should get their first booster shot after 5 months after their initial vaccination. And if you haven't, don't delay. Do it now. Getting vaccinated now will not preclude you from getting a variant-specific vaccine later in this fall or winter. And for people who are 50 years of age or older, my message is simple. If you have not gotten a vaccine shot in the year 2022, if you have not gotten one this year, please go get another vaccine shot. You are eligible for your first booster or second booster, wherever you are in your vaccination schedule. If you've not gotten a vaccine shot this year, go get one now. It could save your life. My second message to all Americans is we have highly effective treatments that work against BA.5, including Paxlovid. This is an oral antiviral that reduces the risk of hospitalizations and death by 90%. We have worked very hard to acquire more of these pills than any other country in the world. And we've moved quickly to make these treatments widely available at more than 41,000 locations across the country. And we've built up a large network of test-to-treat sites. Let me talk about test-to-treat. These sites are great. People can walk in, they can get tested. If they're positive, they can speak with a medical provider. And if they're eligible, they can get a prescription and have that prescription filled all in one convenient stop. And if you test positive in the days and weeks ahead, please consult your healthcare provider about your eligibility for treatments. Or please visit covid.gov to find a test-to-treat location where you can get tested and treated all in one place. Treatments can save your life. Now, vaccines and treatments will help prevent serious illness and death. We also need to make sure we reduce the spread of illness. And we have several tools that help do that. So let's start with talking about testing. As we face BA.5, here's how we think about testing. Before attending a large indoor gathering or visiting with a high-risk immunocompromised individual, please consider taking a test. That's what I do. You don't want to be the person who brings COVID to your grandparents or COVID to a wedding. The administration has made tests widely available. We've required health insurers to cover at-home tests for free. We've been sending free tests straight to households through covidtest.gov. Testing not only helps you identify whether you're infected, but it helps prevent spread. Another thing that helps both prevent infections and spread is masks. There is broad consensus in the scientific community that wearing a high-quality mask in indoor public spaces is an important tool to control the spread of COVID-19. Prevents you from getting infected, and it prevents you from spreading it to others. We have made high-quality masks widely available. And the CDC has developed COVID-19 community levels, which include clear recommendations on when individuals should consider masking in indoor public spaces. And we continue to encourage Americans to visit covid.gov to find their level of COVID-19 in their community and to find places where masking is available, or masks are available. And we continue to encourage Americans to follow the CDC recommendations for their community. And finally, I want to take a minute to talk about ventilation. We know that improving indoor air quality by improving ventilation, putting in indoor air purifiers, they can make an enormous difference in reducing infections and spread. So if you are a business or a school or any kind of institution that brings people together indoors, please work to improve the quality of that indoor air. Let me close with this. We are closely monitoring BA.5 and its impact. We're encouraged that serious illness, hospitalizations, and deaths have remained relatively low based on the level of infections. That's not by coincidence, by the way. It's not random. It's in large part due to our successful vaccination program, our efforts to get people boosted, and our incredibly focused effort on making sure that treatments and testing are widely available. But let me make another really important point. We are experiencing about 300 to 350 deaths a day. That is unacceptable. It's too high. And we will continue to use the infrastructure we have built and the tools we have to lower suffering and death as we manage BA.5. And it is clear that with every American doing their part, we can get through the BA.5 infections together. So with that, let me turn it over to Dr. Walensky. Rochelle?
Thank you, Dr. Jha, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be back again with you today. As always, I'm going to start by walking you through the latest data. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 5,100 per day. And while this represents only a slight increase week over week, it does represent a doubling of hospital admissions since early May. The 7-day average of daily deaths are still too high, as Dr. Jha just said. We are at about 350 per day. As you all know by now, each week, CDC updates genomic surveillance data so that we can monitor what variants are present in each region of the country. Over the last several weeks, Omicron sublineages BA.4 and BA.5 have been increasing in the United States. These are sublineages of the Omicron variant, or variations of the initial Omicron strain, and descendants of the virus that initially circulated in 2020. CDC has been closely monitoring both BA.4 and BA.5 since it first emerged in South Africa, and we've been reporting on these sublineages in the United States since their detection in April. On this slide, CDC's weekly nowcast estimate indicates that BA.5 is predicted to represent 65% of circulating variants, and BA.4 is predicted to represent 16%. Omicron sublineage BA.2.121 is predicted to be most of the remainder of circulating virus at about 17%. These data will be made available later today on CDC's COVID data tracker. We do not know yet about the clinical severity of BA.4 and BA.5 in comparison to our other Omicron subvariants, but we do know it to be more transmissible and more immune evading. People with prior infection, even with BA.1 or BA.2, are likely still at risk for BA.4 or BA.5. We continue to learn more about these Omicron lineages, and CDC is closely monitoring the public health impact they have. Several factors will play a role in how BA4 and 5 will impact the United States, and impact of these subvariants will likely be felt differently around the country. These factors include the level of vaccination and boosting in communities, the amount of prior infection a community experienced, and the level of public health mitigation measures that are in place. While there's no evidence available to suggest that BA4 or 5 cause more severe disease, and we're still collecting data on the vaccine effectiveness against BA4 and BA5, we know that vaccine effectiveness against severe disease and death remains high for other Omicron sublineages, and likely also for BA4 and 5. So staying up to date on your COVID-19 vaccines provides the best protection against severe outcomes. Currently, many Americans are under-vaccinated, meaning they are not up to date on their COVID-19 vaccines. Not all people over the age of 50 have received their first booster dose. Of those who've received their first booster dose, only 28% of those over 50 have received a second booster dose. And of those over the age of 65, only 34% have received their second booster dose. So my message right now is very simple. It's essential that these Americans, as Dr. Shah said, get their second booster shot right away. Now, on this slide are data from April that illustrate the importance of staying up to date on your COVID-19 vaccines. Among those 50 and older, those vaccinated with a primary series and only one booster dose, represented by the navy blue line, had 4 times the risk of dying from COVID-19 compared to those who had a primary series and 2 or more booster doses, shown by the purple line. This graph shows our COVID-19 community levels and allows individuals and communities to take action to protect themselves and others based on their local level. They also allow us to focus efforts on protecting those who are most at risk of severe COVID-19 illness. And I want to emphasize the importance of monitoring your local COVID-19 community level to know what precautions are needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. We update COVID levels every week on Thursday. Last week, CDC reported 32% of the US population is living in a high COVID-19 community level, represented by orange. In these areas, the CDC generally recommends masking policies and that individuals wear a mask in indoor public settings to protect themselves against infection. We also reported last Thursday that 42% of the US population is living in a medium community level, represented by yellow. In these areas, CDC encourages individuals to make decisions about masking based on their own individual level of risk. To find your COVID-19 community level, please visit cdc.gov or visit covid.gov and type in your county to see your own community level. At CDC, we will continue to monitor COVID-19 and provide timely updates regarding the latest guidance, as we have done throughout the course of the pandemic. We know that as the virus continues to evolve, our response and guidance must evolve with it. Thank you, and I'll now turn things over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I'd like to talk a little bit more specifically now about the evolution of variants, particularly focusing on BA5. So if I could move to the first slide, please. Just as a background, as you see here, and you look temporally from June of 2021, how successive variants due to mutational changes have essentially bumped one variant off the table after the other, leading to the broader category of Omicron, where we are right now. Next slide. And if you look at that, that really gets translated into what we've experienced from a public health and clinical standpoint in the different waves or surges that we in this country have seen with Alpha, Delta, and then as you see on the far right with Omicron. But Omicron as a broad category has been particularly problematic. Next slide. Because as you see here on this family tree of SARS-CoV-2, which shows all the variants that we here in the United States and throughout the world have experienced with Alpha, Beta, Delta. But note that Omicron as a broad category has multiple sublineages with BA1, BA2, BA2.1, 2.1, and now what we're currently challenged with is the BA.4/5, particularly the BA.5. Next slide. As you see here, if you look in the United States from March to July, how we've had successful evolution and increasing dominance of the BA.4, BA.5, such that now, shown on this slide, it's about 70% total, whereas the BA.5 is more than half. And as you'll be hearing from the CDC, those data will be updated and showing an even greater percentage. Why does this happen? Next slide. If you look here at this slide, there's increasing growth capacity of new variants, Alpha to Delta, but then notice the big jump when Omicron came in November. It had a much, much greater transmission capability than Delta. But over the last several months, we've seen each successive variant have a bit of a transmission advantage over the prior one. And right now we're with BA.4/5, and we don't know what the future will hold, as we might get even more subvariants. So let's focus now, just for a bit, on BA.5. Next slide. What do we know about it? As I mentioned, it has a growth advantage compared to the earlier Omicron subvariants. It substantially evades neutralizing antibodies induced in people by vaccination and infection. But the vaccine effectiveness against severe disease, fortunately for us, is not reduced substantially or at all compared to other Omicron subvariants. Next slide. More on BA.5. We know now from experience that we've had over the last couple of months and others in other countries that it doesn't appear to be associated with greater disease severity or hospitalizations compared to the most recent subvariants. Also, good news is that the current antivirals and bebtelovimab is predicted to work as treatments, as is Avushel, predicted to work as a pre-exposure prophylaxis. So what does this all mean, and what is the message that all of us have for you? Next slide. And that is meeting the challenge of SARS-CoV-2 and BA.5. Variants will continue to emerge if the virus circulates globally and in this country. We should not let it disrupt our lives, but we cannot deny that it is a reality that we need to deal with. But as you'll hear from all of us, the good news is that we have the tools to do this. We need to keep the levels of virus to the lowest possible level, and that is our best defense. If a virus is not very robustly replicating and spreading, it gives it less of a chance of a mutation, which gives it less of a chance of the evolving of another variant. Importantly, we have the tools, as you've heard from Dr. Jha. Vaccines continue to provide strong protection against severe disease. However, and this is something that we all recommend, immunity wanes, so it is critical to stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccines as primary vaccines and as boosters where appropriate. Next slide. Also, we need to monitor the COVID levels in your community, which the CDC does well, and in that regard, follow the CDC guidance for masks and other mitigations depending upon the density of infection in the community. In addition, treatments for COVID-19 are widely available, as you've heard from Dr. Jha. If you test positive for COVID-19, talk to a healthcare provider as soon as possible about treatment options, including tests to treat. Once again, the bottom line, it's something that A, we don't panic on, B, we don't let it disrupt our lives, but we take it seriously enough and utilize the tools that we have to mitigate. And the final point is looking forward. we are doing now, and it is critical to do so, to develop the next generation of vaccines and therapeutics. And for that, we do need the support of the Congress in resources for us. I'll stop there and back to you, Dr. Jha.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Rochelle. So let's open up to Q&A. And we're going to have moderating the Q&A session is Subhan Chima from the White House team. Subhan, to you.
Thanks, Dr. Jha. Let's go to Zeke Miller at the Associated Press.
Thank you all for doing this. Just to follow up on Dr. Fauci's point there regarding waning immunity, there's been some reporting in recent days that the administration is considering expanding eligibility for fourth shots or second boosters to all adults, given that waning immunity. Can you update us on the administration's thinking on that? And then on the multivalent vaccine development, have orders been placed with that money that you identified last month with manufacturers? How many of those doses do you expect to have in hand for high-risk populations once the fall hits?
All right, so two good questions. Zeke, let me get started on the first one, and then I'm going to love to hear from Tony on it as well. In terms of opening up boosters to people under 50 or to all adults, let me be very clear. We have conversations all the time about what are possible things we can be doing to better protect the American people. So those conversations have been going on for a while. We are also very, very clear, I am very, very clear, that these are decisions made by our regulatory agencies, the FDA and the CDC. And so I know that the FDA is considering this, looking at it, and I know CDC scientists are thinking about this and looking at the data as well. The decision is purely up to them. But those conversations, as I said, along with a whole lot of other conversations, we're always thinking about what else can we be doing to protect the American people. So let me just say again that decision here really is an FDA and CDC decision. Tony, anything else to add on that?
Well, Ashish, just to underscore what you said, we are a team here. The FDA is part of the team. The CDC is part of the team. The White House group is part of the team. We're all part of a team, and we discuss this continually. But as Dr. Jha said, we also have the situation where there are certain elements of the team that are the decision makers. And in this case, it's a regulatory decision on the part of the FDA, and the CDC will examine it with regard to whether or not they'll recommend it or allow it or what have you. So we always talk about it. It's not something new, but we all recognize what the lines of authority are, and that's what we'll be depending on.
Great. To Zeke, on your second question around purchasing for bivalent vaccines for this fall and winter, as I think I announced, again, the date's wrong, I'd say about a week or 10 days ago, we have put in one order so far with Pfizer for 105 million doses, if I recall. Obviously, that will not be enough for all Americans. We are continuing to think about other orders, talking to other companies, but that order has been placed to get the next generation of bivalent vaccines as directed by FDA and FDA's.
Okay, that right there, Dr. Ashish Shah talking about the White House COVID-19 strategy in light of this new Omicron subvariant known as BA.5. And in parts of the country, we're seeing an uptick in cases, not across the board, evenly distributed, but there are some case surges in specific regions of the United States. And so they're monitoring that there at the White House. And we heard from Dr. Rochelle Walensky and Dr. Anthony Fauci as well. Also, we're taking a look at the White House at the moment. President Biden not there. He is en route to his first trip as president to the Middle East. We have a LiveNOW look there in Jerusalem. Nice sunny morning there. This was President Biden earlier tonight as he departed for both Israel and Saudi Arabia. We'll be bringing on national security expert Hal Kempfer in the next hour to preview the president's trip. What are the goals? What does the White House aim to accomplish from this first trip by Biden to the Middle East? We'll also be breaking down all the latest developments and headlines in the war in Ukraine, and a major blow to ISIS leadership today, a U.S. airstrike taking out the leader of the terrorist organization. So we'll have All of that and more in about the next hour. Here, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, really we'll be hitting on some of this top science news. So many of you have probably seen the photos coming out of the Webb telescope there at NASA. President Biden and Vice President Harris were treated first to see that really stunning image of the universe, and we'll have an update on that. We'll also hear from NASA officials about what more images we can expect to see. So more on that after the break.
It's the next giant leap in space exploration. NASA revealing breathtaking out-of-this-world images taken from its powerful space telescope.
This is, again, seeing the universe in a new way.
1 million miles from Earth, the James Webb Space Telescope capturing vivid pictures that give us a glimpse into distant galaxies, including moons and exoplanets, as well as the life cycle of stars, each thousands of light years away from Earth. The telescope's deep images were captured in the infrared spectrum and converted into clearer images released by the agency.
So this is light that is emitted all over the universe, but we can't see it with our eyes. And so these pictures are actually completely new to us in terms of being able to see things that are otherwise completely invisible.
The $10 billion state-of-the-art telescope allows scientists to see farther into the cosmos than ever before, and with 3 times more clarity than the Hubble Space Telescope the instrument Webb was built to replace.
The astounding detail that you can see in some of these galaxies, I mean, they just pop out.
25 years in the making, the revolutionary telescope launched last Christmas. Scientists are hoping to use the findings to learn more about the universe, as well as the history of Earth over the next 20 years.
The further away something is, the further back in time we're looking. So this is actually the way that a telescope can sort of act like a time machine.
Scientists are also hoping to determine whether some of these exoplanets outside of our own galaxy ever were or are habitable. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
Phil, thanks so much for that update there. We want to let you hear now from NASA officials as they were recounting really what went into getting the James Webb Telescope operational, up into orbit, and how we are seeing some of these incredible images of the universe, of our galaxy, of other galaxies, and so much more. It's really a feat of human engineering that are bringing us these photos. Let's hear from NASA officials themselves.
Oh my gosh, we're 2 orders of magnitude more sensitive than other telescopes. And it goes to 3, right? Like, okay, how could you not discover stuff if you're 100 times more powerful than previous telescopes. So from what the data that I've seen so far, from the work that we've seen in commissioning, which is all commissioning data, and then this first week of science, yeah, this is going to be revolutionary. These are incredible capabilities that we've never had before.
If I can pick up on this. Yeah, I'm also the part of the commissioning team as PI of the FGS and nearest instrument provided by CSA. And, you know, I'm a scientist, so I've been working on this project for 20 years, so we should expect what we saw. But no, several times in the last 6 months, I nearly break my jaw of what I saw. These incredible images and the first transiting exoplanet spectrum in front of me, coming right out of the box of the data. It was just amazing. And so, and I think our fellow scientists will feel the same thing when we look at the data. These data are just amazing. I think it's fair to say that today we're turning the page. It's a cliche, but it's true. We're turning the page on several new chapters on exoplanet, atmosphere, the early universe, star formation, you name it. And we don't even know what we're going to find. It's exciting.
We can take another question in the room here.
Thanks. Jeff Faust of Space News. I know the early release observations are designed to showcase the broad scope of what JWST can do. And I know one of the important areas of science for JWST is solar system science. So when can we expect the first solar system images or spectra from JWST?
Well, so there have already been solar system observations taken. And so those observations will be released, I think, on Thursday, along with the rest of the commissioning data. So that's when the public will see the first ones. And we're very keenly aware that this is an important science area for the observatory. We also very confident that we know that we can produce wonderful, beautiful data and images for this. And so I actually have no doubt that we're going to see spectacular things from the solar system soon. It was just an early decision made for the early release observations that we didn't want to have to count on the moving target observations working with it, keeping things not too complicated. As it actually turns out, we probably could have done it, but here we are. Sure.
We will come back to questions in the room in a moment, but we actually on the phone lines have media who are live at the Canadian Space Agency headquarters in Quebec. And so we have some media questions on the line that we can go to now. So I'd like to ask our operator to please provide instructions for our phone media to ask questions and take our first question there.
If you'd like to ask a question at this time, please press *1 and clearly record your first and last name for your question to be introduced. Again, that is *1. One moment, please. Our first question comes from Kenneth King with New York Times. Your line is now open.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering, when will the first-year program observations begin? And can you tell us who's going to be first?
Class, go ahead.
So the first year of science observations have already begun. We have already taken data for scientists to one time in the first year. And those data will be released to the principal investigators of those programs in the next day or two. And some of them are public, actually, so it will be released to the world as well. So there's another batch of data there, and we're just going full steam ahead. What are the first ones? It's actually various different first ones there. There are more deep field data, for example. That's very exciting. From a program called SEERS, which looks at wider regions. Remember that the deep field we have here is a very small region that goes deep, but many of the programs, they are looking at observing many more galaxies, many thousands in a wider area of the sky. So there's some of that. And you can go to our website as well and look up what observations are being taken every week. So there's a schedule published there.
Thank you, Klaus. We can take another question from the phone as well now.
Okay, our next question comes from Andrea Matt with the Canadian Space Agency. Your line is now open.
Thank you. This is a question from Raymond Fournier from the Agence Science Presse in Canada. For René Doyon. We know the rate of expansion of the universe through Hubble images. Will Webb redefine this?
Okay, we don't expect Webb to focus on that, and Webb will very focus on the early universe. I mean, you've seen this deep image, and we don't expect Webb to, but who knows whether, I mean, that's maybe a question for James to answer.
I think the main way that Webb can contribute to understanding the age and the expansion rate of the universe is the nearby part. Is figuring out the distance ladder, the distances to Cepheid stars and red giant stars in nearby galaxies. That's what sets that ladder that walks out into cosmological scales. And dust gets in the way of dust is the largest source of error in many of those measurements. And so there are multiple approved programs in the first year to go observe these standard candle or standardizable stars to understand the distances to nearby galaxies, which then lets us leapfrog out and measure the expansion rate of the universe.
Thank you both. Go ahead, Chris, if you'd like to add.
Just to add to that, coming back to the transformational question earlier. So in Stefan's quintet, you've got the galaxy on the left-hand side, which is slightly closer, NGC 7320. And that's at, 40 million light years. And at the moment, we just can't go and resolve the stellar populations in a galaxy like that. And suddenly in that image, as someone said on the broadcast, you can see the whole populations, you can see the star clusters, you can see evolved luminous red supergiants, AGB stars that are producing dust. And then we can go and look in these galaxies out to these tens of millions of light years to do the work that Jane was just mentioning, to build that ladder in a way that if you try and do this with Hubble, it's just not sensitive enough. If you try and do it from the ground, you can't get out to that distance or the dust is in the way. So it's just, and when you've got the myriad observations as well at longer wavelengths to broaden the wavelength coverage, it's going to be hugely powerful.
We can take one more question from the phone line before we come back to the room here.
Okay, the next question comes from Christopher Kokinos with Astrology Magazine. Your line is now open.
Thank you. Yeah, that's Astronomy Magazine, just to be clear. Yeah, I wish I was in the room to see the reaction. First, congratulations, everybody. Really incredible stuff. And I know that we've heard terms like amazing, revolutionary, exciting, and so forth. I'm actually wondering if one or two of the project scientists can kind of compare the Webb to another moment in the history of astronomy or science. I mean, what do you rank this with? The discovery of DNA, Galileo's first observations of the moon. I mean, where would you sort of rank this in comparison to other breakthroughs in astronomy? Thank you.
So I'll take a first crack at it so everybody else has time to think of a good answer here. For me, it is like seeing Hubble again, but actually better because we have this coverage that overlaps with Hubble, and we're actually even sharper than Hubble there. So this is, again, seeing the universe in a new way that while we expected we could be able to do this, to actually see it for the first time, internalize it, tells me that everything we've planned through cycle one, the astronomical community, was bold, but it wasn't bold enough. So I'm really excited for what people now plan to do for the second cycle, seeing just how capable the facility is. So for me, the closest thing would be Hubble, when it was repaired and we saw everything kind of snap into focus. I don't know about others, Klaus.
Yeah. To me, so I'm not comparing to an astronomy mission, but almost. So one of my favorite pair of missions were the Voyager missions, right? Launched about the time that I was born, still going. And I remember growing up, being a kid and seeing, a few years in between those first high-resolution images of the outer planets. And it's one of the things that brought me into astronomy today. So I think that's what reminds me the most of what Webb is, seeing these things in high resolution for the first time and just going, wow, there is so much there.
I mean, if I may, in a way, we may have to wait several years to answer that question, because history shows very eloquently that whenever a new facility is online and you ask the questions 5, 10 years later, what was the biggest discovery of that facility? Well, nobody could predict it. And in fact, we've designed this telescope and instrument to do incredible science that we're going to start executing now. But really, we don't know what we're going to find. Hubble is a good example. You know, Hubble was to measure the Hubble constant, and it did. But nobody anticipated that they would measure a universe that is accelerating. That was a Nobel Prize. So who knows what's coming for JWST? But I'm sure we're going to have a lot of surprises.
Okay, thank you. We can come back to the room now for some questions. And actually, maybe not to make you run around, but maybe we can take one in the back there as well.
Hey there, thanks so much. Emily Pandis from NBC News. I have 2 questions for you. Do you plan to aim Webb at one of our local planets like Jupiter, and what do you expect to see? And our closest known exoplanet that we could possibly live on, it's only 4.2 light years away, so it's too far to travel to, but could you imagine its surface at that distance? And we'd love to hear about any plans you have for possibly habitable worlds.
Oh, go ahead, Jane.
Sure.
I'll take the Jupiter one. We've already pointed at Jupiter. You're actually sitting next to Begonia Vilo, who is part of why we can point at Jupiter. So one of our commissioning tests was to check that we can do moving targets, right? That we can track something moving in our solar system. We had a speed limit of 30, which is as fast as Mars can get. We actually broke through that. We managed to get a speed limit of 67. So we can track faster targets than we promised because the guider works so great. And for Jupiter, we did a test of Jupiter just because Jupiter is so bright that it can be challenging to guide on it and look at the faint.
Okay, we wanted just to show you a bit of this press conference earlier today as NASA scientists are describing essentially what we are looking at in these gorgeous, breathtaking photos coming in from the James Webb Telescope. And they're going to be going over a lot of this data as it comes in. Remember, this was 25 years in the making. This is really the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, but much more refined, much more highly refined resolution of these photos that we are getting in. And just really, really incredible there. And if we get any more of them, we'll show them to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we want to take the opportunity yet again. We did this at the top of the last hour, but here at Live Now from Fox, the Austin American-Statesman, the newspaper in Austin, Texas, has given us permission to show you new surveillance video they obtained inside Robb Elementary School during the Uvalde mass shooting. We'll have that and more after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, we have been following all the fallout and aftermath since the Robb Elementary School shooting back in May in Uvalde, Texas, that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead, the gunman dead as well. But the law enforcement response, or should I say lack of response, has really been the focus of so much ire directed at the city of Uvalde, at Texas officials. And so earlier today, both a local news outlet in Austin, Texas, and the Austin American-Statesman obtained surveillance video, new video that no one has seen before, of inside Robb Elementary School as the gunman entered and as the police entered to try to confront him. We know that they did not neutralize the suspect till 77 minutes later since the shooting began. So we're going to play out this 4-minute video that was edited by the Austin American-Statesman. You are not going to see any children harmed in this video. You're not going to hear them, but you will see police. You will see the shooter. So we showed this to some of you who may have been watching in the last hour. We want to do so yet again in this hour. Okay, so we wanted to show you that. We'll be following the reaction, of course, but very, very difficult to watch those scenes unfold in the hallway of Robb Elementary School as law enforcement were there. You could hear so many of the rounds. We learned from law enforcement more than 100 rounds were fired in classrooms 111 and 112, that fourth grade classroom where 19 children were shot and killed, 2 teachers as well. Right now, I want to put up a statement because the leader of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Steve McCraw, we've heard from him numerous times. He says, "I am deeply disappointed this video was released before all of the families who were impacted that day and the community of Uvalde had the opportunity to view it as part of Chairman Dustin Burrows' plan. Those most affected should have been among the first to see it. As I stated during my testimony before the Senate Special Committee to Protect All Texans, this video provides horrifying evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary on May 24th was an abject failure. In law enforcement, when one officer fails, we all fail." And so video like this was going to be released on Sunday of this weekend by official channels. Although the Austin American-Statesman and another local television outlet in Austin, Texas, obtained some of it, obviously much more before then. And so many of the families presumably have seen this now. And we heard from one of our Fox Dallas reporters that the Austin American-Statesman and this local television outlet did, or at least tried to do their due diligence by alerting family members and victims' families that they had indeed obtained this video that you just saw. So we will be following all the latest out of the investigation, of course, as we continue to monitor that horrible mass shooting there in Uvalde, Texas. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on your Tuesday night. Live Now look there in Jerusalem. President Biden en route to the Middle East for his first trip as president to the Middle East. He'll be visiting Israel, the West Bank, and Saudi Arabia. So we'll have more on that, previewing the president's trip, what to expect, what are the aims and goals of the trip. We'll also have an update on the war in Ukraine, and it's specifically what Russia is asking, or should I say what Iran is providing forces on the ground. More on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. Well, we haven't brought you many updates on the war in Ukraine lately. Well, we want to do that just now. We're going to hear from Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson with the latest, and then we'll be bringing in national security expert Hal Kempfer to talk about some of the developments on the ground. But here is Lucas Tomlinson's report.
An ammunition depot explodes just north of Crimea, one of more than a dozen hit in recent days by Ukrainian forces. Officials say U.S.-supplied GPS-guided rockets are helping slow Russia's advances in the south and east. Russia still controls more than 20% of Ukraine, an area approximately the size of Mississippi. As more American weapons arrived, the Treasury Department announced plans to send an additional $1.7 billion in economic aid, including paying the salaries of healthcare workers and to help Ukraine rebuild. Like this apartment building destroyed by a Russian missile over the weekend in eastern Ukraine. The death toll now at least 43 killed, some still buried in the rubble. Here in Ukraine's capital city, the charred remains of Russia's failed assault on the city are on public display. This woman brought her 3 children.
We came here because I want to show my children what the Russian army did with our Ukraine. I really want them to remember for the rest of their lives. It hurts a lot.
U.S. officials have identified a new lifeline for the Kremlin.
Our information indicates that the Iranian government is preparing to provide Russia with up to several hundred UAVs, including weapons-capable UAVs.
Hundreds of Russian T-72 tanks like this have been destroyed here in Ukraine. One of the reasons U.S. officials say Russia now wants drones from Iran. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Iran will begin drone training Russian forces this month.
Its strategic objective was to take Kyiv, the capital, to end Ukraine as a country, to eliminate Ukrainian identity from the map, and to subsume Ukraine to within Russia. They have failed at that. Kyiv stands.
The Kremlin says Vladimir Putin will visit Tehran next week for meetings with the leaders of Iran and NATO ally Turkey. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Lucas, thanks for that update. Let's be joined now by Hal Kempfer. As always, Hal, good to see you. A lot to discuss today. And let's, before we get to the matter of these Iranian drones, I want to get your thoughts on something coming out of the UK Defense Intelligence Agency. They say Russia faces troop shortages in Ukraine that may be forcing the Kremlin to turn to unconventional means of recruitment, releasing Russians from jail, possibly, to join the mercenary Wagner group. But they, like you and I have talked about so much, are having trouble replacing dead and wounded troops. Where do you think they're going to get more troops?
Andrew, it's been interesting. I've been watching this for a while. Yes, they've been recruiting the dirty dozen, if you will. They've been releasing people from jail. They've been pulling people from anywhere. The Wagner group basically gives them kind of a shield, to bring them in as essentially contract military, as opposed to as the Russian military per se. So it seems to work for them, but they're pulling them in from anywhere. They're also doing a crypto mobilization, is what they call it. They're doing subtle changes to the law. What Putin doesn't want to do is a full-on mobilization that basically incurs a declaration of war, because to do so would put on full display that this special military operation in Ukraine isn't working out so well. And it brings into question everything that the Kremlin's been putting out. So what he's doing is these little subtle things to allow him to do mobilization within Ukraine. They're also doing basically forced conscription in the areas that they've uncovered. All these oblasts, they've been setting up essentially a forced conscription system to bring in locals, for example, in Luhansk, Donetsk, other areas, to basically mostly ethnic Russians for obvious reasons, but they're trying to force them in the military. Interestingly, in all of these are having a lot of problems. In Russia, there are young men who are just simply disappearing. They're just leaving. They're getting out of there, going away, so they're not around when the notice comes. They're just simply out of town. In many cases, they literally left the country.
Wow.
And in the oblast, it's a little more difficult to avoid service, but they're doing a lot of things to avoid being conscripted because they know what they are.
Right.
they're cannon fodder. They know what's going to happen to them. Yeah.
Hal, this is happening, though, concurrently as well with Putin signing a decree to expand fast track of Russian citizenship to all Ukrainians. I'm not sure if that's, a forced kind of citizenship that they are, putting on to Ukrainians against their will. But that, of course, is the goal, is to, rid the Ukrainian national identity.
Yeah, they've basically taken down the barriers. It's very easy to become a Russian citizen in Ukraine right now. Okay. And in fact, they've made it as easy. It's about as easy as being a Russian citizen in Russia as to be a Russian citizen. They're basically breaking down the barriers. I'm not going to say those two things are unrelated, because they're not. I'm not saying that they were done specifically for that. There's other political reasons why he wanted to basically smooth that out that was not directly related to conscription, but they do support each other, and in that way, he can also turn around and say, as the Russians are so famous for doing, their obfuscation, oh no, we only have Russian citizens in the Russian military. Well, they were Ukrainian citizens 2 weeks ago, but because of this fast track thing, now they're Russian citizens. This is all part of their disinformation campaign that they love to put out. Yeah. And sadly, some of this actually shows up in Western reporting. And I just shake my head and go, it's one thing when they're doing this. It's another thing when you're letting them do this and they're using, your media outlet, not Fox, but I'm just saying some media outlets actually parrot what the Russians say. It's like, there is no false equivalency. The Russians are putting out disinformation. And when they, if they lie to you consistently, don't expect that there's they only lied the previous 99 times. Maybe this time they're telling the truth. Yeah. You got to use some healthy skepticism in everything they say.
Okay. So. Hal, let's get to this. To me personally, I was quite shocked by this. Now there's an Iranian angle to the war in Ukraine, and we heard from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan at the White House press briefing today, from the White House podium, confirm that essentially Russia is turning to Iran to provide it with, quote, hundreds of unmanned aerial vehicles. We heard from Lucas Thomason's report, Putin's going to be in Tehran very, very soon. What is the goal here, and what is the nature of these UAVs, and how does Russia think they will help them on the battlefield?
Well, they could actually make a big difference on the battlefield. The Iranians have actually developed some fairly, I'm going to say, sophisticated. They have UAVs that in many ways look like some of our UAVs. They're obviously, if you will, knockoffs, if you will. They don't have the same, technological capabilities. There's a lot of limitations. They look very similar. From a Hollywood set standpoint, they look similar. But a lot of these UAVs, they've been using them over there. They've been giving them to the Houthis in Yemen to use them. And they've been, and frankly, they're not bad UAVs. I think what the Russians did was they looked around. My guess is in the background, China has been slow rolling any request for, it's not my guess. I mean, they have been slow rolling any request. There was a lot of speculation that they were going to get Chinese UAVs. I think the Chinese have slow rolled that. They don't want their UAVs. They certainly don't want to see their UAVs shot down and then displayed on Western media linking China to what Russia's doing. So they're looking around. It's almost like a collection of pariah nations. Russia looks to Iran. It's like, well, they're a pariah. So Iran just wants to sell UAVs, and so it works out for them. Now, the timing of this is amazing. All right, there's a concept in the Middle East: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. All right, we're staunchly opposed to Russia. Iran has now aligned itself squarely with Russia against Ukraine. Saudi Arabia and even Israel, unfortunately, have been kind of skirting, sitting on the fence a little bit, not really rolling in against Russia like we'd like them to. Now you have President Biden visiting, Israel today, Thursday. He's going to be in Saudi Arabia the day after, and you have this Iranian announcement come out of sending UAVs to Russia. Iran is essentially the sworn enemy of Saudi Arabia. I mean, Iran is a sworn enemy of Israel. I think there's going to be a little bit of reality here, which is, hey, look, this is what's going on, and I would be surprised if President Biden doesn't put it in very stark terms. The timing of this announcement, I think, was timed specifically to sink in with the trip, and there's going to be some strong discussion there. And frankly, some of the discussion might get into covert action stuff. I mean, there's been a lot of covert action going on in Iran to debilitate their weapons program. I would not be surprised if that increases, in part because of this alignment that we just saw announced today.
Yeah, of course, you know, the Iranians, I guess the assumption is, would have to train the Russians on these UAVs as well. So that all remains to be seen. We'll stay on top of it. Hal, one more story we want to get to before we go to commercial break, and then we're going to bring you back in. This, of course, we learned today that the United States has killed Maher al-Agal, one of the top 5 ISIS leaders and the leader of ISIS in Syria, in a drone strike today in northwest Syria. This is significant, Hal, I think maybe to some Americans who might be watching, who might have forgotten that the battle against ISIS continues apace. And so a major victory announced by CENTCOM today. And according to reports, an initial review indicated that there were no civilian casualties. But this also comes, I think, just months after another high-profile killing in a drone strike of another ISIS leader as well. So, of course, the Biden administration will be chalking this up as a victory, and the intelligence services would be as well. What does this mean, though, for the fight against ISIS?
Well, the fight against ISIS, the fight of the war on terror, it never ends.
Yeah.
And ISIS is all over the place. Of course, Agal was one of the top 5 ISIS leaders worldwide. He was the top ISIS leader in Syria. The reason he's the top ISIS leader in Syria is because his predecessors have been having a very tough time. You know, there was a successful strike taking out his predecessor. There was a successful raid capturing a top ISIS leader in Syria a few months ago. So this is all going on in the background. You know, our attention is all focused on Syria, but this still goes on. There's 900 American troops still over in Syria. We have troops throughout the Middle East. We're engaged in a variety of different operations, and stopping ISIS is big. ISIS is trying all sorts of ways to resurge. They're in the Sahel region of Africa. I've been going in and out of West Africa for the last few years quite a bit. I've been dealing with terrorism issues, talking about that with host nation officials, if you will, working on training and stuff in that area. That's a big growth area. Eastern Africa is also an area where we've seen ISIS growth. Of course, ironically, the Taliban, who I would not describe in any way as someone that we're friendly with, the Taliban are fiercely opposed to ISIS because ISIS is posing an existential threat to the Taliban government in Afghanistan. So ISIS, even though their caliphate, if you will, their territory has been shrunk down and they're not what they were, in many ways they've metastasized well beyond. So they're no longer just a Syria-Iraq issue. They're all over the place. We're going to keep doing this, and we're going to work with our allies to keep doing this because we just don't want to see a resurgence. We were all taken by surprise about 8 years ago when they just burst out of Syria, and all of a sudden they controlled this territory in very short order that was as big as Great Britain, that was located in Syria and Iraq. We never, ever want to see that again. So we're being very proactive. By the way, if I could mention something, as viewers are watching, we're watching the training videos of the ISIS fighters.
Yeah, this is old file footage.
I know, but I was watching that one. I was like, this is how not to employ weapons in a tactical situation. I just look at it, I go, you know, I mean, honestly, as a warfighter, you hope your enemy is that inept when they do stuff like that. And I was watching the thing where he's doing the hip shot with the mortar. I'm like, he's just as likely to drop rounds on his own troops as anything else. That's some of the stuff. We don't see that because in Ukraine and Russia, when we're watching that stuff, they are, you know, even though the Russian troops are not great, they're better trained and better disciplined than some of the stuff that we saw going on in previous conflicts, shall we say.
Yeah.
So.
Hal, my only, I guess, to play devil's advocate here, I mean, any drone strike that takes out a top leader of ISIS is a good thing, but there's always someone waiting in the wings to assume the role of the killed leader. So it is kind of this game of whack-a-mole. The ideology persists, should I say.
We use the term whack-a-mole over in Iraq quite a bit. And it is that endless thing where we're constantly, you take out one. But you know, here's the thing with taking out leaders and taking out kingpins, which is the same thing we run into, or same thing we deal with in dealing with the drug cartels. Yes, there's always somebody willing to come up and take that position. But if you do it right, and you do your targeting right, and you do your profile and your target packages correct, hopefully you are, when you're done, whoever comes in behind them are not as capable, they're not as adept, and they can't do the same things. And so if you're really careful with your targeting, you take out the more capable commanders, the more capable leaders, and let the the less competent ones rise to the top, which at the end of the day makes your life a lot easier.
Yeah. Hal, stay with us. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be previewing President Biden's first trip as president to the Middle East. Live Now look there in Jerusalem on a bright, early, sunny Wednesday morning as President Biden is en route. Not sure if we'll get his landing, Air Force One touching down there in Israel. If we do, we'll bring it to you live, but we'll have more on what to expect out of this trip in 2 minutes.
At the end of the day, if you have to pen an op-ed defending your trip, you've got issues in terms of your narrative.
President Biden is offering yet another justification for his upcoming trip to Saudi Arabia. He writes in an op-ed, "I know that there are many who disagree with my decision. My views on human rights are clear and long-standing, and fundamental freedoms are always on the agenda when I travel abroad, as they will be during this trip."
Our diplomacy with Saudi Arabia is now delivering results. This is why the president believes there is no substitute for the power of face-to-face diplomacy.
Placing human rights abuses front and center with Saudi Arabia's notorious crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman, contrasts starkly with Biden's own reasoning just last month.
It happens to be a larger meeting taking place in Saudi Arabia. That's the reason I'm going. And it has to do with national security for them, for Israelis. I'm not going to meet with MBS. I'm going to an international meeting. And he's going to be part of it.
According to a report from the U.S. intelligence community, the Crown Prince sent a hit squad to assassinate Jamal Khashoggi in Turkey in 2018, creating a global uproar. But the Crown Prince has been dogged by accusations of killing his own citizens in foreign countries for years, including by Saudi Arabia's former #2 intelligence official.
I am here to sound the alarm about a psychopath killer in the Middle East with infinite resources.
This isn't President Biden's first about-face when it comes to the Saudi regime. Back in 2019, he vowed to isolate them.
We were going to, in fact, make them pay the price and make them, in fact, the pariah that they are.
Now, even some Democrats are joining ranks with Republicans who say the leader of the free world shouldn't visit Saudi Arabia and definitely shouldn't meet with the Crown Prince.
I don't think that this is a good idea. I think that we are essentially sublimating human rights at this point with the president going for this visit.
There's new reporting tonight that behind closed doors, Biden's national security team has been considering selling offensive weapons to the Saudi government. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, though, seemed to throw cold water on that at the briefing today, telling us that is not on the table. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
Jillian, thanks so much, being joined again by Hal Kempfer. You know, Hal, I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of thoughts on this trip, because from the very beginning, and especially when President Biden was then candidate Biden, he was going very, very hard after the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, after Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, especially in the wake of the killing of Washington Post columnist Jamal Khashoggi. Well, earlier today, we learned that the widow of Jamal Khashoggi met with White House officials today in the White House. Fox reported that, talking about, of course, I'm assured that the trip to Saudi Arabia must have come up in that meeting. And so, you know, President Biden kind of got himself into this situation, going so hard, being very absolutist in his rhetoric with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And now, you know, what did he expect? He must have known that he would have to engage with the kingdom at some point while president.
You know, there's things sometimes that politicians do, and you know, Joe Biden was a politician, that sound, you know, great sound bites on the podium while they're campaigning. The problem is when you get elected, you have to govern. And when you're the president of the United States, you have to govern as the leader of the free world. Reality is, you go back through history, we have had to have close relations with a number of governments where we really don't approve of all the things they do. And I could go through history, our entire history of the United States, we've had that issue, whether they're kings, dictators, despots, whatever. We have had to deal with the leaders that just do some things that we really disagree with strongly. And we always will. The thing to remember is we have a long, very close relationship with Saudi Arabia.
80 years.
For years, I personally stood there defending Saudi soil from a foreign invader. Okay, so I can tell you we have a long relationship with there. I have a friend that actually, when MBS was a student, he was his professor in college. You know, he knew him quite well, or knows him quite well, I should say. So there's a long, very rich relationship we have in there that was extremely strained during the campaign. And certainly the whole Khashoggi issue has strained Saudi's position, not just with the United States, but with a number of countries because of what happened. And they're trying to walk that back, normalize it, do what they can to get back to the real politic of the Persian Gulf and the Middle East, and the need to get Saudi Arabia as a strong ally to up against countries like we just talked about, Iran.
Right. To contain
and we
Iran.
need them in place to contain Iran. Well, we also need that with all the Persian Gulf countries, but Saudi Arabia is the biggest country in the region. Now, militarily, the most powerful country in the region is Israel. And so there's been a little strain between Washington and Israel too, which Israel has always been a very staunch ally. And so what you're seeing is trying to fix this. That's why I was mentioning when we brought up the drones, that the timing of that announcement was actually very interesting, because it was reminding both of them, hey, we both have we all have a common enemy, all right? And in the Middle East, that has a little bit stronger meaning, you know, the enemy of my enemy. We have a common enemy, And there's a reason we have to get past some of these differences, all right? The other thing, too, is with that, by linking that enemy to another enemy, which is Russia, it's also reminding them of you might want to move off the fence a little bit on some of this condemnation of Russia invading Ukraine, which both Saudi Arabia and Israel have been a little reluctant. And the reason why is they have a lot of business ties and everything else with Russian companies and with Russia itself. But we do want them to kind of move into a, shall we say, more in alignment with where the United States is, and certainly more in alignment with where Europe is, in terms of where the Russia-Ukraine conflict is. So all of these things are a confluence, but I got to tell you, it's tough. Right. And the thing with Khashoggi is he's a journalist. So, you're a journalist, you feel it. I mean, he walked in there and he was assassinated essentially.
And all intelligence assessments
because of what he was doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess on the other side of that, though, I mean, we're seeing realpolitik diplomacy in action, or at least, slowly coming around to that, because, some would say you should not stake the entire U.S.-Saudi relationship or put it in jeopardy over the killing of Jamal Khashoggi. I've heard that time and time again from people who are, much hardliners than I am, and so that is what they think. President Biden kind of the hole that he dug himself in that respect, calling MBS a pariah. The Washington Post is reporting Biden will sit down face-to-face with the Crown Prince, but only as part of a larger meeting with the Saudi King, King Salman, who's 86, and is the country's nominal leader, and then leaders of other Persian Gulf nations. But also really on the docket as well, Hal, which is something to watch, is kind of the fostering of the relationship between, kind of the burgeoning relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia in this trip too.
It's interesting. There's been more burgeoning than most people realize. I can remember reports coming out, and this is not something that was in classified realm or anything. This is stuff that was in the press going back 20-some years, that there were reports of Star of David F-16s flying out of Saudi air bases. All right. There has been a stronger relationship between Saudi Arabia and Israel than a lot of people realize. We're probably getting very close to Saudi Arabia doing what other countries have done, like Bahrain, where they're about ready to recognize Israel and have formal diplomatic relations between the two countries. And this is changing the entire context of the Middle East. And if Israel, in a very overt way, can engage in trade, in dealing with mutual national security issues, regional security issues, things like that, directly with the Saudis, it will shift the power balance within the Middle East, and it's in our best interest to help facilitate this. And that's part of what this trip is. It's not a coincidence that the president's going from Israel directly down to Saudi Arabia. There's a message. There's some things that are being carried forth to try and make that happen. And frankly, I think over time, if we can somehow get back to realpolitik, somehow get back to normalizing our relationship with Saudi Arabia, and get past some of this 2020 rhetoric from the that was out there, and I'm not disagreeing from a moral standpoint or anything else. The international condemnation of the Khashoggi killing. What I am saying is there are other issues that are in play, and if they can get past that and normalize that relationship, I think you might see a big shift across the Middle East.
Yeah, let's talk about one more of those issues before we move on to the Israeli part of this trip, and that, of course, is energy, oil production, gas prices. To some of Biden's most vociferous critics, they have kind of likened this to, groveling over to Saudi Arabia in order to maybe coax them into producing more oil to bring prices down here at home. Do you see it that way, or is there more of a, diplomatic finesse going on here? But do you think the Saudis will receive it that way?
I think there's a little bit of both. On the one hand, there are other issues but get right back to it. We really would like the Saudis to just dramatically ramp up their production to bring the global price of oil down. All right. That impacts the United States. It impacts our other allies. We'd like to figure out some way to increase the ability to ship liquefied natural gas to especially to Europe from the Middle East a lot faster too. I don't know if we can. That's not something you can just make happen. That's
Right.
a little bit more difficult. There's a time lag on that. The oil thing you can kind of make happen a lot faster. And even though Saudi Arabia and certainly Qatar and other countries are saying, look, we can't ramp up our production that much more where we are, there is a reality that they probably can. But the interesting thing is, and this is something that kind of comes home back to that national security thing, one of the reasons that Saudi Arabia hasn't been able to ramp up production is because they were attacked. One of their major refineries was attacked by a UAV, or UAVs, I should say, that came from Iran. All right. There's a lot of context, if you will, kind of a rich tapestry, if you will, in the announcement today is, they're sending UAVs to Russia. Okay. We need you to ramp up oil from this. By the way, in case you forgot, one of the reasons you have a tough time producing as much oil is because Iranian UAVs attack Saudi Arabia. Iranian UAVs are attacking Saudi Arabia and the UAE on a regular basis, usually launched out of Yemen by the Houthis. All of this is sending a message and layering that message over and over again. And at the hope at the end of the day will be to reinforce the relationship with Saudi Arabia, but also to get them to increase oil production. And maybe look at something longer term with vastly expanded LNG capacity.
Hal, very quickly here, I only have about two and a half minutes, but we're taking a live now look in Jerusalem. Of course, we don't really know if President Biden is going to meet one-on-one with the new Israeli Prime Minister, Yair Lapid. We know that just a couple of weeks ago, Israel's government had to dissolve itself and call elections the 5th time, and I believe in 3 years. So a lot of Israeli political dysfunction going on there. But also Biden will meet with Mahmoud Abbas, the president of the Palestinian Authority. We know during the Trump administration, U.S.-Palestinian relations were all but naught. They were really cut off, and so they're going to try to extend some type of rejuvenation there. One final thought, Hal, if you have on the Israeli-Palestinian kind of angle to this trip, what does Biden want to accomplish?
Well, the U.S. plays a kind of unique role, as you know, as an arbiter between the Palestinians and Israel. And the U.S. can carry messages and throw out ideas and options in ways that there could be no direct dialogue. They could say that. So I think what you're going to see is, I think there's been a tremendous, I would assume there's been a tremendous amount of staff work for this meeting or meetings, if you will, and try and put Palestinian-Israeli relations, if you will, on a faster foot. There's just been a real schism in recent years, and frankly, Hamas, with the fire bombings, the rocket attacks, everything else, has just put a pallor on this. It's just tough to negotiate, even though you could say Palestinian Authority, Hamas, not the same thing. They can't quite completely separate themselves, if you will. So I think the president's going to try and work past this because, well, frankly, there isn't as much of a shooting war right now between the Palestinians and the Israelis. Maybe this little pause in the conflict, maybe at this particular time, maybe they can reinvigorate some things. We can just hope. That's about it.
Okay, Hal Kempfer with a marathon discussion here on Live Now from Fox with myself. We appreciate it. We'll probably be speaking tomorrow as well with all these developments as Biden's trip to the Middle East kicks off. Hal, thanks so much.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We have one more story we want to get to before we end our live coverage. On this Tuesday night, if you're a huge fan of television, if you watch and binge your shows, well, the Emmy nominations were announced today. We'll have all the nominees, and we'll show you the ceremony from earlier today after the break.
Fellow binge watchers, this is our moment. The nominees for the 74th Emmy Awards have been announced.
Succession.
Love? Succession earned the most with 25, including an expected nod in the coveted Best Drama Series. Squid Game made history as the first ever non-English language Best Drama Series nominee. Euphoria is also up for Best Drama. The show landed its top total yet with 16, including one for Zendaya.
Hello, Misty.
Rounding out the category are the much buzzed about kickoff season of Yellow Jackets, the inaugural season of Severance, sci-fi phenom Stranger Things, the farewell season of Better Call Saul, and The Birds Goodbye in Ozark.
Ted Lasso.
For Outstanding Comedy Series, it's returning champ Ted Lasso up against the inaugural season of Abbott Elementary. The dark comedy of Barry, season 11 of Curb Your Enthusiasm, stand-up standout Hacks, and The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel back on stage. The Mystery of Only Murders in the Building, and The Vampires of Staten Island with What We Do in the Shadows.
It's dangerous work.
Limited or anthology series contenders include Dopesick, The Elizabeth Holmes Story, The Dropout, Inventing Anna's High Society Scheming, Rock and Roll Love Story, Pam and Tommy, and The Guests of the White Lotus.
Hey, you're John Dutton, aren't you?
4 snubs, noticeably missing after making it onto predictions lists, were the Western Yellowstone and the goodbye season of This Is Us.
Collecting these little moments.
A host is still TBA for the show. See if your TV faves take home the gold at the Emmys September 12th, live from LA. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Ashley, thanks so much. We want to show you now the ceremony as Emmy nominations were announced today with all of the categories and all of the nominees. Have a look.
Number of submissions received by the Television Academy this year, which tells me 2 things. 1, production is at an historic high, and 2, the quality of the shows we are all watching is also at an all-time high. When we make our announcements in a few short minutes, it will reflect only a fraction of the incredible television being made right now. I couldn't be prouder of all the work being done in our industry, no matter where it is distributed. You are the innovators, creators, and storytellers that are pushing this platinum age of television literally out of the box. We are watching the television audience being entertained by the multitude of choices being put in front of them. This morning, we are thrilled to have with us 2 of television's most talented stars to announce the 2022 Emmy nominations. Starring together in the upcoming series Blockbuster on Netflix, please welcome from HBO's Curb Your Enthusiasm, Emmy Award-winning actor J.B. Smoove, and from NBC's Brooklyn Nine-Nine, currently streaming on Peacock, actress and director Melissa Fumero.
Thank you, Frank. What a thrill it is to be here this morning with you all.
You are absolutely right, especially for me. How often do I get the honor of announcing the 2022 Emmy nominees with 2 of my favorite people in Hollywood?
It's just the 2 of us, JP.
I hate to correct you while we're rolling, Melissa, but it's Three's company today. You, me, and my little Emmy right here.
Oh my goodness, she's beautiful.
I know. Isn't she the best? Almost a year old now.
Can I hold her?
Okay, yeah, of course you can. Support the head, support the head. That's it. You got it.
Hi, Emmy. I'm your tia Melissa. Hi. Hello.
Someone's feeling a little shy.
Okay, no, I get it. I'm not in.
Don't take it personally. And she's about to get some siblings because we're about to announce a whole round of nominations. So many new Emmys coming your way in just a few short months.
Well, let's get to it.
Let me. A little burp. Our first category is for Outstanding Variety Talk Series. And here are the nominees. I know.
The Daily Show with Trevor Noah.
Like if you go without electricity for a weekend, you're camping. If you go without it for 50 years, you're Amish, motherfucker. That's just who you are.
Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Believe it or not, this has never happened to me in my life. I tweeted back, I wrote, "Officer, I'd like to report a joke."
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver.
Space, and they just
thought it would be better suited for a comedy show and not what you were doing.
Yeah, I get it. You're being mean to me.
Late Night with Seth Meyers.
David Letterman.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
In Europe since World War II, and the whole world is in shock. That's why today's Wordle was, ah!
Congratulations to the nominees for Outstanding Variety Talk Series.
Our next category is for Outstanding Competition Program. Here are the nominees.
The Amazing Race.
Good luck. Travel safe. Go.
Lizzo's Watch Out for the Big
You're gonna
Girls.
dance for me.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I'm ready.
Nailed it.
You in danger, girl.
Since today is all about Jacques, I keep telling myself, okay, I have to impress Jacques.
RuPaul's Drag Race.
Welcome to the main stage of RuPaul's Drag Race.
Top Chef.
Here I am, super worried about time. Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I burned the whole cakes.
The Voice.
Speechless.
You really did.
I hope you can leave Kelly speechless.
You know what? I'm a talker myself, girl.
Thank you. Look, we have so much in common already.
See, not as much as you and I have in common.
Congratulations to the Outstanding Competition Program nominees. Who do we have next?
Next, we have the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. And here they are. Rachel Bronson, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Quinta Brunson, Abbott Elementary. Kaylee Coco, The Flight Attendant. Elle Fanning, The Great. Issa Rae, Insecure. Jane Smart, Hacks. These are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. Congratulations.
And now, here are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series. Donald Glover, Atlanta. Bill Hader, Barry. Nicholas Hoult, The Great. Steve Martin, Only Murders in the Building. Martin Short, Only Murders in the Building. Jason Sudeikis, Ted Lasso. These are the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series.
The next category is Outstanding Comedy Series. Let's check them out.
Abbott Elementary.
We are admin, we are social workers, we are therapists, we are second parents.
Barry.
Purpose, Hank.
Barry. Forgiveness is something that has to be earned.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Caftan kind of a...
Caftan-ish, yeah. There's a hood and...
Is it for a man or a woman?
No, it's for a man.
Well, what kind of a man?
A Klansman.
Hacks.
Back up, because you're advanced now. So go kill him.
Okay.
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 Go!
The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
That's not how the business works.
Then let's change the business.
Only Murders in the Building.
We gotta break the door down.
Excuse me? We weigh 125 combined.
Oh, thank you. It's the dips.
Ted Lasso.
Okay, just huffing and puffing around the pitch. No, thank you. The only face I want to see from y'all is what, Coach?
Game face, baby!
What We Do in the Shadows.
Viva Atlantic City! Viva Atlantic City, baby!
Congratulations to all the nominated Outstanding Comedy Series.
Let's see who the nominees for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Limited or Anthology Series or a Movie. Colin Firth, The Staircase. Andrew Garfield, Under the Banner of Heaven. Oscar Isaac, Scenes from a Marriage. Michael Keaton, Dopesick. Himesh Patel, Station 11. Sebastian Stan, Pam and Tommy. Congratulations.